Let's let everyone know that we are live. Let me let everyone know, get everything set up real quick. Give it a second for people to join up. What's up, everyone joining up the stream right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Let me let Instagram know we're live. Let's let Instagram know we're live. Live. All right. What's good, everyone joining up the stream? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm setting up the stream. Do give me 1 second. Setting up the stream fully. For me. Boom. Alrighty. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. Let me pin that comment and we'll get it going for today. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Monica? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Jamie? How you doing? What's up, Abby? What's up, Kira? What's up, Libby? What's up, Clarice? What's up, Rose? Jason, how you doing? Kimberly, what's up? What's Atomic? What's up, Atomic? How you doing? Feisty, what's up? Deborah, how you doing? Steve, what's up? Katie, Aspen, how you doing? What's up, Grace? What's up, Maddie? What's up, Rhea? What's up, Blake? What's up, Daniel? How you doing? What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? Do give it a second for people to join up. We're going to start getting the debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting going here in a second. Only send a guest request, again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get it going, everybody. Let's get it going. How's everybody doing this lovely evening? This lovely evening. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I did let Instagram know. I let everyone know I'm live. We're going to start getting some debates here in a second. Typically, I start getting the debates going in about like 2 minutes into the stream. Doing good. Great to hear. Great to hear. Good evening. Good evening. Parker, did you eat today? Absolutely. Let's get some debates going. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I didn't mean to join, bro. I'll go in now. My bad.
You're good. You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going?
How old are you?
Hey,
Can't hear you, by the way, right now. You got to be in the app for me to be able
I'm
to hear you.
55.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
Because his wife is Serbian, and you can suck on my cock. Kosovo je Serbia, ta čivša.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Vanity. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
95.
Okay. 1 month?
January 13. The day is 13, January.
Okay, for sure. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
I really like his stance against Islam and political Islam. Yeah.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
So right now, I'm actually not in the States. I'm in Egypt. I live 6 months in the States and 6 months in Egypt.
Okay.
But I do live in Los Angeles, in particular, the Valley, San Fernando Valley.
Have I talked to you recently?
Yes.
Okay. I thought so. I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for some debates. I was like, I swear I've talked to you recently. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Make sure to only come up if you have never been on the live before, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
April.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Victoria, thank you for the bouquet. Thank you. Okay, why so?
Because I think, in my opinion, he's a better president than Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
Because I think with all the things that the Democratic Party are saying is becoming like too radical in a sense. So I think that we need to be less radical and move more to the center.
Could you give me examples of Democrats being too radical that you disagree with?
Yeah, they support abortion to the 24th week. They support same-sex marriage. They support marijuana for all people.
Okay, well, you
Those
can't.
are very radical.
By the way, you can't say that last thing. You got to say M drug. And the third one is super based. The second one is incredibly based. And then the first one is also super based. Let's go. All of those were so based. How are those radical? What? How are those radical takes? Like, what? What? Those were all base takes. What are you talking about? Yes, everyone should absolutely have M drug. Absolutely. I have access to that who's an adult. Absolutely. That should be
I'm
legal
sorry, I
around
was
the US.
tapping the screen.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next person. W's for tapping that screen, by the way. W's for tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I surely do.
What's your birth year?
2003.
What month?
August.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Obviously, Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Everything from foreign policy to domestic policy. I mean, we can talk economics. We can talk whatever you want. I'm happy to debate whatever you want. He's right on everything, practically.
Oh, okay. So could you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like?
Yeah, well, just generally speaking, he's a capitalist, and your party, I'm assuming you're a Democrat, wants to go fully communist. Look in New York City, the mayoral race. So, do you support Mamdani? Just so I understand your positions.
Oh, I like Mom Donnie for mayor. Absolutely. Now, in terms of this,
Really?
yeah, in terms of this, what do you mean by fully communist? Can you define communism?
Yeah, it's controlled by the state of everything, the means of production,
No.
namely.
No.
Okay.
So
So
communism is not when the state controls everything. Communism is a stateless, classless,
Really?
moneyless society. Yeah, I'm not a communist, but that's what communism is. So you actually don't understand communism in this context. If you're saying
Okay,
government
so
involvement is communism, well, then you're saying Donald Trump enforcing the border is also communism.
no state control. We're talking economics. The border
Yeah,
has nothing to do with
that's an
economics.
effect on the yeah it does because there's free flow of labor between areas. So actually libertarians will argue against you and say that that's actually a restriction on the free market because you're limiting the free flow of labor between areas. So that's
No,
actually
you.
yes a restriction on the free market.
Okay, that's anarcho-capitalism to have no government at all. I'm not advocating for that.
Not
I'm
necessarily.
advocating.
You could be a
Oh,
minarchist and hold that view.
okay, so what about Mamdani's economic policy do you like?
Why are we talking about Mamdani instead of talking about Donald Trump and why you support him?
Oh,
You
all
just
right,
said that
you want to talk
Democrats
about
in
Donald Trump?
general. Hold up, I want you to
Okay,
justify the claim that
so
Democrats in
let me
general
ask you.
are quote unquote fully communist.
Well, because that is their candidate. But anyway, we'll talk about Donald
What?
Trump. So
Wait, I'm sorry. Mamdani
you
is
want to
not
talk
the
about Donald Trump?
Democratic
Let's talk about
nominee.
Trump.
Mamdani's not the
He
Democratic nominee.
he is in the New York City
What? Well, yeah, that's
mayoral
not
race.
for the national level.
Okay, well,
We were
New
talking
York
about for
City is a pretty
Democrats as
big
a
place.
whole.
Okay,
And
that's
also,
fine. We'll see
even
who
then,
the
I don't think
nominee
he's
is
even
made.
stated that he's a communist in particular. He said
All
he's
right,
a
let's talk
democratic
about Trump.
socialist.
So I'm assuming you disagree with his deployment of the National Guard in various
Why are we
cities. I'm assuming.
pivoting? Why are we pivoting? We were just talking about
No,
economics.
you said you wanted to talk about
Wait,
Donald Trump.
we were
Now you
talking
want
about yes, we were talking about Donald Trump's economic policy. I asked you for a single economic policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed, and you didn't tell me a single policy. You just said that Democrats were fully communist. So first of all, tell me the specific policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like, and then secondly, define and go through the context of how you think that most Democrats are communists.
Donald Trump passed the largest tax cuts in his first term in many years. I can't give you the precise number of years it's been, but he's known for cutting taxes. So that's an example, because I believe that it trickles down to when you cut taxes for the upper class, for the 1%, those are the business owners who are paying the people in the middle class, and so that trickles down. So when the Democrats say that these Trump tax cuts for billionaires are so bad, actually it's advantaging everybody. Would you disagree with that?
No, because they only have an incentive to pass down the money that they make specifically to their employees if it gives them any type of profit in the long run. So actually, they don't really have an incentive to reinvest. And having a higher top marginal tax rate for the highest levels of income would actually incentivize them to reinvest in their firms, because if they didn't specifically take it out as income, they would they could reinvest it in their firm and they'd save whatever their top marginal tax rate is. So actually, having a higher top marginal tax rate is more beneficial for reinvestments into the firms.
Perfect.
All right. And then secondly, in terms of this, Donald Trump's just replacing a certain tax with another tax. He's replacing income tax with tariffs. And you might like that because it's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately rich to those that are disproportionately lower income, because you, for some reason, think that's going to be like some trickle down nonsense, which is not true. There's no evidence that trickle down has specifically led to higher wages in the long run. If we actually look at the implementation of trickle down, we've seen wages stop increasing with productivity, whereas prior they did increase with productivity. And I would say the
Wait a
main
minute,
thing that
I wanna go
causes
back to something
an
you just
increase
said.
in
Did you just
wages
say that-
is an increase in productivity. So
Did you just say
generally
that Trump raised taxes on poor people or on
Yes.
middle class people?
Yes.
When did that occur?
the tariffs.
Please enlighten me.
The
The
tariffs
tariffs?
are regressive, yes. They have a regressive
So-
negative
so
impact on lower
tariffs
and middle
are-
income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Sir, tariffs go on international entities. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He imposed tariffs on people in the United States.
Wait, what is
Explain.
a tariff?
A tariff is something imposed on the importment or exporting of goods from other countries. It has nothing to do with
It's a
individuals.
tax on imported goods. It does have to do with individuals. Now, can you answer this question? Who pays that tax?
The country subject to the tariff, naturally. I mean, it has nothing to do with people. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. That
Who pays that?
middle class,
Who pays the tax?
the government of the foreign entity subject to the tariff. Once again,
No. The tariff is paid by
Really?
the American company importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. Who taught you that it was paid by the
Well,
foreign
we-
country?
then we-
Wait, no, seriously, answer this question.
that's-
Who taught you that it was paid by the foreign country?
that's the way it works. It's paid by the foreign
No,
country.
it's
because-
not. No, it's not. Tell me who told you that?
Well, no, it's not paid directly. They're not writing a check. But the result of tariffs are less purchasing by Americans.
Answer this question.
of-
Who told you that the tariff is paid by the foreign country?
Nobody told me, but that's the case.
So you
And I'm
just came up with
explaining how.
this?
If you let
You
me
just- you just-
explain
you
how,
just
I
came
will
up with it?
explain how. No,
Go
I
ahead.
will explain to you how that works.
Go ahead.
The point of a tariff, yeah, obviously they're not writing a check. If you misinterpreted what I said. The way it works is people will stop buying in international goods, and so therefore the country is indirectly paying. It hurts their economies. The Iran sanctions, tariffs, that destroyed their oil production. That was an indirect way of getting them to pay. It
Did
wasn't
you see
a
how he
direct.
literally just moved the goalpost because he realized he was
It's
wrong?
the same thing with the
By the way,
Mexico
and
border.
and
Like
in
when
this
he said
context,
Mexico would
there's
pay
no
for the border.
indirect. By the way, when you mean indirect pay, there, you mean they'll try to eat some of the costs associated with it, but that doesn't mean it's paid by them. It's still paid by the American company that's importing the product.
Okay, so you think tariffs are ineffectual and don't do anything? That's your position then?
I think universalized tariffs that Trump has implemented cause inflation, make the labor market worse off. They decrease like respect and trade with our country. They also decrease trade relations in the long run, especially with our allies. I think they're really harmful. They get like other
We're
countries to
talking about
boycott our
inflation.
products and place retaliatory tariffs on us, which harms
I
our
wouldn't go
industry
there.
and
You mentioned
exportation.
inflation. I wouldn't go there because the previous administration has the worst record on inflation, and I'm
They
assuming you
didn't- they didn't-
supported them.
They didn't cause inflation. That was global inflation that happened around the entire world because of the pandemic and supply chain issues. So explain to me how you think that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Yes, that had to do with oil production. They stopped a lot of oil production. They drained our reserves of oil, and that's what caused a lot of it. That's why gas prices were $9 in California at one point. obviously you don't understand how oil production works and how that affects economies. Do you?
Really,
Do
really,
you
because
understand how that works?
yes, I do, because according to the Energy Information Administration, we had the largest level of oil production of any country in the history of the world, including comparing to Trump's administration under the Biden-Harris
So you
administration.
deny that Biden drained
It was
our
it was
oil
actually
reserves?
it
You
was
deny
actually
that?
it was actually because of a reduction in the imports of oil, particularly because Donald Trump signed an agreement with OPEC to cut oil production, along with the fact that we were getting less Russian oil because of the Russia-Ukraine war.
You're talking about Trump again, though. You deny. So you deny that Biden drained our oil reserves and caused gas
Oil
prices to
reserves
skyrocket.
being diminished and reduced was specifically to reduce the prices that were already high and put like
Precisely,
a
which you
yeah.
caused.
So it wasn't because of the fact that we released oil reserves that caused the price to go up. That's a ridiculous assertion. The
COVID
reason why
began
the
under
price
the
went
Trump-
up is because of OPEC limiting their production because of a Trump signing off an agreement with them, and then specifically the not only that but also the Russia-Ukraine war, which would have happened regardless. So this argument that you're making that specifically
All right.
the Democrats reduced oil production is false.
All right.
The Energy
Enough on
Information
economics then.
Administration. The Energy Information Administration proves you wrong, and now you're going to pivot because you just realize it has
No, I
destroyed
don't. I
every
don't want to
single
pivot.
point
I
you
don't want to
made.
bore the audience on economics.
You're not
I
boring
think
the
your
audience. We
position
talk about
the na-
economics all the time here.
What is your position regarding Trump's deployment of the National Guard?
We'll talk
I
about that
wanna
in a
hear-
second. Please finish with what we were talking about.
Okay, so what do you want me to respond? We have a disagreement. There's not going to be any clarity here.
What do you mean? What's our disagreement on? There was the highest level of
You-
oil production of any country ever under the Biden-Harris administration for that time, right?
Yet
and it is the case
magically
that
the
the
price of
Biden-Harris
gas-
administration did not cause the price increase, and specifically gas, right?
Okay.
Along with oils. I mean, along with
Do
the
you
price as a
admit or
whole.
deny that gas prices currently are less than what they were under the Biden administration?
Actually, gas prices right now are higher on average in this country than when Biden
Okay,
left office.
that is patently false.
You want to bet?
So, I will bet my life. Yes.
How much? How much? Give me an actual number.
Of how much you want to bet?
Yeah.
No, I'm certain of it, and you can.
You're
pull
wrong.
Up, I don't know what
You're
kind
literally
of.
wrong. Look up EIA
Okay, what's your source?
gas prices.
What's your source?
Energy Information Administration.
Okay, so what are the numbers? Tell me, please. Tell all of us.
Yes, I got you. It was 307 when Biden left office,
No, oh,
right?
no.
And it was
What
and
we do?
it's
We do the mean.
currently 316
Oh.
here in September.
Yeah, that's not how you do it. You do the what was the mean over his 4-year term, and what
No,
was
that
the mean?
no. I said I made the claim that since Trump got in office, it's gone up in price. When Biden was in office, it was a lower price than what it is now, right? And then now you're making the claim about the average. Wow, why
Well,
do you keep
so-
moving the goalpost? I agree
Well,
that the
how
average
about the
price would be
goal- what
higher,
was-
but that
what
has
was
to do
gas
with the
prices?
Russia-Ukraine situation. That has to do with OPEC cutting oil production because of Trump's agreement. So I'm pointing to at the end of the Biden administration, there was a lower gas price than what there currently is right now.
But even so, at the end of the Biden administration, Trump had already been president-elect for 2.5 months and had been working behind the scenes. So I don't go by that. You go by, okay, fine, go by what it was before the election.
Why do you have to put all these addendums on? I'm talking about what it was when Biden left office. You can't say that Trump was
'Cause it's
reducing
misleading data.
You said
It's
that Trump was
completely
you said
misleading
that
data.
Trump was reducing the price while he wasn't in office.
Yeah, yeah. Well, clearly he was. If you're saying that
Really?
for the bulk of the Biden administration, gas was enormously high. If you deny that, then we're in two
Okay,
different.
I want to let you know. I want to let you know. In November and October of last year, right, it was lower, right, than what it is right now on average. Did you know that? In October and November of last year, prior to the election, it was lower than what it is right now. Did you know that? So the point
I
that you're
doubt
making,
that. I
even
doubt
though it's a
that.
moving
Again,
the
I don't know
goalpost,
what kind of
still
phantom
proves you
data
wrong. It still
you're
proves you
relying
wrong.
on. I don't know what kind of phantom data or sources you're relying on.
Phantom
that you're
data?
not-
The Energy Information Administration? What do you mean by phantom data?
What is the Energy Administration? What is
It's
that?
from
I've
the
never-
government. It's the
that's a
government
federal
source.
government?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, are you going to still accuse me of pivoting, or can we change the subject?
Well, how about you fully address the point that I just made? Acknowledge that you were wrong. Acknowledge that Trump specifically led to an increase in gas prices according to
No,
your own
because
logic.
I have a car, and I have during the 4 years of the Biden administration, I put up with the prices. I saw it personally. I experienced it personally.
Wait,
So
do
I
you
will
agree
not
that
be-
you were wrong with the claim that you were making that it was higher at the end of the Biden administration comparative to now? and higher
Well,
prior to the
subject
election
to all of
comparative
these
to now.
qualifications, yeah, subject to all those qualifications, you were able to skew the data to the way you wanted. Sure,
What
I'll
do you mean
concede
skew
that.
the data? By the time Biden left, it was the case that the gas prices were already doing good, and they've increased since Trump got in office. So the claim that Trump was going to decrease gas prices is obviously ridiculous. What happened to drill, baby, drill?
It's underway. But
Really,
he's
it's
only
not,
been, he hasn't
it's
even
really
been in
not
office a
doing
year.
very much. The prices keep going up.
He's been in office how long? 8 months? Give the man time. But he
Almost
did it the
9
first.
months. Give the man time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you
How much time
do
does
you
he need?
support? I believe a presidential term is 4 years. Give him 4 years.
Oh, so
was
we have, to
elected
wait,
this
we have to wait 4 years
No,
until we
3
can say
years
that.
now.
3 years until we see that. Okay, so if you have to wait the entire administration, well, then why didn't you wait the entire administration for Biden? It takes time for Biden to
you'll
address
start
the
to see-
concerns
you'll
caused
start
by
to
the
see
Trump
by the
administration, right?
You'll start
It is
to
the
see
case
by
that
the
by the
midterm.
end of his administration, the prices were lower than what they currently are now.
So wait a minute. So what are you asserting here? That Trump is against drilling? Is that your position?
No, I'm
is that what
saying
you're
that he's
asserting?
not upholding his, the things that he promised he was going to do, that lower gas prices and drill, baby, drill, I tell you.
So you think he's changed his position on drilling? All right. Not sure
I
why.
think
but
that he hasn't really done much for that, and yet you were claiming that that's something that he's done that's so great. And you said that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation because they reduced oil production when oil production was the highest it ever was at any point in any administration ever, right at that time, under the Biden-Harris administration. Plus, we had an increase in renewable energy production in the United States because of the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And Donald Trump has gut those, right, actually reducing our level of domestic energy production in the United States.
Okay. This conversation, I suspect, is boring most people. Why don't we change it
I have
to
this
a more
conversation
spicy
all the
topic?
time. It's clear that you know you're losing.
I won because you're using fake data and you're
Fake data from the Energy
We're
Information
using fake
Administration?
qualifications.
What fake data?
Well, you said on Biden's final day in office. That's the gas price you're going by. The average gas.
I
price you're
did the
going-
last
gas price
month,
you're going
and
by.
I also did prior to the election in October and November, which is about a year
Okay.
ago. October is a year ago, right?
Okay, so then you want to right. So you're picking again another arbitrary date to
From
select.
a year ago? You said prior to the election. You said because of the election, it was the case that Trump brought the gas prices down, but gas prices were literally cheaper, right, in October
of
than what they are
24
now.
was the October of 24 was like 4 months before Biden left office. So again, it's
It was before
really,
the election.
What was it in November or in October of 21? That's what I'd like to know. But anyway,
329.
again. Okay, there you go. So now you have it higher
It's
than
316 now. Wait,
Right,
and also
there
that's
you go.
2021. What's the point of going to 2021? If you want to do that, why don't we look at 2016 under Obama when it was lower than any point under Trump's admin?
Well, of course it was, because at that point there was no pandemic. I was pre-pandemic. Anything pre-pandemic is going to be a totally different.
What?
set of-
Most of Trump's term was pre-pandemic.
No, we're talking about not now. Not now.
I'm talking about his first term.
Okay, what was it in Trump's first term?
In first term, there were points lower in 2016 than any point under Trump's administration.
Well, sure, and I'm sure that's the case in the Bush administration. It was lower than Obama's. Of course, money's always inflating. But again, you want to keep this discussion on forever, or do you want to change the subject?
Okay, if you want to move off of this because you clearly see that you're losing on economics, is what we've had the conversation for I started my live 20 minutes ago. You've been on for 16 minutes. You can't have a 20-minute conversation about economics.
I can, but again, I don't think it's going anywhere. It's going in circles because we can't stipulate to a set of facts.
No,
So
you have yet to give me an actual good policy of Donald Trump's. The one that you brought up was inflationary in terms of tariffs, right? And also
Yeah,
you said that
because
most
you're-
Dems are communist. I would love for you to substantiate that fact. You said that most Dems
I
are communist.
did.
What makes you think
I
that?
told you that the city of New York chose as its Democratic nominee a communist and an
He's not
outward.
one. He's a democratic socialist, and two, it actually shows a lot that you have to call him a
What's the
communist, and
difference?
you can't call him a socialist
wait,
anymore.
whoa.
Yeah,
Can you please?
so
please
socialism
explain
is when the
difference?
workers control the means of production, right? And communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society.
Okay, that's actually anarcho-capitalism. What you're describing.
What?
But
I did not
but
describe
what-
anarcho-capitalism. What?
yeah, a governmentless
A
society,
classless society is anarcho-capitalist?
one that has
What?
no government is. Well, I want to. Okay, let's go back to what you said. It's
A
owned by
moneyless
the
society
workers.
is capitalist? How can a moneyless society in a stateless society be capitalist?
No.
Classless
Anything
society is
that-
capitalist?
Well, what do you mean by classless? I don't even know you're using terms. What is that supposed to mean?
The working class and the capitalist class is typically the distinction in the context of a Marxian sense, right? Right? The working class being those in which
No.
provide their
No, no.
labor. Do you want me to explain or not?
Yeah, but I've never heard that distinction. Go ahead.
You've never heard about the distinction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat?
I have. Now you're changing, but I've never heard the working class and the capitalist class. I've never
Yeah,
heard
the
that
capitalist
distinction.
class is the bourgeoisie, right? And
Okay.
the working class is the proletariat.
Yes, that's the distinction. That's typically the distinction. Now, how would the working class own the means of production?
Yeah, democratically. Like worker cooperatives is particularly an example I used to believe in as a socialist. When I was a democratic socialist, I was a market socialist. So I believed that, you know, every single corporation, society, or every corporation business should be like cooperatively ran, like democratically. I don't believe that. Now I
and
don't believe in a
why did you
mandate,
abandon
but
that? And why did you abandon that?
well, because I think a social democracy achieves all the goals that I would want to through the context of a democratic socialist economy, where I don't think that we need to go to democratic socialism and we can just have social democracy and people can voluntarily decide to engage with cooperatives if they would like to because they've been built up to an extent in society in which is better for the people.
Okay, I don't know what you mean by cooperatives. These must be socialist terms. with
Democratic,
which I'm not familiar
democratically
with.
run companies. So you know how companies will have like a business owner?
Isn't that what
Essentially, if
stock
that-
is?
What?
Isn't that what shareholders are in stock?
Not necessarily. Because the shareholders aren't necessarily the workers.
Okay, so you want the workers to be the
This is not my
people on
position
the
right now. I'm
board.
just telling you what it is.
Okay, but so you don't support Mamdani? Good. I just wanted to
I
clarify
do
that.
support Mamdani, right,
Oh,
for mayor in
so
New
now
York.
you do support it. Okay.
Wait, you understand that you don't have to agree on every single economic position in order to agree with a candidate, right?
So what economic positions do you agree with then?
I think that Mamdani's economic position is more coherent than Trump's, by the way.
Yeah. And what aspects do you agree with it? Do you agree with? Because you just said you didn't.
Yeah, providing people access to healthcare and childcare and housing affordability and paid vacation leave and maternity and paternity leave, right? And unemployment insurance and, you know, affordable rent, better transportation and public transportation, addressing
Affordable
climate
rent.
change.
That's a great example. So let's take that. So how does a mayor reduce rent costs?
Why are we having a
Please explain
conversation about mayors when we're having a conversation about the national election with Trump? What is this conversation?
Okay, so now you're fine. We go back to Trump, but again, you want to just stick on
Wait, I
economics.
like how you want to talk about economics when talking about Mamdani, but you don't want to talk about economics in relation to Donald Trump and his economic policies. You also don't want to explain how you think most Democrats are fully communist. Again, Mamdani's not a communist, and most Democrats are not Mamdani's position.
So you don't think that the leaders of the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders, AOC,
Bernie
those
Sanders is
people-
not the leader of the Democratic Party.
Who
what are you
is
talking
then?
about?
Who, in your opinion, is the leader of the Democratic
Right now,
Party
it's
today?
corporate Democrats that are currently, quote unquote, leading the
Corporate
party.
Democrat.
Yes.
Who would you like to be the leader of the
I would like
Democratic Party?
progressives. I would like more progressives to be up there in the matter, like AOC.
Namely,
I like AOC.
Like
I like
AOC.
James Tallarico.
okay. Well, I've never heard of that person. You said AOC. That's a perfect example. So you'd like her to be the nominee in 28 for
Yes.
president?
Absolutely.
Wow.
What's
Okay.
crazy about that?
Everything. I mean, that is. I guess you want to see the government of the United States fall.
No, I don't. Says the one who supports a guy who called for complete and total shutdown of the complete and total termination of the Constitution, right? You understand that, right?
When did Trump call for that?
Yeah, he called for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He also incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them
Okay.
patriots. So explain to me how you think that we are extremists for wanting people to have access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, college, right, and social mobility, but it's not extreme for you to literally support a traitor like Trump.
There's a lot there, but I will. First of all, on the insurrection point, there was no insurrection because Trump was the president. You can't insurrect against yourself. That's number one. But number two, the only people who died on January 6th were Trump supporters. No policemen were killed. Okay, you know the story of Ashley Babbitt. Say her name.
Before we
was
go into this,
unarmed.
can I just address this real quick? Real quick. They were trying to protest and violently go against the determination of the election that Trump lost. That is absolutely a violent insurrection because they are trying to pause the certification of the election results.
How is it any different than a riot?
Because it was at
Where
the
was-
Capitol, and they beat police officers at the Capitol. They went inside and broke into the Capitol using a riot shield. They broke into the
Right,
window.
And in Minnesota, they burned down.
And
a
Trump
police
told them to
precinct.
wait again. So what's the point? That's not a Capitol, and that's also again they weren't pardoned by the Democrats.
So you don't think January 6th was just a riot? You think it was a coordinated effort to overthrow?
Yeah, Trump said fight like hell and
Congress?
take back the country from those that stole it from you. And then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. Yeah, that was an attack on our democracy. That was an attack on our country. That was an insurrection, a violent insurrection coordinated by the president of the United States. Yes.
Well, would somebody peaceful or patriotic do that? I don't think so, because that's what he told them to be.
Wait, I'm sorry. Would someone peaceful and patriotic pardon violent rioters who beat police officers on that day? Would someone peaceful and patriotic do that?
Who were over?
Answer the question. Answer the again. If they were
Yes,
quote unquote over sentenced,
yes,
if they were quote unquote
yes.
over sentenced, then you should have commuted the sentenced.
If
doesn't
you,
make
if
any
you
sense.
punch someone in the face, or break
Wait, answer the
window
wait,
and
wait,
you
wait.
get
Do you know
10
what
or 20 years
do you know the
in prison-
difference between pardoning and commuting a sentence?
I do naturally, yes. But
Okay.
and so you think that it should have been commuted? All right, so good. So you at least believe that Trump should have commuted the sentences. That's great. At least we have some common ground. I mean, I think it should have been a
No,
full
I
pardon,
don't
which
believe
it
that he
was.
should have commuted. I'm saying if that was your goal, he should have commuted. That's not what I was saying. I was never saying that he should have commuted them.
So why do you take exception to the fact that it was a full pardon?
So, wait, what do you mean? I'm confused. What do you mean by that?
You said that it shouldn't have been a pardon; it should have been a commutation, right?
If your goal was to reduce the sentence because you disagree with how long the sentence was, a pardon takes away the entire criminal charge in the very first place.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah, so why did Donald Trump pardon violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots if you think he was advocating for them to be peaceful and patriotic?
Because it was a just cause, and
It
because I
wasn't.
don't think that the vast majority of the people he pardoned were not beating up police officers.
Wait,
In
I'm
fact,
sorry. You think beating a police officer was a just cause?
No.
Well, so then why did he pardon the people who beat police
overarching-
officers?
The overarching reason why they were protesting and in some cases rioting was a just cause. Yes.
Wait, I'm
The
sorry.
2020
I'm
election-
sorry. You won't say that about Black Lives Matter, but you'll say that about January 6th when they're literally going against the literal fucking election results that were legitimate. Okay, the election
Yes,
was
because
not
the
rigged.
Black Lives Matter cause, the Black Lives Matter cause is not a legitimate cause. If
Oh, you
the-
see
the-
what I mean? Saying Black Lives Matter to this guy is not a legitimate cause. What? Are you okay?
That's not.
Are
their
you okay
cause.
right now? What
That's
do you
not-
mean
you know
that's
what their
not a
cause is?
legitimate cause?
You know what their
What the
cause
fuck
is?
are you
You know what
talking about? What do you mean?
You know what their cause is? The cause of Black Lives Matter is to abolish the police, the people that,
That was,
you've been
by the way, the
defending.
cause of Black Lives Matter was to say that Black Lives Matter too, right? It was not specifically a
Oh,
call for the
but they
abolition of
omitted
all
the two.
police. It was
So
to
why
talk
not
about
call
police
it-
brutality. It was to talk about systemic racism, and it was to change the systems that we exist right now to reflect
All
the
of
fact
which
that there are
don't
biases
exist.
ingrained into the context of the system right
No,
now
there
that
isn't.
lead to disparate and negative outcomes. That is
Like
a
what?
reality,
Like what?
and that's
Like what?
specifically in terms of what we would like to address.
No, but that's not true. There's no systemic racism. That is a lie.
Wait, when you say that there's no systemic racism, you're not acknowledging the fucking racial disparities that exist in our country that are present because of past and continued disparate systemic effects, right? That still impact whether or not people get jobs today, that still impact whether or not people are treated a certain way today, that still impact the type of oppression that people go through, right? How much they need to have in terms of qualifications to be treated the same way, right? The society where they're
culture.
treated in terms of literally whether or not they're criminalized or over policed to a significantly greater extent, or how they're treated in terms of being able to get
Yes.
access to health
They
and
committed
medicine,
disproportionate
particularly in the
number of
context of
offenses.
healthcare. So what you're not acknowledging is the fact that there are disparate outcomes today that still are an impact because of the society that's existed historically speaking. And if you're saying quote unquote culture, well then do you want to talk about the racist culture that creates these outcomes? Because you're not willing
Yeah,
to
what-
address
what are you
that
talking
racist
about?
culture, because the culture that you're
racist
talking
culture?
about is not the culture specifically of people who have been marginalized by the system, but by the fact of the system that of which is marginalizing them in the very first place. That's the culture that needs to be addressed. That's the culture
What
that leads to
racist-
these disparate outcomes.
There is no racist
Well, I'm sorry,
culture.
you can't tell me that there's no systemic racism while currently ICE is racial profiling.
Yeah, I'll tell
You
you,
can't tell me
systemic
that.
racism.
They're
The
literally
systemic
admitting to
racism-
racial profiling, and you're saying there's no systemic racism. What are you talking about, dude? They admit to racial
How is
profiling.
that racist? How is that racist?
How is it racist to racially profile people?
Well, I
Are
don't
you
know what mean
okay?
by profile. Most illegal immigrants, yes, don't speak English. That's true.
Wait, I'm
So
sorry.
not
Do
sure
you
why that's-
think it's racist to racially profile people?
No, I don't know what that means. Racially.
What do you mean you don't know what that means? I'm sorry, you don't
if a
know
person
enough.
doesn't
Wait, I'm
speak
sorry. If you
English-
don't know what that means, you do not know enough in order to say that systemic racism does not exist. That's fucking crazy. I'm sorry, you don't know anything about what you're talking about.
You want to talk about a system that's systemically racist? Affirmative action is systemically
Wait,
racist.
can we go back to the point that you're, and also, by the way, that's literally was shot down by the Supreme Court. If you want to go back and talk about specifically
Still it does-
the
yeah, and
election,
Harvard
because you
doesn't
use
follow
this
it.
in order to literally go away and not talk about January 6th and the violent rioters that Donald Trump pardoned. You literally have an inability to address how extreme Donald Trump's
I
positions
gladly
are.
will.
You will sit there and you'll try to make an extreme position out of AOC's positions and just trying to provide healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and literally bare necessities for people, like within the context of the economy right now.
She knows nothing. She was a barista and decided one day, I want to run for Congress. And she now
Trump
is in
bankrupted
Congress
6 different businesses.
and came back 7 times. He
Well,
was. and
I'm,
is a billionaire.
I'm sorry. That is not specifically going to be like some amazing story on behalf of Trump that makes him like so qualified to be in this position. AOC is way more qualified than Trump, and you cannot tell
Oh
me
my
otherwise.
God.
AOC knows more
Are
about
you kidding?
economics. AOC knows more about how politics works.
How?
AOC is smarter than Donald Trump. It's not even fucking close. Donald Trump denies science. Donald Trump said the climate's going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. Donald Trump
Yes,
said that Tylenol.
yeah, that's true.
You
That's
think
true.
the climate? You
change
think climate change is a hoax? So you deny the climate or the scientific consensus amongst climate scientists that indicate that the climate change is caused by humans and that the global temperatures are rising. I'm sorry, you deny science. You're an idiot too.
Well, okay, I'm not going to respond to the ad hominem, but what I will say is
That's not an ad hominem because I didn't say you're wrong because of that. I insulted you after I proved that you were wrong.
You didn't prove that I was wrong. You quoted something about scientists. There was no
I showed that there
data
was a
behind it, but
scientific consensus, right, that
do you
indicates
believe
that you're wrong.
If you, to the extent that you're claiming climate change is an existential threat to humanity, that is completely fictitious. That narrative, yes, that's
Climate
correct.
change is because it is the case that pollution kills millions of people every single year in the world, right? That is a direct effect because of the
Okay,
different
well,
types
that's
of things that
different.
we're engaging in. That's a part
That's
of climate
different.
change. Climate change
No, it's
also
not.
affects
Climate change.
Wait, hold on. Let me keep addressing
Climate
this.
change has
Let me
to
keep
do with
addressing
the
this.
temperature of the globe. It has nothing to do with pollution. If you're,
It's not
you're
ju-
just talking about
it's
pollution
not
generally.
wait, by the way, it's not just the temperature of the globe because pollution changes the climate and changes the set of conditions that exist, right? Especially for animal agriculture, for animals, right? For the ecosystems that they exist in, right? For everything in general, right? Pollution is very, very, very much going to negatively impact the conditions, right? For ecosystems around the entire world, which we
Okay.
rely on as well.
Good. So as a climate change believer, when do you believe that the
As
the
a
world is
science
going to
believer, you
end?
mean a science believer?
Yes. When do these scientists that you pray to? When do they predict
to?
the world will end?
You mean
when do
believe
they
the
predict?
evidence that I believe?
Yes. These people you take the yes. When do they say the world is going to end? And tell us,
Okay,
please.
dude,
Tell
so
us
you're
how
misunderstanding
long
climate
we have.
change. It's not a claim
Tell
that
us
the
how
world.
long we have.
Hey, listen, it's not a claim that the world's going to end. It's a claim that the ecosystems that we exist in are going to change in ways that we can't predict and expect how they're going to change.
Well, sure, it
so
always
it
has,
might not
since Earth's
create conditions
beginning.
that are the best for us to be able to live in the same areas that we've lived in. Agricultural conditions will change, meaning that different crops will grow in different areas to different extents, right? There's going to be droughts. There are going to be greater levels of severe weather and illness, right? There's going to be all of these different things that will change. It's not going to destroy every aspect of society, but it will rapidly change
What's causing
how
it?
society functions.
What's causing climate change? You're going to
Well,
say gas-powered vehicles, right?
That's like, I mean, a very partial cause,
Okay.
a small partial
So
cause, but
so automobiles have been around for 100 years.
can I address more than that before you just like try to write it as just
Go ahead.
automobiles, right?
Go
there's
ahead.
there's a usage of fossil fuels, right, as a whole, right? That is the connotation that specifically leads to an increase in global temperatures, right? Carbon emissions, right? Non-renewable energy usage essentially is the main cause of climate change. Now, that's
Perfect.
not the only
See-
context, but that's the main cause.
So would you support the abolition of gas-powered automobiles? A bill outlawing all non-electric vehicles?
No, I don't support a bill right now outlawing all non-electric vehicles.
What?
That's not what I
But you
support.
just said that climate change is this massive danger to the world. Now
Yeah,
you.
so
but-
we
but
have to
then-
address it over time. We can't overnight just
Oh.
ban things. That's not how it works.
Okay, so when should we ban it? 5 years? 10 years?
Well, I think in the long run, it is the case that we can wean off of these things in terms of the production of them. So it's not necessarily that we ban people from being able to get them, but it's the case that we just change the production process. Instead of producing so many gas-powered vehicles, we'll produce other sorts of vehicles, right, over time.
But so you want private companies controlled then by the government, right? So that
No,
is
I want regulations on private companies, how we have the Energy Protection Agency, like through the EPA. Or Energy and Environmental Protection Agency, sorry.
And if none of those steps were to be taken, what do you believe is going to happen? Do you believe that the
I
world
believe
is
that
going to end, as AOC claims?
I believe that there'll be more negative impacts in terms of the health of our country, right? In terms of the production of different types of things within the context of our economy. So that overall, so our economy will reduce in size essentially, because if we don't impose these regulations, then there will be more overall costs.
What
than
regulations?
Benefits.
You mean
Imposing regulations in the long run, right, leads to less costs in the long run and more benefits because these
What
regulations
regulations?
impose a different level of production and distribution.
What regulations are you talking about?
It depends on the context, right? Throughout time, specifically, I'm talking about regulations on different types of pollution, right? For example, it will be in terms of like how much pollution specifically you can have during an area, whether or not they're using scrubbers, particularly in terms of oil, not oil production, coal production, and like sending that all that smoke into the air, right? So it's going to be how we use production differently. So putting subsidies right into the usage of like renewable energy production, such as solar, wind energy. Things like that. And also even investments in nuclear energy would specifically be better, right, than currently what we do right now for the inconsistencies that solar and wind cannot provide.
Okay, well, you support AOC for president in 28, and she said that the world was going to end in 12 years because of
She
climate
never
change.
said the
That's what
world
she
was
said.
going to end.
She did.
No,
She
she
did. Look,
didn't.
in 12 years. Look up
No,
the
she
quote.
didn't.
She claimed that in 12 years, because of climate change, if we don't do anything, the world will end.
That's
yes, she
not
did.
what she said. She never said the world will end. If she did,
You know
I will heavily disagree with that, but she never said that. Give me a quote. Give me a source.
Her own mouth.
Give me a source.
That's the source. There's
Like
a
give
video.
me a
Watch the
media.
video.
Give me a media article that indicates that, or find the video and I'll play it out loud.
Look at the audience can look it up on Google. Look it up.
Why-
12
why
years.
can't- why don't you
the
just
thing
look it
is,
up?
Though, it's a 12-year countdown clock that never starts. It's been 6 years, and nothing
here's what I'm gonna do. You look up the source. I'm gonna thank some people in the meantime. Right? You look up the source. Go find that for me. Tell me the title, and then we can play it for the live. Alex, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely, thank you so much. Marquette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Marquette. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. He just left, by the way. Why did he just leave, bro? Noel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Not really, to be honest. I don't know. I don't like trust Trump and Netanyahu. Barbara, I would like to hope that it's going to lead to better conditions, though, of course. Push the Galaxy, thank you so much. I've already seen things about like how they possibly broke it already. Rosie, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. And then Goda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $12. Thank you so much, Goda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He might have accidentally left. What was his name, everybody? And I'll try to bring him back up. Phil? Phil, you can hop back in the guest box. I'll wait for you, man. Alrighty. Okay, it's a different quote. Some people are saying it's destroy the planet. We have 12 years to take action before like things are irreversible. Like that's a different point. Where is it gonna end? Yeah, if she said that, I would definitely disagree. I have a hard time believing that she was literal with that statement. Right? And if she was, I definitely disagree with that perspective. Like I definitely do. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Supporting Donald Trump is, I would say, not just the person, but the style of leadership.
Hey, dude, I asked you a specific question. Would you like to answer the question? If you could go back in time, if you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump,
Okay, why so?
he's a good leader.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Well, his history proves it with his businesses, the way he led it in his businesses. Yeah, I mean, some of them did fail, but he still stepped up and he had the
Yeah,
um,
he's good at leading them into the ground, right?
leading them into the ground.
Yeah, bankrupting. He bankrupts 6 times, including a casino. So he's really good at leading them into the ground.
So does it? Let's just say you did something 100 times and 6 times you failed, but the other 94 times you succeeded.
Can you name one good business person with 6 bankruptcies other than Trump?
Wait, name another good person, or
Yeah,
name another person.
Name another good business person with 6 bankruptcies.
I mean, what does bankruptcy have to do with supporting Trump though? For why he's leading a country?
We can also
Like,
talk.
what-
I mean, I think it's showing him that he's failing. We can also talk about how he's good at leading people into conning them. He lied about prices. He said that tariffs were going to cause prices to go down. So he led them right into a con. He was really good at doing that. People believed him like crazy. Jamie, thank you for the $7. Thank you. And Emma, thank
But
you
I
for
feel like
$5. Thank
I
you.
feel like when you're asking why do you support Trump, are you asking about this kind of person he is, religious, business?
I'm literally saying if you could go
medical?
back in time, would you either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
So are you trying to debate on whether you support them or not?
To clarify, right? If you could go back in time and you could vote for either Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I answered Trump. That's what I'm saying.
You
Like,
answered
but
Trump,
what are
right?
you-
So we're debating on why you would vote for Trump in that context. That's the support we're talking about.
Okay, so it could be SpongeBob for all I care about, as long as you follow the Constitution.
Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Therefore, you clearly wouldn't support him.
So you're saying because he made a statement about that, you're not going to support Trump over that one statement?
Well, that's one statement you shouldn't support him because of. That's one point you brought up, right? You said you will support the person that follows the Constitution. Trump literally actively has ignored and did not follow the Constitution on multiple circumstances, called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and you're still somehow saying that he upholds the Constitution and the law to a greater extent? Isn't that absurd?
I didn't say he did.
Okay, so you agree that he upholds it to a lesser extent, meaning that you support the person who upholds it to a greater extent, correct?
No, I support someone that can lead the nation that's followed the Constitution, which has helped this country survive for as long as it have. Because an average country typically lasts about 250, I think 300 years, and we're about to cross that border. And I mean, the Constitution has worked for many, many years. So if you're following it closely, yeah, not everyone's going to be perfect. Not everyone's going to be able to follow every single rule, law, policy, regulation.
Who
No
follows it to
president
a greater
has.
extent? Who follows it to a greater extent?
No one will. No one ever can.
No, when
No
you
one's
say-
perfect.
Wait, I'm sorry. Greater extent means in comparison to another. So I'm saying Harris versus Trump, who follows the Constitution to a greater extent out of those two.
Trump has obviously upheld.
By passing an executive order to put people in a prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment.
Yeah, freedom of press and speech. Yes, absolutely.
He said that media organizations should be considered illegal. If he could make
Well, before
TikTok
we go-
100%
before we
MAGA,
go
he
on to-
would.
Before we go on to a bunch of different questions, if you're going to talk about burning the flag, yeah, I mean, I'm a conservative Christian. That's what I consider myself as. And I feel like if you want to go burn the flag in front of your lawn and start worshiping Satan on top of it while you're dancing and burning the flag, absolutely, you should be able to do that.
Yeah, so Donald Trump being against that is violating the Constitution, the First
Correct.
Amendment.
Correct. I completely agree. That doesn't mean that one bad thing or that one mistake he's made because he said it is going to make me just go, oh, well, Kamala would have been a better option.
Kamala. So, okay, so could you name something Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes, he would have to become an absolute menace to society, ruining the country completely, economically, spiritually, politically.
Okay, I think he's done that. So, like, in what way? Could you give me, like, a specific example?
Like a specific example of what he would do for me
Yeah,
not
like
to support him?
how could he ruin the country, right, to enough of extent where you'd be
Dissolve
like,
the
okay, I don't
military.
support him.
Dissolve the military.
So just dissolve the military. That's it.
Yes, because the DoD, the Department of Defense, is a huge crucial aspect to our nation's security. And if you were to dissolve the DoD, I mean, we'd have no protection of the United States of America.
Okay. So, for example, let me ask you this question: if you were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you still support him for president?
If I was held liable
No, if Donald Trump were.
of sexual abuse,
Yes, if you were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you support him for president, or would you not support him anymore?
what is your definition of civilly liable?
If in a civil court, a jury of 9 people unanimously determined that he forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina against her will.
Was he persecuted?
What?
Was he charged?
He was held civilly liable. Charged is a criminal case. Civilly liable. So do you know what a civil court is?
Yes.
Okay. So if he were held civilly liable for sexual abuse, forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, by a jury of 9 people unanimously, would you still support him for president?
Okay, I see how you're phrasing it now. Just because you do something in your past does not mean that makes who you are in your future. You can always be saved or forgiven of any sin you commit.
So you would vote for Donald Trump if he literally was convicted of sexually abusing a child?
Was he charged with it?
If they were convicted in a criminal court, they would have been charged, yes.
So he has a charge for sexual abuse.
I'm saying if that were true.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess we can play the if game, but I don't feel like that's debatable.
Oh my God, bro. It's like, it's impossible to get you to answer or engage with a critical thought process.
Well, you're asking questions if they're what if. Like, what if he molested 16 children, but he never got charged with it? Would you support him?
Obviously not,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
if he was convicted of it, then yeah, I mean, I would never support someone that molested 16 children.
Okay, so again, the point that we're making here is that, again, regardless of the amount of time, you don't think that people can redeem themselves from these sex crimes, right? Right? If they're a violent sex offender, right, they can't be redeemed in that context, right? So obviously, right, if Donald Trump were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, you wouldn't support him, right?
Yes, I would not support if that was the case. Yes, if that's what you're trying to get at, then yes, I'll have to agree with you. But I mean, I don't believe that he is a malicious person with malicious intent that's going to continue sexually abusing or penetrate a woman forcefully.
Well, he was held civilly liable for sexual abuse unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. That did happen. Given that you said you wouldn't support him or vote for him, given that this was true, and it is true, you don't support him or you wouldn't vote for him, right?
I 100% support him. I 100% vote for him. But I feel like you're trying to get out
So you
something
just
that
contradicted yourself. You just said, if this were true, I wouldn't support him. I told you it actually is true. And you're
If
like,
is
you know
not
what? I
debate.
still 100% support him.
if is not debate though. If and buts were Kenny and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
Well, I'm sorry. The reason why I asked you specifically in the context of an if statement was because you have preconceived biases associated with it being Donald Trump and it actually being true about Donald Trump. Whereas if it is actually true, you won't accept it. But if it's posed in an if statement, you will not vote for him. Seriously, I was just showing you that you are such a cult member that literally something that you say you are morally opposed to, that you will not support, you actually support in this context.
That is the most manipulative way to put that, but sure.
Manipulative? How am I manipulative for catching you off guard and tricking you? Right?
You didn't catch me off guard or tricking me at all because I asked you, I said,
did.
why is this an if debate? And you said, it's not. Just go ahead and answer the question.
I
Because
never
you're
said
debating.
it's not,
You're
right?
not
I
debating,
literally
you're
said
dating.
that, I literally said
Not
that's
debating.
critical. When you think about if statements, that's called a critical thought process, okay? If it
No,
happened
it's
a
not.
different
Critical
way,
thought
what would I have
process.
done?
No, it's not. If is not a critical thought process.
Dude, I'm sorry. If your partner like told you did something wrong, right, and said, "Oh, what are things you could have done otherwise that would have been better in this scenario?" You wouldn't be able to answer that question because it's an if scenario. Are you telling me you wouldn't be able to answer that question because it's an if scenario? Please, that's a critical thought process everyone fucking uses and realizes is important until we get to a point that shows that they're wrong. Okay?
So Parker,
you
decides
obviously
if it-
believe that you can engage with if statements, because if not, well, then your partner would fucking hate you.
So you, Parker, decide if the word "if" in a question stance is considered critical thinking.
Again, taking into account scenarios that could have happened otherwise is a basic element of critical thought process. Absolutely.
So when you take into everything in account for deciding who's going to be the next president of the United States and who you support, who you vote for, you have to take into account for every single thing that they have done for them to be the president, correct?
I'm obviously going to take into account things that they've done and things that I know about, right, in order to determine who I should vote for. Yes.
Great. I just got you to agree
With what?
that you have to take into account for every single thing that someone is or what they have done or who they are, what they believe, how they are as a person, individual, how they live their life daily, past, present, future, whatever you think they're going to be as a person, a human, every being of what they are.
Yeah.
For them to
when
become
we're
president.
talking about voting for president, yes.
So I support Trump because I said at the very beginning, he has a great leadership style.
Yeah, leading this country into destruction. So
That's
what
a great state. That's
what
a
leadership
great
style
statement.
are you referencing?
Servient, adaptable. He's a servant leader.
What? What has he done that shows that? To the rich? A servant to the rich?
Well, there's always going to be rich people, wealthy people.
Well, then why is he literally cutting taxes on rich and wealthy individuals and increasing taxes on low and middle income individuals?
Why is he?
Yeah.
Well, what is the difference in tax rate between the middle income and the, like, I guess you call it the 1%?
I'm saying that he's shifting the burden of taxation by imposing tariffs and replacing that with income tax. Or replacing income tax with tariffs, sorry.
So what is the problem with getting rid of taxes when they're not constitutional?
What? They were constitutional. What are you talking about?
We were never
The
supposed to have
taxes that might be unconstitutional are tariffs, and how they were implemented.
So you're saying tariffs are unconstitutional?
The way that they were implemented, yeah. That's why the court has paused it and they're making a determination. So essentially, they're actually making a determination right now. As of right now, it's paused. So I do hold back from that.
Okay, valid. I respect that. I very much so respect it, actually. So just because you're leading as a servant, which means you're leading by example, and I know you can be like, oh my goodness, what has Donald Trump done to lead by example? Well,
Cheat on every single one of his wives. Brag about walking to the changing rooms of naked women without their consent while they were changing. And when there was an 18-year-old that came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Say to be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Say, yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Called his daughter voluptuous, said that she's always been voluptuous. This means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. We can also point to the fact that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Yeah, wow, he's really modeling what the society should be learning from, right? Obviously not.
okay, so you make a lot of points very quickly to try to catch someone off guard. Yes, the word voluptuous, does reference someone being sexually attractive, but don't you think someone might have said something thinking it meant something else?
Yeah, what did Trump mean when he said that?
Maybe that she was a curvy girl, a thicker girl.
So why is he referring to his daughter as quote unquote curvy and sexually attractive?
You're going back on what I just said. What if, critical thinking here, what if he did not understand what the word voluptuous meant and he did not mean to mean it in that way? Would you hold him accountable for saying it if he didn't really truly know the meaning of it?
If he didn't truly know the meaning, you couldn't hold him accountable to the same degree because it would be a different in his intention, but it's still a fucking crazy and weird thing to say. If he didn't know what it meant, right, that could be a valid point. Like, say, for example, if someone doesn't understand the language, Trump does understand the language. He does know what the word means. So it obviously is the case that, like, it would be applicable to him. That when he said this, this is the early 2000s. This is 20 years ago.
20 years ago, he was what, almost early 60s, late 50s?
I'm sorry, my parents are 65. They wouldn't do that shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
Maybe your parents are just super witty, but some people don't think about
What?
what's coming out of their mouth as soon as they're saying it. Like, let me give you an example. My grandma called my sister a big girl. You know what they say about some big girls? You know what people reference when they say, oh, that's a big girl? She didn't know what that meant, but she said it. Just like anybody can mess up and say something. As a presidential leader, as a political leader, as a in military, as a general, as a leader, they can say things that they didn't truly mean. People make mistakes. So yes, you're right. Trump has made mistakes. I'm not denying any of this. But you cannot hold someone accountable and go, okay, well, they're not liable to lead a country. Well, they can, and they have, and they've been doing it. Do you disagree with the Doge?
Trump does, and that's exactly what Elon said. Elon said that it was that Trump has gone against everything that they did at Doge. And since and actually, if you want to look at government efficiency and waste spending, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending under his first term, and is also projected to do so under this term as well by $4 trillion under his first term and $4 trillion for this term over the next 10 years.
So, on what though? Since those numbers just came out of nowhere, on what did he sign off on?
Restate your question. I'm very confused with what your question
What
is.
you said? He said he signed off on debt that was up to equivalent to $4 trillion. What was that on?
He signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending comparative to the Biden-Harris
Debt
administration.
relating spending on what?
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the budget reconciliations, right? Plenty of different things. I can show you from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Would you like me to show you?
The what?
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They outline each one.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to see that actually.
Look up Trump versus Biden Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, or CFRB.
CFRB.com.
Yeah, CRFB. I mean, no, CRFB. Just look up CRFB, Trump versus Biden, and it will come up. In the meantime, let me say thank you to a few people while he looks this up real quick. Let me say thank you to a few people. Patricia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Nancy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you so much, Nancy. Noel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Absolutely, Noel. Thank you so much. Darlene, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Charles with the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Charles. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alex, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me go onto YouTube and make sure I've caught up on YouTube as well. Alrighty. Zach, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kurt, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Naya, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Naya. Can we get some W's for Naya in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Naya. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Royd, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you. Janet, thank you so much for the $10. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Jay, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Literally, you can't. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ginger, thank you for the $2. Thank you. As well as Chris, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Logan with the $5. Feisty with the $20. Thank you so much. Smart people don't like me. That's what Trump said. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. That's great. That's great. I'm glad. And Naya, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. Did you find the source?
I sure did. Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts plus 1.9 trillion. Health executive actions for 456 billion. So I'm assuming this is getting information from where? Where's the citation at on this? Where are they getting this information from?
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They're the ones that analyze that. That's literally a committee from the federal government. That's bipartisan.
Okay, I see. So, just question: out of all these policies, and then the 10-year debt impact, which ones do you agree with? Which ones do you disagree with?
Which ones do I disagree with under Trump's bills? Like, I disagree with most of his policies because they specifically are going to be like, Republican leaning, meaning that they're going to not provide as much people in terms of access to, Medicaid and food stamps and, free school lunch and breakfast. And it's going to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. That's what his tax policies did.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in if you don't work, you don't eat,
I believe everyone should eat.
even if they don't work for it.
Yeah, yeah. For example, do you think any children should starve at school?
They're not at a eligibility to where they're competent enough to have a job.
Okay, well, Trump signed off on the Big Beautiful Bill, which cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month.
And what kind of areas are those in? Is the minimum wage there? Not minimum wage. The median income in that area, is it high, low?
No, that's just as a whole as a country, right? There's no specific conditions in terms of the median income, and also in terms of that, you already know that like for these food stamp programs, it's within a certain amount of income, so you already have income thresholds on that.
Gotcha. So what I'm trying to reference though is it in an area, like schools where
Liz, thank you for the
they're just
galaxy. These are children that are relying on free school lunch and breakfast. It's not like children that can afford it they can afford it themselves or something. It's
so
children.
lower income areas.
SRV, thank you for the super live star. Yeah, lower income students get access to free school lunch and breakfast. Yes.
Okay, well, lower income areas, I could agree with for them getting government aid, but if it's not in an area that's not, I mean, I don't see why these parents aren't able to take care of their children. That is the parents' responsibility.
Okay.
So we're
you
getting
say-
in a tricky situation.
You
Does the
can
government
think
need to
it's
be
the
taking care of
parents.
our
You can
children?
think
Does
it's
the parents-
you can think it's the parents' responsibility, but the children should still be able to eat regardless. And again,
That doesn't
some
make
parent-
any sense. That's contradicting what you're saying. It is
What does that
always the
fucking
parents'
mean? Wait,
The
I'm sorry. Do
parents'
you want to get rid of
responsibility-
all free school lunch and breakfast?
Like I said, if it's in an area where there is a legitimate economy issue, whatever state, city that is in, I agree with help.
There are economic issues all around the entire United States, and that's why we have these particular programs to ensure that children eat. Okay, you understand that
That's why it
children
should be a
rely on these programs to
state-by-state
ensure that they
decision.
have food.
That's why it should be a state by state decision.
No, it shouldn't be, because certain states should not be able to restrict people from getting access to free school lunch and breakfast. Are you Christian?
That's going against the Constitution.
Are you Christian?
Yes.
Yeah, Jesus would be so happy about you advocating right now to take children off of their free school lunch and breakfast. Jesus is so
Jesus
happy
preached
watching
if
this.
you teach
Yep,
a man
Jesus
how to
definitely
fish.
preached to stop feeding the kids. Yep, definitely. Jesus definitely. He wrote that. You can see Genesis 1, 2. Actually, in Genesis 1, 2, it says that thou shall starve every child at school. That's what it says.
Blasphemy is an unforgivable sin, correct?
I'm not Christian, so.
Well, I pray you accept Jesus Christ into your heart.
And I pray that you accept Stewie Griffin into your heart.
That's ha funny. At least you didn't say Jesus Christ.
Actually, I hope that you accept Jesus into your heart.
So a respectable debate. I'm gonna end it here because
What?
you obviously
gonna run away now?
No, I don't.
You
I
just
don't
you
speak
just
with
didn't
some-
want to specifically address the conditions of where literally Jesus would be against your own position on cutting people off of free school lunch and breakfast. Jesus is not loving your teachings. Jesus literally fed people. You know that, right? He literally
You
dropped
obvious-
manna from the sky.
Correct, absolutely. But there's also lessons in the Bible. There's teachings that explain to you what hard work does, what it teaches, how it can provide, how it can prosper, how you can have grace through that. But you decide to make fun of that instead of debate.
Wait, say that one more time.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna end it here.
Why don't you just repeat what you just said? I literally just asked you to repeat. That's all I asked you for.
Yeah, but if you
the Viking
cared, you'd
hammer.
be listening.
I'm sorry. I have 1 million. Okay, dude, I'm on a live stream. There's over 8,000 people in the stream. I'm responding to many different messages at once, and I'm hosting the stream. If for literally 15 seconds I look away and I don't hear what you're saying, that's to be expected because there's 1 million different things happening at the moment for me. Okay?
A million is exaggerative, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Obviously, it's exaggerative. No fucking shit.
I mean, you've been exaggerative in a lot of things you've been speaking about. Why don't you speak in absolute truths?
I'm sorry. Do you need me to be 100% and totally literal here? I got you. You're an idiot. You're a dumbass. I can't believe I even have to talk to you. You're on the live right now advocating for people to be cut off of free school lunch and breakfast because all their parents should be doing it when your fucking own Bible tells you to feed people. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're fucking insane. You're literally violating your own commandments. You're violating your own teachings to come up on the live stream and advocate that children should starve in school systems. I'm sorry. Regardless of what the fucking
You said
parents
that.
do, no child
You
should
said that.
starve. It's crazy
never
that
came
you
out of my
advocate for
mouth.
that.
You said
It's
that.
crazy that you advocate for that.
You said that. That never came out of my mouth. So it seems like you're
well,
the
then
type of
clarify.
person that words
Then
in someone's
clarify.
mouth.
Then go ahead and clarify. I apologize. Clarify.
I've already clarified it. In
No,
lower
just
income
clarify.
and lower income areas, absolutely. If there is people that are unable to get the economic same opportunity as everyone else, I highly agree with getting support and support.
That's
from
what the
local
free school
schools.
lunch and breakfast programs do for people who cannot afford it. Right? Their
From
children
state
get
to
access to.
state, the government should not
No,
have
wait,
anything to
wait,
do with that.
why
The
state to
more
state? It
power
should
we
be
give the
federally.
government, the more they're going to dig their fingers into each state.
Wait,
and
I'm
start
sorry. The
controlling.
state
And it becomes a
government having
dictatorship.
power
When a
also gives them
dictatorship
power.
comes-
The state, you're just
What?
allowing for states to starve children. That's all you're doing. We had federal protections for this already in
So you're-
place. Why are
so
you just
what
leaving
you're
it up to the states
implying-
to starve children in schools?
Here you go.
I
Now
don't
you're
want
implying-
children in red states to starve. I'm sorry. Like I'm serious.
Listen.
Like I don't want the kids that I grew up in Iowa with. I grew up in Iowa. I grew up in Iowa in a relatively small town compared to what I grew up now, right? Where I'm living now in LA. And it is the case that many children there relied on that. And if you leave it up to the states, the fucking idiots that are running the government in Iowa will kick children off of their access to free school lunch and breakfast. I don't want that. I don't want the fucking idiots running the fucking government in Iowa to literally kick children off of their lunch and breakfast that they rely on in order to be able to have food at school and in order to learn to a greater extent. I think it's insane that that's even a fucking question that we're bringing up on the live stream. It's fucking crazy to me.
But you brought that up, not me.
No, it's crazy that it's even something that's on the line. It was brought up by Republicans trying to take it off of the fact, off of our governmental systems. That is what it was brought up by, not by me. I never brought up taking children off of free school lunch and breakfast first. No, it was the Republicans in Congress that are taking people off of that Trump signed the bill into law, where it's taking children off of free school lunch and breakfast. And as a Christian, that should fucking disgust you.
No, it doesn't because your
Exactly, it
parents
doesn't.
should-
Starving children doesn't disgust you.
No one is starving. Sorry.
Yes, they are. There are people starving in
Who's-
this
who is-
country,
who is
and
starving?
children will starve in this country. 420,000 children on average every single month will starve to a greater extent at school because they can't get access to free school lunch and breakfast.
In the United States of America,
Yes, in the United States of America.
there are kids starving
Yes.
to death.
Well, I'm sorry. So you want to, if you want to actually, since 1999 to 2020, we saw over 1 million people in this country starve to death. I don't know what percentage of them are children, but we saw over 1 million people in this country starve to death. No one
Well, I
in this
wouldn't
country
use
should
that
starve
then.
to death.
I wouldn't use that then if you don't know if it's children or not. Then
Wait, well, I'm giving you more children will starve and go hungry. I'm not saying
Hey,
to death, but will starve and go hungry, right, at school if they don't get access to free school
this
lunch
is
and
this is where we
breakfast.
have to get our point straight. I don't think any child should starve. I don't think a child. If I saw a child in the street starving, I would just stop by and go, "Oh, continue starving." No, I would go get that child a
Then
meal.
why are
I
you
would
voting
make
for
sure that-
policies to cut them off of their free school lunch and breakfast?
Because if you would listen to what I'm trying to say, parents should be responsible for their kids' food. That is their responsibility. They decide to have a child. Now there are circumstances, there are weird situations where there is a kid that does not have the means to be able to have a free lunch,
And that's why there's
or-
free school lunch and breakfast.
And that's why I agree with the lower income areas.
So then why do you want to cut? That's already what exists for it, okay? There's already
No,
income
that's
thresholds
not what
on
you
it.
said. No,
Yes, there
see,
is.
I knew you would say that. It is not just for low income areas. I
Yes,
believe
it
it should
is.
be for only low income areas.
It is. Wait, I'm sorry. Not everyone gets free school lunch and breakfast. It is specifically for people whose parents cannot afford it.
Correct.
So then why are you cutting 420,000 children off of it when it is, on average per month, when it is the case that they rely on it for food?
So now this is when we rely on the state community to help, to donate. This is where you have a state by state case of building a community, food for the kids, whatever you want to create.
Why
You
does
can
it
go out
have to
and-
be on the state
you can-
level? I'm sorry.
Why does it have to be on
Why?
a government level? Why does it have to be on a government level?
The state is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break it to you, but the state is a government. Did you know that? Why is
Yeah,
it? On
and
a-
they're supposed to be
You're
separated from state.
advocating for it to still be on a governmental level, just not
No.
provided for as many children.
No. State.
And by the way,
Vegan.
the policy you're advocating for doesn't just leave it up to the states. It just cuts people off.
Right. It cuts federal funding,
Yes.
which we've been overspending on a lot of these programs for people that.
I'm sorry. If you want to talk
shouldn't be
about
funded on.
the spending that we're overspending on, how about you talk about the massive tax loopholes and tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and not the free school lunch for children in fucking school systems? I'm sorry. That's such a small portion of the budget. If you want to talk about the waste spending, let's address the tax loopholes in our system right now that benefit rich and wealthy Americans. Let's talk about right now how Donald Trump's shifting the burden of taxation from higher income individuals through the context of income tax through to lower income individuals through the context of tariffs. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill cuts after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners and for the bottom 10% by $1,200 a year. And by 2027 and 2029, it is the case that basically every single income threshold in this country will be worse off in terms of after-tax income. And only the top 1% will benefit. Literally. It's crazy. It's crazy that this is the fucking policy that Trump ran on, and you've got people advocating and voting for it. I can't even believe it. It's literally taking money from the poor and giving to the rich, and you're fucking clapping and applauding this.
I'm not clapping and applauding it for taxes at all.
Well, then what? So then why are you voting for it?
But what cracks me up is if you think things shouldn't get cut, like the federal funding for food for children in schools, how do
Yeah,
we
it
pay
shouldn't.
for that?
How do we pay for that? With the fucking 0.01% of the budget that it takes up. I'm sorry, that's such a small portion of the budget. How do we pay for the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires in the Big Beautiful Bill, the $3.4 trillion of debt-related spending? The Big Beautiful Bill passes more debt-related spending than it saves you. You know that, right? The debt-related spending is taking into account the revenues that are brought back by specifically cutting the funds for children, okay? So this doesn't actually save you any money. It costs you more money, and it takes away benefits from children. Why are you going after the 0.02% of the budget that feeds children? Like, what the fuck? Seriously.
I mean, I'm not. You decide to say that.
You are.
I
mean, you
100%
support Donald. Do you
support-
support the Big Beautiful Bill being passed?
I mean, if I was the president of the United States, I would look at it from all angles. Some people don't, but I would do it differently. But
Do you support the
like I
Big
said-
Beautiful Bill being passed?
some areas of it, yeah.
No, overall. Do you net and overall support it being passed?
Overall, 50%.
What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, you want me to agree with all of it, which I mean, like I said, if it was me,
No,
I'd
I'm asking.
probably-
Do you if you could determine whether or not it gets passed, you're the one to sign it into law or to veto it. Would you sign it into law or veto it?
Well, I mean, I think since it increases the funding for immigration and customs enforcement, that's solid.
So because it militarizes ICE, you're willing to support it cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average per month?
Why do you keep tying it back to kids? Like you
Why
try to
can't
make it
you?
sound way worse.
Because that's what's in the bill.
That's wild.
He's laughing at me for calling him out
you're-
for cutting funding
very-
away from feeding from
You're
starving
very
children.
sticky with the words, and I think it's
Sticky?
great.
You mean I want children to be fed? Wow, Parker, you're so radical. You're so extreme, Parker. You're advocating for children to have food in school. Oh my God, Parker, no way.
Yeah, but
How dare
are
you
advocating
advocate
it-
for children to have food? How are you going to pay for that, Parker?
You're
How are
advocating
you
it
going to
in the
pay
easiest
for
way.
children to have food in school systems while we give
Yeah.
massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires? How are you going to
But
pay
you're-
for the starving children?
You're advocating it for the easiest way possible. Like you all.
You know how we're
all
going to
the
pay
left-
for it? We're going to pay for it by taxing the fucking rich. By taxing people whose
The
income is
left is
over
easy.
$400,000 a year. That is how we're going to pay for it. Tax the fucking rich.
The
Stop
left is
taxing
lazy. They
working
don't
class
want to
people.
work.
Tax the fucking rich. Tax the people that are getting massive loopholes, that are fucking not paying shit in taxes. Tax the
Listen,
people, the top 1%, that
I
is specifically
get
paying a
why-
lower effective tax rate than working class people, according to the Washington Post. How about you tax the rich?
I
Personally, Galaxy,
agree.
thank you.
The taxes should definitely be higher for the rich, but why are you penalizing people that have worked their ass off for these businesses to absolutely make millions of dollars? Why all of a sudden did they have to pay more taxes just because they were more successful than someone else?
Because they'll be fine, right? The end of the day, they'll be
Oh,
fine.
so you decide
if,
that.
Think about it this way: if they
So
get
Parker
taxed,
decides that.
yes, of course. Think about this. We're talking about my perspective, you fucking idiot. Think about it this way: either rich people get taxed or poor people get taxed. Would you prefer rich people get taxed or poor people get taxed in order to fund our government? I would prefer rich people because they can afford it to a greater extent.
I just want you to know that I have not verbally attacked you not one time. This is just to show you the left is violent.
Well, I'm sorry. You attacked the children. You went after their
Lie.
literal food. I'm
That's
sorry.
lie number one.
That's not a lie. You actively are supporting a candidate that does that.
Clip
you
it.
actively,
Someone
you literally
clip it.
said that
Someone
Eugene
run it
Carroll
back.
was lying. You didn't
Someone
believe
run it
Eugene
back.
Carroll. You didn't accept the case that specifically indicated that Donald Trump sexually abused her. You just overlooked that. You overlooked the Donald Trump bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. You overlooked all of that. All of that disrespect is
I
okay
never
for you to
overlooked any of
overlook.
that
Every single one.
whatsoever.
Wait, you
I
vote
even,
for Donald
I even
Trump.
played.
You
I even
support Trump.
played. Listen, I even played into your question, and I allowed you to navigate it the exact way and manipulate it and direct it in the way you wanted me to answer, and I went along with it.
I'm sorry. Also, you don't care about insults. You support a guy that literally has an insult and a nickname for every single person that he runs up against.
So now you have a God complex.
No, that doesn't make me
So
have
you
a
can,
God
so you can,
complex
te-
for
so you
calling
can,
out
so
Trump.
you can tell me. So you can tell me how I think.
I can call you an idiot. Yes.
Also the left.
What's wrong with me calling you an idiot for doing something idiotic? Seriously. Like you said something and did something idiotic, and I simply just described what it was, and you're like, oh my God, ah, ah! You know, you're just being a MAGA snowflake. You're a sensitive little snowflake because I called you an idiot, because I called out the fact that what you said was bullshit, dumb, stupid, and makes our country worse. And I've got to call it out for what it is. I can't just be the nice guy in every single circumstance who's just going to walk you there with a little fucking treat in my hand and give you the little treat every single way down the road. I'm going to call you an idiot when you're a fucking idiot because it makes our country a worse place for you to have such idiotic beliefs. I love my country. I love the country that I live in. I love this country that we're fighting for every single day. But in order for us to have a better country, we have to stop believing in idiotic shit. We can't do that. That's so bad for our country.
You cannot debate if you're just going to continuously say things that you think are 100% true in your own brain and not allow
Say things that you think are false. Do it. Parker, say things that you think are false. You know what, Parker? How about you start lying more? What?
You did
What are
lie.
you talking? I obviously am going to say things that I think are true. What are you talking about?
Actually, two or
I'm
three
sorry.
lies,
I'm sorry
actually.
that facts hurt your feelings.
Facts when you lied? That's not a fact. That's a lie.
No, facts hurt your feelings. There was no lie there. Tell me what the lie was.
Hurt my feelings. You're the one that's been putting on a show about acting out and acting and using these different voice inflections and tones in your voice to try to make it seem like that I sounded a certain way. Sounds like someone else getting upset, not me. My question to you is, would you take me off of this request and to be able to talk to you if I started calling you an effing idiot?
No, I wouldn't.
But do you think that's respectful? How do you debate someone with
I would
no
be
respect?
okay. I would be okay with you calling me an idiot. I would think you're wrong, but I would be
Because
okay
of
with you doing
freedom of speech, correct?
Well, it's not just freedom of speech. I mean, there's no freedom of speech on this live. It's my stream. I get to determine what's allowed. I'm just saying that if you give me that level of disrespect,
Whoa, what?
freedom of speech is, sorry, let me break this down for you. Freedom of speech is determined by the government. On a private fucking platform, I get to determine what's said on my platform. Is that confusing to you?
Wait, so you think it's okay for any platform that's controlled by a company?
Yeah, I just muted you. Yes, on my own platform, on my own live, I can choose to mute you, to kick you off, and do whatever the fuck I want with you being on my live because it's my determination, it's my choice. That's not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech relates to the government, not a private fucking room, okay? So I don't know why you laughed at that as if you thought I was violating free speech when you support a candidate that actively wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment. What are you talking about, bro? Get your head out of the sand, bro. Critically think.
So you muted me for a point?
Yes, I actually did mute you for a point there. That was educational.
Good job,
Yeah.
Parker.
Of course. Thank you. I appreciate it. D, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, D. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Thank you so much. Ashton, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Ashton. I really appreciate it. Anya, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Will with the $17. Thank you so much, Will. I really appreciate it. Olivia, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Will with the $50. Thank you so much for Feed the Children. Feed all of them. Let's get universal health care. Absolutely. Let's fund the teachers. Let's make that public. Absolutely. Can we get some fucking W's in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Will. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joan with the $50. Joan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the W's for Joan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Joan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sabine, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Sabine. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Tree, thank you for the $5. Willow, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Willow. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cheryl, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Salim, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much for support. Thank you. Christian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Susan with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. Coral with the $5. Bree with the $20. Thank you so much. Milky, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you. D with the $5. Roy, thank you so much for the $20. Marin with the $50 for being a radical liberal extremist. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Coral, thank you for the $20. Feisty, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Carolina with the $2. Keon, thank you for the $2. Carlos for the $2. Coral, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Chloe with the 20 pounds. Jin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Zach with the $5 as well. And Kurt, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Bree, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Bree. And Coral again with the $5. Thank you. Peg with the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Peter with the $75 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Peter. W's for Peter. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Peter. Can we get some W's for Peter in that comment section right now? Thank you so much. Go back to what you were saying. What were you saying, Micah?
Well, you were making the point of muting me, but I guess we'll move past that, and I'll accept.
How about this?
The,
I apologize for calling you an idiot.
You know, I mean, I don't know if you truly mean that with your heart, but I mean,
I actually do. I actually genuinely do.
If so, I'm about to say, if so, I really appreciate that. Like, genuinely. Like, I would love to like have a conversation in person. You know, obviously you're well more prepared. You're doing this for a living now. Congratulations. I really want to say I'm proud that you're doing this, trying to educate the younger generations going forward. But you know, you definitely are well more prepared. You have things a lot more memorized. I'm sure you have it set up to where you can look things up quickly, shift through points in a list of things that you have ready to say. And that's very smart. That helps make you look more professional, well prepared, and you know, taking ownership of your platform.
Well, I appreciate it. I think really what gets me to do that is because I want so badly for, you know, America as a whole, not just you, right, to critically think, to stop putting people into office, like people like Donald Trump, because it's so bad for our country, right? It's so anti-intellectual, right? You know, Donald Trump has actively gone after the intellectuals, right? He's gone after the CDC funding. He's gone after the funding for the World Health Organization. He's gone after the funding for the EPA. He's cut the funding for NASA. He's cut the funding for scientists in terms of cancer research and development. So, like, we can point to all of this. These are attacks on the intellectuals, right? And I think that's a really, really big issue. Not only just with that, but also with the lies that he spreads. He spread lies about the election in 2020 being rigged with absolutely no evidence, and people believe it. He says that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism, which is crazy. And that actually the studies indicate, a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that it overlooked, right? Absolutely no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism when taking into account siblings and genetics. So it's like, if we had some critical thought in our society, if we listened to the scientists and to the professionals, right, and to the doctors, we'd be so much better off. And I want our country to do that so badly.
But I could also go and research and be more prepared and find a list of scientists that agree with what Trump has announced.
No, you can't. You can't find a vast majority of, or in a vast amount of doctors that indicate what Donald Trump said. I have yet to see a single doctor say what Donald Trump said.
I said I could find a scientist that did agree and did their own research, peer-reviewed research, and find out.
No, you could not. You could not find peer-reviewed research that indicates that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism. You cannot find peer-reviewed research that says that. So
what if I can?
If you can, I would love to see it.
Okay. No, that's valid. I mean, I'm just making sure that you're open-minded because
I am
it seems like
open-minded. I absolutely
you're
like
very-
if there was a study that shows it, I would take that into account. I absolutely would. But I promise you can't find that.
I mean, have you looked for it, or
Yes.
have you just read what Google says?
Yes, I have looked for it.
I mean, what research, what search engines do you use to search
Google
for
Scholar.
information?
Google Scholar.
Okay. Yeah. So Google is one of the most biased search sources.
So what should I use instead? DuckDuckGo?
No, believe it or not, Grok. It takes it from almost every search engine. I mean, I can do an example right now and use Grok and search about the studies on it. It linked to autism.
A few things here. One, Grok literally disagrees with Elon and hates Elon in plenty of circumstances, and they have to rewire it so it doesn't hate Elon as much. Okay. Same thing is also true for like,
It's pretty funny.
like Grok went pro Palestine for a bit, and they had to rework it to make it say pro Israel shit again. So I don't think that's the best way for you to like find information. All right. The reason why I say Google Scholar is because there's peer-reviewed studies and research. Grok is just
This does
like
too.
a search engine. Like I'm giving you Google Scholar because it specifically looks for like the scholarly articles and peer-reviewed studies.
And that's where I do cross research when it comes to Google or Google. I mean, I'll say Google Scholar. My bad. But like, I just actually searched it right now on X, and opinions vary widely from other sources and other sites. Some posts claim antihistamine causes autism, citing studies or lawsuits, while others dismiss this as fear-mongering, pointing to the drug's long safety record. The FDA and CDC maintain that antihistamine is safe use as directed. So yes, people are saying that they're.
What specific study?
Let's find out. Because I mean, I agree. Google Scholar, I thought it was legit for a while, but it's really not.
Paul, thank you so much for the $20. I also want you to tell us what an antihistamine is. Like, look that up as well through Grok.
What an antihistamine is?
Yeah, and ask if Tylenol is an antihistamine. Maria, thank you so much for the $5. Brian with the $5, thank you. And again, Paul with the $20, thank you. Jenna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Jenna, on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now. Thank you.
Oh, I said that wrong. My bad.
If
That's
you're
a
on
tough
YouTube, hit
one.
that thumbs up, everybody. It'll help us get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think we only have like 1,000 right now. Let's try to get to 2,000, everybody. Go ahead. You were saying?
Oh, I said that wrong. By the way, it's how do you say that?
Acetaminophen.
Yeah. Thanks.
Carolina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Joy, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. William, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. William.
Here it is. Study title / authors year 2018. Prenatal paracetamol exposure and risk of autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, and intellectual disability in offspring. 190,000 Swedish children.
There's only 2.5 million Swedish children that indicated no association between Tylenol usage and autism. Right, Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism, after taking into account genetics and siblings.
Okay, well, here's another one. Use in pregnancy and risk. Study title authors: Use in pregnancy and risk of autism spectrum disorder and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in offspring. 2016 prospective cohort: 64,000 Danish children. Frequent use, exposure week associated with 2 to 3 times higher ASD, ADHD risk, dose dependent.
Yeah. So again, the point is that the correlation doesn't equal causation. That's not specifically indicating causation. That's just saying that there's an association. So I'm saying when you take into account factors such as siblings and genetics, there is no association. That's what I was saying. So again, the association that they're looking at does not prove that Tylenol usage during pregnancy causes autism.
So at what point? Well, I guess it's more of a personal question because neither one of us know 100%. At what point does when we say the word link and association does it become it causes in some percentage of pregnancies that this child ends up with autism?
Yeah, you take into account relevant factors that could change the results in terms of an association. And once taking into account relevant factors and there's still an association, that could demonstrate a higher degree of likelihood of causation.
So you do agree that eventually it would translate into it does cause autism.
Yeah, after taking into account various factors that could impact the level of association.
So I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different authors and design and sample size, key findings, all from different years and with thousands
Okay,
of
the scientific consensus is that it's not causing, not consensus. So the studies that I'm saying are the best standard for studies. Okay, they go the next step from all the studies that you're mentioning, and they indicate no association. So that's the best information we have right now.
okay, I agree with what you're saying from your research that they're saying that has none. I'm reading here that it says there is linked.
Because they're not taking into account siblings and genetics. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people.
These often use no sibling controls or rigorous methodologies to account for co-founders like maternal illness. So these
Are you asking Grok?
Well, yeah, I mean it's cross-referenced like an insane amount. FDA.gov, WHO.int, whatever that is, Yale.
Okay, Parker versus Grok. And Grok agrees, I guess, apparently.
So you don't have a setup to where you can search or look up anything right now?
I just don't ask AI to answer all the questions. I know what the World Health Organization is.
That's why I said I appreciate how prepared you are, but remember, you're asking people, normal individuals, no higher status, no media training, no prepared.
Let me let you know something crazy. I'm a random dude that just debates a lot. That's it. That's it. I'm just a random dude that debates a lot. I fucking grew up in Iowa. I'm no different than anyone else. I'm not like great or gifted to some amazing extent. I'm literally just a guy that debates a lot, okay? And I have an economics degree, so it's relevant to a lot of the stuff that I talk about. That's it.
Right.
With the same level of research, everyone else could engage with this and could actually critically think about this.
But they don't.
A lot of the work that I'm doing is reducing the level of biases that people have when hearing different types of information, right? Because a lot of people, when they hear political information, they don't know which side to take into account because they hear arguments for each side and they don't do the further research necessary to verify whether or not the claims that one side said is actually true or not. And what I'm trying to give people access to is that type of information, right? And I'm trying to show people that. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm doing the research that everyone else can do, right? There are plenty of other people in the chat that, you know, do the research and probably know more than me on a lot of different things.
Right. Well, I'll say this then. I'll have to disagree, and I'm sure you're gonna think it's goofy, but if you are teaching people by getting them on your live and debating them, and you're feeding them a ton of information all at once, do you think they're going to remember it?
Not everything.
Right. So,
right, but you remember parts of the things.
Me taking the time.
You can always look back on it. You remember parts of things. You can look back on it. There's no 100% you're going to remember every single thing. Now, some people in the live might remember most things, right? But no, I'm not assuming that everyone who comes up on my live stream is going to remember every single thing. A lot of repetition is extremely important. That's why when I do what I do over and over again, it gets me to be able to learn it a lot better because it's repetition, it's relevant to my life, and it's a lot easier for me to learn because of that. And that's also why I do debates, is because when it entertains people, it keeps people involved, right? It makes it more likely, because of said repetition, that people are going to learn that information. That's what it feels like. You've learned a lot more from these types of lives than you probably learned from a lot of different other things in your life, because involving entertainment and things you genuinely are engaged with, and these conversations that have repetition in it, gets you to learn a lot, right? You hear it a lot. You don't remember every single little thing, but you hear it a lot, and you generally get the arguments and the ideas.
I 100% agree. Repetition, repetition, repetition. Eventually, you build a behavioral factor into it, to where you are starting to exemplify those things and continue to do them and continue to learn and continue to teach others. Like I said,
and
I'm
normalizes
not
critical thought.
okay, right. But what I'm saying is, like, what is wrong with me doing exactly what you just said? Because I agreed with everything you said. Learning and researching and remembering the things and doing them over and over again. What's wrong with me using a site source or a program to be able to research while you're doing it at the same time, and us go back and forth trying to figure out what's a medium ground to agree on?
Because we were comparing Google Scholar to Grok. And I'm saying that Google
No,
Scholar is
I was
probably
not-
better to get more specific information. If you don't have much time and you can't interpret any of these things, right? Then talk to doctors, talk to people who know stuff about this. Grok can create random sources that don't exist sometimes. So sometimes it'll give you good information, but it can also create and manufacture false sources and information.
So you're telling me an AI that has coding beyond what either one of us knows in any kind of education, you're saying accidentally pulls up a site source, references it completely accurately, is wrong?
Incorrectly. It can incorrectly interpret things. It can incorrectly show you sources that don't exist. That's
So
how
I
AI
can click
operates
on, I
still.
can click on
AI
these
is not
links.
perfect yet.
It's getting pretty good, but I mean, what is Google Scholar over Grok already? Why is it better?
Because you get peer-reviewed studies.
So this is taking peer-reviewed studies from all sources, also Google Scholar as well. Because I guarantee, if I search right now, pull me some research and citations from Google Scholar, they would 100. This would 100%.
Yeah, and you can try to verify them, but you just again, the issue that I'm telling you is that you just believe it to be true when it says it, and it's not always
I
true.
did not. I nope. I see. You say I believe it. I did not say I believe 100% everything I just read. I'm saying it is giving different things from what you said. It is saying
Sure.
that it
Honestly,
is.
if you want to use it, I don't give a fuck, to be honest.
I
At
mean,
this point.
great. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not
didn't
gonna
want- I
fight
didn't
you on
want-
this. We can talk about the relevant topics.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I didn't want to compare Grok with Google Scholar. I was just saying that I was looking at research at the same time you were, and giving out numbers just to see if they matched up. And I mean, some of these do not.
Okay.
But I mean, But going back to supporting Trump, why would him saying anything about Tylenol make him not fit to be a leader? Because we need a leadership style. We need a certain leadership style to get America out of what it is. And honestly, if you want to be completely honest, if you really want to debate something, it would be our national debt. Great climate control, defunding, ICE.
Okay. Hold on.
immigrants.
Let me go through this. So, why is being anti-science matter? Because it harms people, and people will have negative outcomes in terms of their health because the president said something stupid. Genuinely. And this is the first time he talked about using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Okay, when he denies science like this, I know you think it's funny, but people believe that. There are millions of people in this country that believe the shit he says.
Okay.
Without researching it.
Let me stop you right now before you go any further, because I have a philosophy here. If you're telling me that if someone says something and people believe it, is it that person's fault for saying it or the people believing it?
If they say something that's misinformation with absolutely no evidence and people believe it because they said it, that is because of the influence they had, absolutely, and it is their fault. Partially, at least. It's both of the people's faults. It's also the fault of the MAGA idiot that didn't question the view, right? That's also why I'm saying that, again, we need to have a process for people to critically think. so that even if someone like Trump says that shit, we can just realize it's wrong.
I was about to say, because you can't say that it's not the other person's fault because they have, like you said, the exact same research. No higher status. You're just a normal guy from Iowa. You have all the same kind of sources we have, and we can research. Cannot be brainless. Need to be open minded. If you're saying that people just believe whatever other people say, I mean, you're kind of putting that person down by saying they're not intelligent enough to go and do their own research.
True. A lot of idiots are not intelligent enough to go do their own research, and they just believe Trump blindly. Absolutely. They're stupid, and they need to critically think.
Okay, so do you think the word would be ignorant, not idiot?
Both.
Okay,
They're both ignorant and idiotic. Okay? It is an idiotic thought process to literally not question what Donald Trump says and to just believe it. Definitely. Okay? And it's also ignorant to do that. I can only go so far. Like, genuinely, like, at some point I have to call it idiotic. Okay? These are anti-science claims. These have no scientific basis in evidence. If you believe that the windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before because Trump said it, yes, you're an idiot. Okay? I literally can't, like, be nice in that scenario to you. Like, 'cause it's just true. The reality hurts. Facts don't care about your feelings in that scenario, right? Right? And your feelings shouldn't preside over the facts. That person clearly, right, needs to use evidence and reason to believe things to be true. They shouldn't just believe things without any evidence. That's bad. It's really, really bad that we do that as a society.
So actually, no, I'll go back to the whole windmill thing because I guess you're trying to make that a point to talk about. So he makes a claim about windmills killing whales. Is there any research that's come out on that? Because I haven't. I don't even think I even heard of that. That's crazy.
No evidence that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. You can ask Grok about that one. Ask Grok.
No, I was just wondering. So
Literally ask Grok. Is there any evidence that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
No, that's just a funny concept. I already searched it. It says scientific consensus. No link to turbine.
It's funny because Trump has the same type of brain cells as the people who believe that the Earth is flat. Okay, the same level of evidence, the same level of critical analysis as people who believe the Earth is flat. Genuinely, because there's no evidence, there's no basis in reason, and he just believes it based upon his own feelings. Hell,
Yeah,
I've
it
talked
says
to flat earthers that could give us more of a convincing argument than Donald Trump about that. I'm serious. I have genuinely talked to flat earthers that can provide a way more convincing argument than anything Trump could bring up with any of those points.
Yeah. No, I'm reading it now. This is actually hilarious. I've never heard of Donald Trump saying that windmills kill. Just quote: Trump says windmills kills birds and whales.
Oh, do you want to hear Trump claim it? I can play it.
That's hilarious. Yeah, go for it. That's quite hilarious, actually. Like I said, no one's perfect. But I do believe he was the lesser of two evils.
How, dude? Come on, this is ridiculous. He's the lesser of two evils.
Preventing whale
Hold up,
strikes.
listen.
But you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
How is that better than Kamala Harris?
Do you mean pull some videos of some of the crazy shit she said?
Go ahead. You cannot find a single clip that is comparable to any of these clips I'm going to play for you about Donald Trump while you look that up.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning, because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me.
Man, you have these things ready, my guy.
So I think one area of mutual agreement and priority is vegetation management. But I think we want to work with you to really recognize the changing climate and what it means to our forests and actually work together with that science. That science is going to be key, because if we ignore that science and sort of put our head in the sand and think it's all about vegetation management, we're not going to succeed together protecting Californians.
Okay. It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
I wish science agreed with you.
Hey, well, I don't think science knows, actually.
I'm just gonna make a compilation of this at some point. Like, these are all just so ridiculous. These are all so insane. Here's another one. This one's really, really funny. He said that what's it called? That if he were the vote counter in California, or Jesus were the vote counter in California, that he would have won.
I had a crowd so big, I said, there's no way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss, that you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee, if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California, okay? In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter, I do great with the Hispanics, great.
You know what? I'm also going to tell people, if you're on TikTok, at me in videos of Donald Trump saying stupid shit, and at me and then say Trump dumb, and I might add it to my compilation, because I'm going to make a compilation of just the dumbest shit that Trump said. And every single time I'm just going to play it.
Here's one from, how do you say her name? Kamala?
Kamala.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it's simply just saying that it is the case that something doesn't just come out of random, right? It is the case that there's context for why everyone is in the position that they are, and they don't specifically choose that context. It happens to them, right? So everyone exists within a context, the family, the environment around them, the world that they grew up in, and that affects how they engage with their life. Okay? You didn't just like come into existence with, no cultural upbringing, with no education, right? With no society, right? You grew up in the context of society, and that's how you grew as a person. That's what you learned from. So just because you don't understand what she's saying does not mean that she's engaging, right, in, a statement that makes no sense, right? That clearly makes a lot of sense.
So you interpreted that differently than like a majority of people.
Okay, just because other people interpreted it differently doesn't mean that like what she said made no sense. What she said made no sense. It's just some people didn't understand what she said.
Could that not also go for what Donald Trump has said? Sometimes you don't understand what they're trying to say.
I mean,
obviously,
was that comparable to anything that I just showed you about Donald Trump?
I mean, obviously not to the kill whales and birds, but we've also talked about climate control and how some of these things are affecting the climate control. But I mean, come on now. Windmills. You think he was really for real serious? Like, honest to God, he was actually that serious about that?
Smart people don't like me.
Yes.
Oh. I guess that's a belief.
Okay. So do you understand my point, though? He is absolutely not acquainted with reality.
I mean, you could also say the thing that, how do you say her name?
Kamala.
I don't know how to say it. Kamala, there it is, thank you. I mean, she kind of flip-flops some things from, like anti-fracking to permitting.
Wait, repeat that, sorry?
She's also has some interesting political stances and said things that didn't really make any sense, like when she flip-flopped her shift from anti-fracking to pro-permitting.
No, she's just willing to compromise. So she said that she was specifically against fracking, but she's willing to compromise on it in order to be able to get like large scale renewable energy policy. Like in the Inflation Reduction Act, there were fracking leases within it. So that's just her engaging in compromise. That's what you do in Congress. You engage in compromise. She doesn't agree with fracking, but she's willing to compromise on that in order to be able to get renewable energy policy that they would have otherwise not got.
Medicare for all, phasing out private insurance, radical overhaul threatening employer-based plans viewed as socialist overreach by moderates.
That's not socialism. And also, Medicare
Especially
for all
after
would
it's
save us
backtracked.
Medicare for all would save us $450 billion a year. It cuts the middleman out between you and your doctor. That's for profit. So it's actually a better system that would lead to better health outcomes and not as much that we have to pay into our systems. Countries around the world have universal healthcare systems and spend almost half as much as we do per individual and have better health outcomes.
Decriminalizing border crossing. Portrayed as open borders extremism amid migrant surges, critics tied it to record crossings. Calling
Wait,
it
repeat
naive.
what you just said. Are you just giving me grok? It's now again Parker v. Grok. So go ahead, repeat what Grok said.
Decriminalizing border crossing.
Well, I mean, that if she actually had that position, I would think that's great. Insofar as that, like, we're talking about people who have not committed violent crime or bad crime. She never had that position, though.
Wait, it's not a crime to break into the United States of America?
For example, if someone has not committed a violent crime or bad crime and they came into the country undocumented, I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
Entering somewhere illegally is a crime.
Wow, no way. She's saying, no, she didn't say anything. I'm saying it shouldn't be considered a crime if you have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime.
You are committing a crime. It's called breaking and entering just into a country level.
Wait, I get it. It is considered currently a crime. It's a misdemeanor. But, I mean, do you care about Trump's felonies?
Well, I'm asking you about what Kamala said.
Wait. Do you care about Trump's felonies?
I mean, you're answering a question with a question. Do I care about?
He doesn't give a shit. But undocumented immigrants who commit a misdemeanor, oh my God, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you break our laws?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's what Trump supporters do. They say there's such a big issue with people coming to the country undocumented, which is a misdemeanor, but there's no issue with Donald Trump's felonies.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you support one crime, you should support the other, just like you're doing. You're supporting someone crossing the border illegally, then you should support a president that has a felony.
We're currently on an app right now. This app is banned under the law, okay? And it's not being enforced by the Trump administration. Are you okay with that?
I mean, what's wrong with it? Wait, whoa. Say that again.
This app is currently banned. Okay? It's just not being enforced by the Trump administration.
Is it illegal to have this app?
It is illegal for this app to be operating in the United States currently, yes.
But is it illegal for us as the American people to be using it?
It is illegal for the app to be operating. So if you don't want to use an illegal app, then you shouldn't be using the app. And so technically, I do think it might be illegal from our perspective, but I don't know if there's any enforcement on behalf of the law. There is enforcement for people who are letting the app operate, though. Like, they would get fined massively.
I was about to say there is none, but I mean, I get what you're saying. You're okay with one crime, but you're not okay with another.
Yeah, you're okay with being on an illegal app that's not being enforced to be illegal.
Bro, that's your defense is being on an illegal TikTok app.
That's another example of a law that you don't enforce, and you think it's totally okay to not enforce in that context.
It's wild.
No, do you understand what I'm saying? All you hear is the two examples, and you don't hear what I'm comparing about the examples.
You're not understanding that I'm comparing one crime to another, and you're accepting one but not the other.
Yeah, because crimes are going to be different. I'll give you the relevant distinction, right? Okay, I don't have to
support one crime, but you don't support another. That makes no sense. You support no crime. You should be someone that supports not committing a crime.
Wait, I'm sorry. Let me ask you this question: if you were in Nazi Germany, right? Would you, and you had Jewish people who were your friends in your attic, right? Would you specifically lie to the Nazi officials that have knocked on your door asking if there are Jewish people in your attic, right? Would you lie to them to save their life?
Oh, I've been put in this situation before. If there was someone starving and they needed to steal food to survive, is it
Can
a
you
crime?
answer this question?
I'm just asking you the same thing.
Would you lie to the Nazi officials? It's a crime. Would you lie?
To save a human life,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay, so you see what I mean? Just because something is currently considered a crime does not mean it should be considered a crime under our own individual perspectives. And just because you consider that law specifically to not be bad to violate doesn't mean that other laws are okay to violate. It depends, and you can give relevant distinctions between the scenarios as to why in one scenario you think it should be considered a crime and not in the other. And in the context where people have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, they absolutely should not be given any prison time, or they should not be deported, given that they specifically have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and that our legal processes would not have restricted them from coming to our country in the first place.
A lot of flip flop back and forth, kind of like Kamala. But I mean, I
So
understand.
what was the flip flop?
Well, you're saying one crime is okay, but the other is not.
Dude, I gave you a clear distinction. You did too. You said it was okay to violate the law to save the life of your Jewish friends. Okay? That doesn't mean you think the law was okay to violate in every way. Was murder okay?
Yeah, but like I said, you give a lot of what ifs, and you can't do that.
Okay. What do you mean? Of course I give what ifs. That's called a hypothetical, and that's called critical thinking skills. I'm giving you different scenarios where these particular values that you just showed were present, and particularly a thought pattern would be applicable to different scenarios and how they would come to absurd conclusions and results if that were true. If you
Well,
use that
allowing
same
someone to cross into the United States of America and then them going and killing and raping someone is probably not the greatest either.
Wait, so again, in the scenario where someone
you
has come to the
support
country
rape?
undocumented, where
support
they have not
murder?
committed. No, I don't. And you do by voting for Donald Trump.
That
Not only was
sounds
he
right.
held civilly liable of sexual abuse, but he also extrajudicially, without due process, murdered multiple boats of fishermen, specifically where there's no evidence that they were drug boats. He just murdered them, extrajudicially drone striked their boats in international waters.
Well, I'm gonna end this here. I'm gonna let these two wonderful people join in. My wife got home, but I would love to join back and talk more and build my research up and debate some more.
Okay.
Have a good night, Parker.
You too. Jessica, how old are you?
I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course I do. I'm a far right MAGA.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I want to talk about the border and how the border is upholding the rule of law. You liberals love pointing out how can Trump be in charge when he's a convicted felon, yet your discrepancy when adhering to the rule of law is mitigated when it comes to illegal immigrants. Why is that?
I don't think that this is a bad law to violate, specifically if you have come to the country undocumented and you have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because our legal process right now takes multiple years on average to get to our country. So I think it's completely justified, specifically for someone in that context, to come to the country undocumented. Now, I would say that they shouldn't have to come to the country undocumented, that there should be legal processes that go significantly quicker, right, where they specifically wouldn't have to go through the process undocumented.
How are these people obtaining a social security number, meaning these people cannot be paying taxes in our country
Hold up.
and
They have an
contributing?
I-10. They can have an I-10 without having a social security number.
That is actually incorrect, maybe under the Biden administration, but obtaining an I-10 under the Trump administration will get them deported by ICE.
Okay, so again, in terms of that context, you're saying historically undocumented immigrants did pay taxes, but due to the Trump administration, now they're not paying taxes.
Dude, you better stop laughing.
Okay, they're totally
Don't tell me
trolling.
what to do.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Dean, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I just got pretty bored, but I thought I'd just join up until the girlfriend gets home here
Sci-fi,
shortly.
thank you,
Do
Galaxy,
some
thank you.
debates, hang out for a little bit.
My girlfriend's gone too. That's also why I hopped on late. So I'm like, dude,
Dude.
we're both just bored without our girlfriends.
I'm not trolling.
Oh, this is the
I'm
same
sure you're
person.
back
Yeah,
up.
you are.
I know, it's like what do you even do when your girlfriend's gone, you know?
And then nothing, bro. Like you just, I honestly just like, I don't know what to do. Yo, it's a Paldi.
Exactly.
Okay, let's go to the next person. How were your debates though today?
They were okay. I mean, I feel like the debates maybe weren't that good, but like I was in a really good mood. Energetic. I don't know why, you know, just one of those days.
That's good. That's good. Greg, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Emma, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Emma in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Emma. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Emma. As well as Dina, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Dina. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2000.
What month?
October.
Okay. What day?
The 4th.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, as a current supporter of Trump, I would vote for neither one of them.
As a current supporter of Trump, I wouldn't vote for either or. What? Hello?
You know what I feel like we got to talk about more in these lives, Parker?
Oh, what's up?
Is Antifa and how the administration is just using Antifa as like a total like weapon of propaganda to justify like deploying the National Guard and whatnot. You know, honestly, like I'm probably gonna start talking about that more because you know, like the whole government is just like treating Antifa like it's like a literal organization when there's just like no base for that claim whatsoever. Right? It's like every day, dude.
Yeah, one thing I like bringing up, and I know you probably don't like this, is that I ask people if they're Antifa. They typically say yes, right? And it is the case that then, right, under the Trump administration, are they a designated terrorist under the law?
Nah, bro, you got to start running that all the time now. Yeah, man. I responded to Homeland Security and I said that I'm Antifa yesterday on Twitter, and I had like 1 billion people DM me and tell me that I'm a literal terrorist, dude. They're all like tagging the FBI and whatnot, saying, dude, arrest him. And I ended up deleting the tweet because I kind of got scared. Like, what if they invoked the Patriot Act on my ass? And all of
I'm
a sudden,
sorry, that would be fucking hilarious, though. I'm like, I would totally, that would be hilarious. I'm sorry. Like, if that happens to me, I'll totally post a tweet. If that happens to me, you know, at least you bring some notice to it. Holy shit, that's crazy. Imagine a young liberal gets literally fucking arrested for calling himself Antifa. And like, can you imagine me like in front of Congress being like, yes, dude, I'm anti-fascist. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. What month?
May.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Well, because he's the best president in America. But I just have one question up here for you, Parker, okay? My one question
He's
is
currently the only
how do you-
president right now. But okay. What's up?
Yeah, but he's the best president.
No, he's not.
Dude, outrageous.
No, okay, so my one question here is how do you feel about the statistics that men who vote for Kamala Harris have lower testosterone levels? How do you feel about that?
What's your source? And did you know that
Yeah,
I have
what's your
higher
source, buddy?
testosterone levels than Donald Trump? How do you
My
feel about
source
that?
is real life. My source is looking
Hey,
up
hey, Andrew, I actually have a question.
liberal
What are
man.
your Hey, Andrew, what are your testosterone levels?
Well, I already know they're really high, so I don't need to get them checked out, you know.
So, no, what are they? Have you had a guess?
Very high, I would
Like-
say, because,
Like, more specifically, like, if you had a guess, like, specifically, what do you think they are?
like 600 or 700.
600, 700, like what?
667 or 700
What are they measured in? Like 600, like what?
out of 667.
600 out of 660. I think that maybe you need to get your education levels up, man, because testosterone levels are measured in nanograms per deciliter, and it doesn't really seem like you're too familiar with any of that.
Yeah, but mine are really high, so like they're out of that. Like they're in megaliters.
Wait,
you know?
600, 700 is not like super high. Isn't that within
Wait,
average
Dean.
levels?
Wait, Dean. How would you know that? Do you take steroids, Dean?
Well, I mean, I'm definitely pretty familiar with testosterone levels.
Oh, you're
and
familiar with
that.
steroids, Dean?
I mean, I'm fairly educated on steroids. I'd say.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not because I take them, but because I value like nutritional wellness and giving advice to others that do.
Sounds like someone who takes steroids.
Well, I mean, well, like I think when I was like 17 years old,
He's just
I
mad
really
that he has
wanted
lower
to.
T. That's what it is. You're just mad that you have
Right.
lower T.
Well, I mean,
I actually
if
voted
you
for
want,
Donald
like,
Trump, so I'm
if you
high.
want the
You
the
voted for
story,
Kamala Harris. So you're low.
Andrew, if you want the quick story, when I was like 17, I think I really wanted to take steroids, so like big muscles. But then I like did all my research to see if like they were healthy or not. And like throughout that research, I determined that they're like incredibly bad for you. So I didn't end up doing any.
Hey, Andrew, how do you feel that my
Really?
testosterone levels are higher than Trump's?
Really, what are they, Parker?
I'm just saying, like at my age, the average level of testosterone is higher
No,
than
but what are,
the
but what are
average age
yours?
then.
But what are yours? I don't know what the
1,000, bro.
average I want.
They're 1,000.
Really? You want to pull up your test results?
No, I'm good. Do you want to pull up your test results?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait, you
Show us.
just have to trust him, bro. His test results definitely are like 1,000
Well,
nanograms per deciliter, man.
I
It's like-
really
like
wish I could. I
600
can't send images. in
600 is
chat,
like
so-
fairly 600 nanograms per deciliter is like fairly average. So
No,
like,
not
pretty, like,
600.
average
667. Dean, get it right, please.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, you should.
Okay. Do you wanna like address the points we made just there? Doesn't that indicate that like
Okay,
I'm,
so
I'm like
I think-
I'm like quote unquote more of a man under your worldview than Donald Trump because you see as like being a man as having testosterone levels?
I'm more of a man. You're not.
Okay. So what makes you think that? Wait. What makes you more of a man than me?
Because I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. So are you saying that being a man isn't biological?
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying specifically voting for Donald Trump makes you a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're agreeing no women voted for Donald Trump, right?
Well, they have higher testosterone levels.
Yeah, no women voted for Trump under your view. Also, Andrew, I see that you got a Bible verse in your bio. What the fuck happened to love thy neighbor, bro?
I am loving my neighbor. I'm just saying my neighbor might have lower testosterone levels.
You need to lock in, bro. You need to lock in. You need to start loving thy neighbor.
No,
Wait,
I'm just
I have a
saying
question.
my
I have a
neighbor.
question. Would me having lower testosterone levels be a worse thing?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, if it's not a worse
never
thing,
said
then
it
why'd
was
you bring
worse.
it up?
I
So,
just said,
tell me why you support Donald Trump then.
You know what? Actually, just real quick, Andrew, could I get a quick bicep circumference check from you?
oh, I can't even fit it in my camera. Like my camera's too small to like capture all of it.
All the well, like if you had to like guess what your bicep circumference in inches is, like what would you assume?
Probably around like 6 to 7 feet.
Dude, he keeps just saying that, bro. You're so weird, bro. It's 6 to 7 feet.
Why am I
is
weird? Why am I
Crazy.
not allowed to say that?
6
Why am
to
I not allowed
7
to say
feet is
that?
crazy. What are you, SpongeBob?
Andrew, it kind of sounds like you're overcompensating here, my friend.
Yeah, like
No,
what are
I'm
you,
not.
SpongeBob, putting on like the inflatable muscles?
What are you?
Wait, Parker, I have another question here. So why do you say that Tylenol can't cause autism? Why do you think that?
Because there's a Swedish study with 2.5 million people that indicates no association between Tylenol usage during pregnancy and autism after taking into account genetics and siblings.
And
What,
what
nice
university
pivot,
was that
though.
conducted
Nice
at?
pivot. You gonna deny science again, buddy?
What university was that conducted at?
I can pull it up.
No, go right ahead.
Hey, Andrew,
What's
what
your
year are you
point?
born in?
2006, May 9th,
And how old are you?
19.
I don't know. You just seem like you're maybe like I don't know.
Are you trying to silence your critics, Dean?
I think that you're just acting like you're 14.
I think you're just playing the victim here.
How am I victimizing myself?
Because you're saying how I'm just ruining your whole argument here because I'm 14. You're trying to find an excuse
Dude,
to silence me.
I think he's just rage baiting.
I think he's just like giving
he's
me
trying to find
14.
anything he can possibly try to say. To
No,
rage bait.
Parker. No, Parker. I wanna see the doctor here. Pull up the university. I want to hear it, Parker.
Yeah. So I got you.
He's
Give me one
waiting
second.
for Kamala to email back the propaganda.
Kamala, you think Kamala's sending me it right now?
Well, she sends you her
Yeah,
paycheck.
Kamala just sent it right now.
So. Okay.
Wait, did you
It's-
say that
it's getting
Kamala
in.
Harris sends in paychecks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris just sent me a paycheck right now.
Hmm.
Coral, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Kamala changed
Carolina,
her name
thank
to
you for the
Coral.
$10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wait, so
Coral
you think-
again with the $20. Thank you so much. Thank you for the money directly from Kamala Harris. I really appreciate it. Cinda with the
Andrew.
$50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Cinda. Can we get some W's for Cinda in the comment
Kamala's
section
using
right now
aliases
for the
to hide
money
from the
from Kamala
Trump
Harris? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Melissa, thank you for the $1. Thank you.
So do you think that Kamala Harris just pays Parker or also pays me?
Both.
So we're
Oh,
both
both of
paid like
us.
specifically by Kamala Harris,
Yeah.
but like no one else, just
No,
Kamala.
no, just Kamala Harris. Oh, and Tim Walz. And you can throw him in. Yeah.
And,
No,
and
can you
Tim.
actually? Can you be serious for a second,
I'm being serious.
darling? Think of the $2. Do you?
I'll,
What do you
I'll be
actually?
serious when you pull up that article.
Okay, well, it's acetaminophen used during pregnancy and children's risk of autism, ADHD, and intellectual disability. That's the title.
That's the university? Because
No, that's the title of the
quite,
study.
quite a weird. No, but I didn't ask for the title. I asked for the university.
It
Not all-
wasn't
not
conducted
all
by a
studies are
university.
conducted.
So who's the main doctor on it?
I just told you.
He told you the author.
You told me the title, not the doctor.
He told you the title
Okay,
and the
I'll-
authors.
Okay, I'll tell you. The authors are. I don't know how to pronounce their names because they're Swedish.
Oh, he doesn't know how to pronounce their name, guys.
Yeah, because they're Swedish names. What the fuck?
Okay, okay.
Okay, Jennifer,
Well,
thank you so much
I
for the
guess-
$10. Thank you so much for the official office
you.
from
You're not
Kamala
thinking.
Harris. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. John with the $5 from Kamala Harris. Lahana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5
Mr.
from the
President, I'm
DNC.
speaking.
Thank you
I'm
so much. I
speaking.
really
I'm
appreciate it. Thank you.
speaking. I'm speaking.
Thank you so much. Sonny, thank you for the
I'm
$5.
speaking.
Thank you so much. I really
Mr.
appreciate it from
President, I'm
Kamala
speaking.
Harris. Thank you very
I'm
much.
speaking.
Scotty, thank you for the $10 from Kamala Harris herself. Thank you so much. Can you thank
Are you
Kamala
done
Harris
now?
for all the money, Andrew? Thank you for the racing helmet, Kamala. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kamala.
Yeah. Wow, Kamala
I should just
really
start thanking Kamala.
all over your live stream. Yeah.
Thank
yeah,
you so
should.
much, Kamala. I really appreciate all the money. Thank you.
Yo,
Mhm.
Kamala,
Okay, so
thank
can
you
I
so
can I
much.
speak now?
Kamala, thank you so much. No, shut up, Andrew. Kamala, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Yo, can we get 50 W Kamala?
You know what, Callie? Thank you for the points.
Coral,
here.
I
Thank you
mean
for the
Kamala
points.
Harris, thank you so
Callie's
much for
an
the $10
affiliate
on
of
YouTube
the
Super
MAGA
Chat.
movement.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rita, thank you for the
You know what I'm gonna
$30
do?
from
You know what I'm
Kamala
gonna do
Harris.
tomorrow?
Thank you so much, Rita, for the $30 from Kamala Harris. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy with the $20 for I'm Kamala, but plot twist, I'm also George Soros. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. Melody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. From Kamala Harris. I really appreciate all the money from Kamala Harris. Thank you very much. Again, can you, Andrew, can you thank Kamala Harris?
Thank you, Kamala Harris.
Say it again.
If you didn't give Parker his money, I wouldn't have anyone to debate.
Kamala
with him.
Harris,
Keep his
Kamala
Wi-Fi
Harris,
bill.
if you can hear me, Kamala Harris, we need help. Kamala Harris, please. You're the only one that can save us. Kamala Harris, please. Kamala
I'm just
Harris.
Worshiping
Kamala
the
Harris, oh
queen.
my gosh, please help us.
Might as
Kamala
well get
Harris.
on your knees, Parker.
Kamala Harris, please.
Mhm.
Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Megan.
Okay, can we
with the
actually, like,
$5.
talk
Thank
about
you so
Kamala
much. I
now?
really appreciate it, Megan. Thank you. Thank you from Kamala Harris. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so we.
Ryan with the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you from Kamala Harris. Thank you. The Blinker checkpoint sponsored by Kamala Harris.
Are you rage baiting right now? Are you rage baiting?
Actually, yes, I am. I am totally. How does it feel?
Okay,
are you
so,
rage baited right now? Are you currently raging?
I just wanna
Donna,
prove
thank
a
you for the
quick
$5 from Kamala Harris. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John Paul, thank you for the train from Kamala Harris. Thank you.
You're fluffing my feathers. Please stop.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Go
please
ahead.
stop.
Give me an argument, buddy.
Okay, so when doctors say that cigarettes are not good for you, they're not saying you have a guaranteed 100% chance of getting cancer. They're saying that your
Georgia, thank you
risk
for the $5 on Venmo.
of cancer is higher when you smoke cigarettes. So therefore, when you take Tylenol while you're pregnant, the risk of autism for your offspring is greater.
There's
not
no association after taking into
Oh my
account
gosh,
genetics and
God.
family and siblings.
Right. If you actually listen to
Really?
the damn thing that Parker said, Andrew, then you would have very clearly heard him give you a study done on 2 million individuals in Sweden. And when accounting for both genetics and siblings, we see that there is no association between use of Tylenol during pregnancy and autism in children, meaning that according to this study done on over 2 million people, right, when you are a pregnant woman and you take Tylenol, it does not increase the risk at all of your child having autism.
Dean, did your mom take Tylenol?
Tyler, I pushed the racing.
probably.
Did you just try to stigmatize him and try to say that he was like
I did.
autistic? Is that what you were trying
I
to say?
did. Yeah, I did.
That's fucking
I
gross.
did.
That's fucking gross
Well,
for you to do. Right? The fact that you would use that as an insult is fucking crazy. Actually nuts.
Wait, are you crying me a river right now, Parker?
I'm sorry. Yes, I think it's wrong for you to specifically say that calling people autistic is specifically an insult. Right? That's crazy. That's definitely
say it's
fucking
an
ableist.
insult. I just
You
said
just
I
used
just
it
said
as an.
no,
You just
no, I
used
didn't.
it as
I
an
never said it was
insult.
an insult. You're saying it's an insult.
No, you just used it as an insult.
How did I use it as an insult? I just said he
Oh,
was.
don't even do that. Don't even do that. You just
Or
realize that you do that.
Andrew.
Don't do that.
Andrew,
Dean, do you see how Parker is literally playing victim for you? You're not even playing the victim here.
What?
Parker's playing it for you.
No,
Your
no.
boyfriend.
I'm calling out your behavior, saying that it was ableist.
Are you defending your
bro.
boyfriend, Parker?
Hey, acknowledge it right now. Or I'm gonna kick you. I'm serious.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to turn on my camera so you can see me when I'm useful?
Genuinely acknowledge it. Don't just do this for the fucking fuck of it.
What do you want me to say?
It's not what I want you to say. I want you to take accountability and say that it was messed up and you're not going to do it.
I'm not going to do it.
well, I mean, oh, he's gone. So, I mean, yeah, that was nuts. You know, I actually am at an increased risk of autism, not because my mom took Tylenol when she was pregnant with me, but because of genetic components. My father has autism. Fun fact. Quick lore drop.
Quick lore drop. Kamala, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Literally, someone changed their name to Kamala. Mark, thank you for the $3. Tyler with the $2. Thank you so much. Megan with the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, they're gone.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kamala, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the paycheck. Like, actually, from somebody that renamed their Venmo account.
That's literally, that's the same person who sent me $5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I tend to lead towards the right a little bit.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I actually didn't vote for anyone last election.
Okay.
Because I wasn't old.
Yo, oh my God, Emma, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Holy shit. Dude, let's get 500 big Emma W's down below in that Parker live chat.
W's. If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just wanted to point out that democracy.
I appreciate you very much. I am just looking for some debates. I'm sorry.
As well as
Joey,
Emma, I
thank you for
just
five.
read your message. Emma. I had to swipe out of the app to read it, but I just want to say thank you. And that I did read your message. Thank you. As well as Tyler. Thank you for the 5.
Whelan, how old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, let's hit 3,000 likes, everybody. I think we can do it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And also make sure to support Dean while he's up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm from last night, 21.
Did I already talk to you?
There was
No,
family
you
in the
didn't.
chat that
I
you
was
think.
like the very, very last. You skipped me because you said, "Oh, I got to go to bed" or something.
Oh, you were the guy that was like laughing at the other guy that was on the stream.
Yeah,
that I was about to own.
There you go. Now you remember.
Okay, well, I can own you now. Got you. Don't worry. So could you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you like?
I actually don't want to go economics. I thought it was more decided up to me on what we get to debate on. I have a lot of controversial. I have a lot of controversial things that you
So
don't like. I think we should focus on that.
Let's talk about economics, and then we're going to ask you if you're Antifa.
Okay, so I mean, the economics, like the reason I don't like debating on that is because it really can go anyway. It's like one person says this, oh well, if I just don't like debating. Let's debate on things that Like you're gonna
You
find
like to debate
extremely.
on? So do you want to
Yeah,
tell me
exactly.
Are you Antifa?
I don't even know what that means.
Are you anti-fascist?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh no, I'm a terrorist. I guess.
Oh, okay, you heard earlier. So are you? Yeah, would Donald Trump consider you a terrorist?
I mean, I guess so, but I do think Donald Trump's an idiot. I mean, I voted for him, and I would vote for him if I had to go back. But I do think he's an idiot.
Okay, so then why do you support the idiot?
Abortion laws, more consistent with Christianity, and then I know you're gonna say, "Oh, but Kamala said is gonna support more of the poor or whatever." I mean, yeah, that's true, but I think protecting the unborn life is more important than that.
What? That's crazy. Because since Roe versus Wade has been overturned, there's been an increase in abortions on a yearly basis, and there's also been an increase in maternal mortality. And in terms of abortion policy, I mean, I don't really see why you would support that, even as a Christian, right? I don't think that it's entailed that you have to support that. I think that that's a personal view on your behalf because you don't think that every sin should be illegal. So inevitably, it's going to reduce down to the fact that it's you personally are against it. And are you driving?
No, I'm on my way to the club. It's a buddy driving. I'm just in
Okay,
the passenger.
for sure.
Yeah.
Can you have your friend that's driving say hi real quick?
He's mute.
Dude, get him out of here. It's he's driving.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. By the way, he's Christian and he just lied. Like he literally just sinned. Like I don't understand how someone can be like, I'm Christian, and then literally right after that sin intentionally on the live stream.
Dude, you should see what I posted on my Instagram story. Somebody sent me a DM saying that they're Christian and that they want to pray for me to Jesus. And then the very next message, like 3 days later, was calling me a moron. I'm like, dude. But anyways, Parker, my girlfriend got home, so I'm going to head out. Have a
great
good rest
night.
of your stream, bro. Yeah,
Have a
take
great
care.
night.
Take care, everyone. Bye, guys. Whee!
Peace out. Peace out. Do you support Donald Trump? Okay. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you like my content, everyone, I do these debates every single day. Make sure to subscribe to me if you haven't already on YouTube. And follow me on TikTok if you have not already, everybody. Alrighty. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
A little bit.
If you could
I
go
would
back in
say
time
yes,
and you
but
could either
also
vote for
no.
Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
If I had to go back in time,
Yeah.
is this before Donald Trump was a bad person? Does that make
What?
sense?
What?
Like
I'm
Donald
saying
Trump
with the
being-
knowledge that you have right now, you go back in time, would you either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Probably Harris.
Okay, based. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. How long has Parker been on? For about 2.5 hours. Meaning we have at least like 2 hours, I would say, left on the stream. Hour and a half at the least, but I think I'm going to go longer than that. I think I might try to do 5 hours tonight. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
May.
Okay, wouldn't you be 19?
Yeah.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Debbie,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
what are you doing? Hi.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, it's 63.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think I would vote for Kamala Harris because of you.
Yeah,
Because of all-
that's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. That's great. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? We love that. We love that. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We love that. We love that. Let's get some W's in the comment section right there.
Hey, Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
1995.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, I couldn't vote back then because I wasn't a citizen back then. But if I could, I would vote for Trump. Yeah.
Okay. Why would you vote for Trump?
Because he's been advocating for a secure border, and I am a legal immigrant. I came here illegally, and I just think that's the right thing to do.
Well, I think the current legal process takes too long right now. So for anyone who's come to the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe should be given a pathway to citizenship. Right? I think the legal process should go significantly quicker for those that are trying to come to the country through the legal process, and also for those that came to the country undocumented, if they specifically would have not been restricted in coming to our country, right? If it is the case that they went through the context of the legal immigration laws, but I don't think that they specifically had an obligation to do so because our current process takes years on average for people to get through.
Yeah. Do you know the reason why it takes years for people to go through?
There are artificial barriers in place that specifically limit people from being able to come in as quickly, and we haven't invested enough in immigration judges to make the system go significantly quicker as it should.
No, that's part of the reason, but one of the biggest factor is that there's just so many people coming into the United States. I went through the process, and it was long. I didn't really like it, but it made sense to me, Parker. And they are really doing everything that they can. My interview was 7:45 a.m. in the morning at the embassy, and I don't know how early you would have them to have people to go there, and the latest one is 5 p.m. So you can imagine like people working there like tirelessly, and they have a lot of.
I'm not saying the people
work to
aren't
do.
working tirelessly. What I'm saying is that we don't have enough people specifically doing those jobs, right, to be able to actually fulfill the level of people that are trying to come into our country.
I know there are barriers, like you cannot just like add 50 people at the embassy. You have to get the host country to agree that you can bring in more people, especially like in my country, in China, like on the official website of the US embassy, like it specifically says like we don't have enough manpower because the Chinese government limits the people that we hire. So therefore the process is slower if you were to do it in a different country. But overall, if you add all these countries going into the United States legally, there's a lot of people, and I don't care, Parker. I don't care if it takes long. It is the law. You have to follow the law. If you go through the border illegally, if you just go in there, okay, that is not okay. It's not fair for people like me. It is not fair for people who go through the channel legally, who went through health check, who went through background check. Where are those people's health check and background check, Parker? Those people who just walk into the border.
So that argument is like essentially saying that for people who didn't have access to K through 12 public education for free, right, prior, because they had to pay for it themselves, it's unfair to them for us to provide K through 12 education for free, right?
So
for
what
people
would
in
you
the
say?
future, right? So because it's
Okay.
been bad for people in the past, it should be bad for people going into the future. And I disagree with that notion. I think it's
Yeah.
unfair for our society as a whole specifically to create the conditions where we don't want to create a better legal immigration process. We don't want to create better conditions for even people who have come to the process undocumented, because it is the
Right.
case that we think it's quote unquote unfair, because it is the case that they would be getting better treatment that people have existed in the past. Right. I do
Right.
think that
So
we
Parker,
should believe in the American dream, that we can make it better for our children than it was for us. And doing that in of itself contradicts what you just said.
so what would you say to those people who are right now currently going through this legal process right now? Like if the border was back then where under Joe Biden and Harris, what would you say to those people who are undergoing legal process? Would you say, fuck it, just go to the border, just walk right in? What would you say that to them?
Push the galaxy. Thank you. I would like for the legal process to be significantly quicker.
Everybody wants that, but the reality is
Well,
you can't.
if I was, yes, you can. If I was in the government, I would ensure that there is the case that there's funding. Instead of the funding going towards militarizing ICE, the funding would go towards immigration judges, right, and making the vetting process go quicker.
It's not only about the judges though. Like I came here under because I am married to American. Like it is already the quickest way, you know, if you marry to a US citizen, and that takes on average in my country 2 to 3 years, okay, which is really unacceptable. But when I went through the process, I really couldn't see like the process being any quicker with the amount of people. Like I went through it. My interview was 7:45 a.m. at the embassy, okay? And I had to line up there at 5 a.m. There's already people working at the embassy at 5 a.m.
Okay, and from that interview, how long did it take?
For that interview, I have to take my fingerprints. I have to show them my documents, you know, like all these legal, they have to make sure it's me. And then they have to take my pictures and everything, fingerprints, pictures, and ask me questions to see if I'm lying to them or not. Like asking me
How long
questions
did
about
that
my
process
relationship.
take?
About 1 hour. Walking
So
in there.
you're saying that we could get people into the country in 1 hour. All we need is an hour to get people in the country. That's not how long it takes for people on average to get into our country. If it took an hour, people wouldn't be coming to the country undocumented. Okay? That would make no sense.
That's just one interview. They already have my information on their computer. That's just a confirmation saying that, oh, it is you. Okay, like it is you. Yes, your marriage is real. You know, you're not lying, people, and we have to take your fingerprints, and you have to hand me your health check. You know, like to embassy designated hospitals. And when people go through that, when millions of people go through this process, okay, and then on the other hand, there are people walking into the country and they're admitted, they're given the rights to work. Think about that. Where is their health check, Parker? Where is their legal background check?
Well, so you provide that. That's why I say when we do specifically for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, you give them a pathway to citizenship.
They are already
where there
committing
is
a crime,
vetting process.
walking into the country illegally. That is automatically a crime.
I understand, and
Yeah.
I don't really care, to be honest. Right?
You
I
should
don't-
care though. If
Why?
that's what
Why
you
should I
stand
care?
for.
Why should I care?
Why
Tell me.
wouldn't you care if
Why should I
someone
care?
enters your country illegally?
Why should I care? Tell me.
You're a citizen. You don't care
No.
if you don't care if someone commits a crime in your country.
If it's not a crime that harms the safety or security of the nation that I live in, why would I care as much?
Why wouldn't it hurt the safety and the security of your nation? You know what? This is something
Because
that
undocumented
is
immigrants
so
are multiple
dear to me,
times
you
less
know?
likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States
I know
comparative to
this is
natural-born
something
US citizens.
that's very personal to me. I support Trump because of the his border stand, okay? And I support you, Parker. I support you on so many other things, and I don't support Trump on so many other aspects. But this is very personal to me, and I think it affects me more because I went through it. Okay, a lot of things that are happening. Here's the thing. I have
But
a
you're
friend.
telling me I should have to care about them coming to the country undocumented if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think the process should be quicker for everyone. So I'm confused how what I'm advocating for is at all like bad under your perspective. It would have been
Of
faster
course
for
it's bad,
you if it is the
because
case that we had the system I'm advocating for.
of course it is. Your stand is because the process is long. So those people who come documented, they should be granted a special admission or permission to do whatever. That is from our perspective, that's really, really wrong.
This isn't
Have you
special
ever
permission. This isn't special permission because they're getting
have
the
you
same pathway
ever
to
been
citizenship
to
that other people are getting as well.
Parker? Have you ever been to Disneyland or Universal Studios?
Yeah.
So would you tell your friends or your kids, or can a father tell their kids, okay, there's this line for this ride, but that's 4 hours. Fuck it, go find a shortcut or a door and get on the ride. You think that's right?
So this is a example of a justified specific law or a justified rule in place. In the situation in which there's justified rules in place, it is the case that then you can have an issue with violating the law. The issue here is that in the terms of our immigration process, we do not have a justified rule in place. And that's why there's not much of an issue with violating it. Does it make sense?
There is every issue of violating it. If America is a country, rule of law, would you agree?
Yeah, and Donald Trump undermines the rule of law by calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, violating people's First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, Fourth Amendment rights, Fifth Amendment rights, and 14th Amendment rights.
Yeah, that's his fault, and he should be held accountable for that. But I'm not talking about that though. I'm talking about he's being advocating for a safety border. If you want to go into the country, you have to go into the country legally. Follow the process. Even if the law sounds stupid, even if the law to some people like, oh, it takes too long, but it's a law. You have to respect it. There is no single country. Okay, for example, if Mexico has a better quality of life, and let's say like the situation is the other way around, and if American people try to get to Mexico, and there's a lot of people and there's a lot of wait, would you say no? I'm not gonna go through that. I'm just gonna walk into Mexico. If there is a way, like I'm just gonna walk in there. Do you think that's okay?
Again, we're talking about someone else's laws. I'm not specifically clarifying a perspective on Mexico. I'm not advocating for Mexico's laws to be a certain way in that context.
It is the same thing, though.
If I did, I would say the same position as what I'm advocating for the U.S.
It really is the same, because it's just mind blowing for people who came here. Because I'm married to a U.S. citizen, it is already like fast, and it takes 1 to 2, sometimes 3 years. But if I'm a green card holder and if I want to try to get someone like, for example, my parents here, that would take 7, 8, 10 years.
Which is ridiculous.
That is, yes, which is really, really ridiculous. They should fix that. But my viewpoint is until they do, they have to follow the law. They cannot jump the line.
They have to follow the law. Now watch this. Watch how quickly you're going to fold on that. We're going to write this down. They have to follow the law. Okay? How do you feel about Donald Trump deporting people without due process? Does he have to follow the law when deporting people?
So you're saying if he doesn't follow the law, someone doesn't respect the law, so I shouldn't. So
no, that's not what that's not the argument. I'm asking you if this same standard applies to Trump. Does Donald Trump have to follow the law when deporting people?
Everybody has to.
Okay, so then do you hold Trump to that standard that he has to follow the law?
Everybody has to, not just Trump, everybody. And it's unfortunately the case that
So why do you support him given that he is advocating for that and he does do that?
Like I said, this is personal. This is very personal to me. This is like very dear. And I believe there is a huge percentage of American people who voted for him despite knowing that he is an asshole, sometimes. But the border issue is very out of control.
Yeah,
okay.
If you voted for a guy held civilly liable of sexual abuse who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, right, because it is the case that you wanted to punish undocumented immigrants, then you need to think again, because not only did the Democrats uphold policies of deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, which I disagree with, right, but it is the case that, that's not a good argument. That's not a good reason to even vote for Donald Trump, even if it were true, that they specifically held my perspective.
When I was going through the process, like I'm an immigrant, I didn't really know a lot of about American politics. Like I said, this is just very personal to me. I was talking to my friend in New York while I was waiting.
If you want to uphold the rule of law, how can we do that when you have a candidate that you voted for that incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and then called them patriots? Explain
that's
to
a
me how that's
different
the rule of law.
That I didn't say that he is a guy that follows the law. I just say this border issue is very personal to me, and if he is advocating for it, okay, if I care about that more than I care about the riots somewhere, I would vote for him.
Wow, so you care more about punishing undocumented immigrants, right? Than you and in deporting people without due process, than you care about
because you don't
care
know
about the 420,000 children cut off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month due to the context of the big beautiful
well
bill.
it's nice that you mentioned school and kids, because you don't know like what people like me were going through, while I was waiting for my interview. And I was talking to my friends in New York City, and then he said his brother had to go back to Zoom, to go to class. And I was like, COVID, it was over. Like, why did he have to go to Zoom? You know what he said? He said because the principal of the school told the kids to go back to their home because they're going to use the school as shelter for people coming into the country, for illegal immigrants. Picture that.
Parker. Talking about asylum
kids
seekers,
go back
right?
to school,
I don't know what
and
you're
the
talking
school
about.
has
There's
to
asylum
be given
seekers
into illegal.
In the states, there are only policies for asylum seekers. There's no particular policy specifically for undocumented immigrants. I would love to see what you're talking about. And also, again, you are just fear mongering about undocumented immigrants rather than addressing the real conditions that are wrong with this country that are caused by Donald Trump. You will never acknowledge any of Donald Trump's ailments to the same degree as you'll acknowledge anyone else specifically who's an undocumented immigrant. I don't know why you put that at such priority over every other aspect of our country. Our democracy, our rule of law, our constitution, our court system, that Donald Trump undermines every single one of those things.
You know what? Everybody puts the thing that affects them most directly on the priority.
How do undocumented
Everybody
immigrants...
does that, Parker.
Listen to this. How do undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime getting a pathway to citizenship harming you?
Because they were here illegally. They already committed a crime. Undocumented is
Trump
already
committed a crime.
criminal.
So is Trump harming you? He's a criminal. First thing, Viking.
That doesn't slow my process. I'm talking about my process. I'm talking about people, millions of people like me.
You're currently using an app
legally.
right now that is banned under the law and just not being enforced to be banned because of the Trump administration.
What app?
This app, TikTok. TikTok is banned by the government. Okay? The reason why we're able to use it right now is because Trump, his administration, is not enforcing the law. I'm not trolling. That's literally the reason. So they have to follow the law until it's Trump. Trump is totally fine in not following the law, right? And not enforcing the TikTok ban. And I mean, you're totally okay with using the TikTok, right?
Wait, did he sign like executive order to like delay the ban of TikTok?
Delay the enforcement. Essentially, they just don't enforce it. It's banned. They're just not enforcing it.
If they delay the enforcement, why would they have to delay to enforce it if they delay it?
What?
Like if they delay the enforcement of the ban, which means they don't have to enforce it during
listen, under the law, it literally is illegal. They're just not enforcing the law.
Okay. Well, then if that's true, I mean, he did a lot of illegal things. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of them. But you have to understand my point of view. People like me who came here, who waited, who went through all these legal
so why
process.
are you using an illegal app? If you care so much about upholding the law, why are you currently using an illegal app?
You think using TikTok is illegal right now?
TikTok is an illegal app in the United States. Yes. You're currently using an illegal app right now. Why are you doing that if you care so much about following the law?
What? I don't know if TikTok is illegal.
It is literally illegal.
Why are
I'm
you
not
using
trolling.
it? Why are you using it?
Because I don't give a fuck.
Oh, now you don't give a fuck?
Yeah, because it's not a justified rule to ban TikTok.
God.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay, so I understand I understand your point now. So because like people shouldn't care about the law, so they can just walk into the country. They can just
some laws I don't give a fuck about. Like if someone jaywalks and it is the case that it wasn't a harm to anyone's safety or security, I don't think that they should be held accountable.
Well, based on what you have stating before, I do think you don't care about a lot of things. Like I watched some of your videos. You literally were like, if the process takes that long, I would encourage people to go through the border, to cross the border. Like, that is just wild to me.
I never said encourage. I incentivize people to go through the legal process, right? But I want that legal process to be quicker.
You said something about if the process takes that long, yeah, they should cross the border. They should go. Go to the border.
I typically say that, like, I understand why people do that. That's what I say.
You understand why people do that. So you
Yes,
understand why
absolutely.
people in Disneyland who doesn't want to wait for 4 hours for a ride, you understand them want to cut in the line. You
Well,
understand that.
I understand it, but I don't think it's justified because it's a justified rule. Now, in the context of the situation where someone's come to the country undocumented where they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I don't think that they should be held accountable. There's no reason to. I think it makes the country worse off to deport them.
Shouldn't be held accountable? Why? Because they committed a crime already once they enter the country illegally.
I don't think that should have been considered a crime.
Can you go to China undocumented?
Wait, I don't think that we're going to judge what our laws should be based upon what China's laws are.
Oh, what? Let's not talk about China then. Like the rest of the world, can you go to some country, okay, 193 country without submitting your documents?
The point I was making, this is true for any country, not just China, is that I'm not going to just evaluate what our laws should be just because another country has a certain law.
You think it's okay for America to admit undocumented people into the country,
and
but
provide
you don't
them
care
a pathway
about
to citizenship
the
if
rest
they've
of the
not
world?
committed a violent crime or bad crime? Yeah.
So, what would you say to those people who are currently, waiting and doing all these
you're
legal
okay with
stuff?
violating the law right now using an illegal app. I've already told you it's an illegal app, and you still continue to stay on the live and utilize the app even though you know it's illegal.
You're dodging the problem, Parker. You're
using an illegal app. You're using an illegal app.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm using TikTok is illegal, so people should go to the country illegally.
Wait. No, you think that... No, the point I'm saying is that you think that certain laws shouldn't be enforced, and that's totally okay to not enforce certain laws. And that's the point that I'm making with specifically undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
The thing is, I didn't even know TikTok is illegal in America right now.
Now you do.
Until now.
And you can choose to get off the app right now. You can choose to literally leave the app right now and
those,
get off the live.
Parker, those people who cross the border, knowing that they're not going through the legal process, knowing that they're breaking the law. Okay, so you're comparing me using the app that I didn't even know that was illegal. And
they didn't know it was illegal to come. They didn't know it was illegal to come here undocumented.
Oh, they didn't know? Did they tell you that?
They can just claim
I'm
that.
pretty sure they know because,
they can just claim that.
I am in this group chat where, this group chat, it's actually a business, it's a business. They have like agents in different countries, in South America. They charge people like, oh, here's how we can dodge the police, and here's the route that you can take to avoid this.
Yeah, because the process takes too long to go through. There's an incentive
Oh.
specifically for people to go through the process undocumented. There's a lack of an incentive for people to go through the process documented if you provide a quicker legal pathway to citizenship.
Wow. Yeah. Until there is a quicker and a faster one, everybody follows the law. Do you agree with that?
People will follow the law because it gives them better conditions, right? If someone specifically is in the country undocumented and they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they will go through the process of being vetted if it's under my system, because it is the case that they don't want to be treated negatively. They want to have the workers' law regulations and laws that apply, right? So that they can't they can't get pay under minimum wage. They'll get over minimum wage.
I honestly don't see the process of how it can increase unless they build another 5 embassies in China, but that requires diplomatic solution. There are 4 main pillars of my application. Okay, Parker. The first one is health. The second one is documents. Your police check and police background check, and then the third one is your civil documents. And I really don't think how any of that can be getting rid of to make the process quicker, especially if
we don't have to get rid of it. We just need to make the process go quicker so that you evaluate those documents quicker from the government perspective.
I don't know how, because
you invest in resources to sort through that quicker. You hire more people to sort through that.
The main process is that every year, each year, like 2 million people, going through the process. I don't
That's
know if
fine.
it's 2
Great.
million or 1 million. And
Great.
especially my interview is like at 7:45, you know, gosh, like how can they make it quicker? Like I really don't understand how earlier do
I
you
just
want them
told you
to-
multiple. I just told you multiple ways to make it quicker.
Yeah,
Hire more
multiple.
people to vet and go through the vetting, or be the people vetting, right? And be the people who are the immigration judges, and be the people who are
So
part
do
of
you
the
think-
embassy workers, that right? Specifically, that
Yeah,
sort through
you
the
can't.
papers.
You can't do that solely based on your decision. If you want to add more people, if you want to put more people in the embassy, you have to get the permission of the host country. It has to be equal. Do you understand? It's not domestic. It's not like I want to put more janitors in a school or something. If you want to put more people in the embassy in China or any country, you have to get the permission of that host country. You cannot be like, oh, I have 500 people at the embassy in China, whereas the Chinese embassy in America only has like 100. That is not right. You know, you have to get they have to get the visa in order to work there, and there is a limit.
What's your point? How about this? Could you name something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he's like everybody can, yeah, I don't care about the border issue anymore, and I'll you know, I'll not vote for him.
Anything else?
Because this is very personal to me.
Anything else other than the border?
No, yeah, for me right now, because I went through the process, you know, legally, and I think everybody should.
So if he like sexually abused a child, you'd still vote for him?
I didn't know that.
I said if he did that, would you still vote for him?
I would probably not.
Okay. If he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you still vote for
Oh,
him?
I know what you're doing right now. You're gonna list all the things that he did illegally.
I'm not gonna list anything. I'm just asking you, if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you still vote for him?
Probably not. No.
Probably?
Yeah, no.
No? Okay. Well, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, therefore you wouldn't vote for him, right?
I mean, no. Yeah, no.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Peter.
Well, you just keep dodging the problem. I just want
What?
you.
I didn't dodge. You just conceded.
I didn't concede it.
What?
My goal, Parker, is for you to compromise a little bit, saying yes, maybe.
On what? You just conceded.
Maybe it is not fair for people millions of them who came to the country illegally.
There's
Okay,
thousands.
maybe there is some credit for him to make the border secured. It is always
Hey,
not your
I think
problem.
that I am advocating for a secure border. I think that Trump is not.
I think it is not your problem until it affects you directly or somewhat directly. Okay.
What do you mean
If
it's not my problem? What are you talking about, bro?
Because you don't seem bothered by it at all, Parker. You think it's something that's people can go through the country, like yeah, they're fine, but you are ignoring the feelings of millions of people. Their frustration.
Yeah, here I got you. If someone was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, I wouldn't let them legally enter the country, and I would deport them if they came to the country undocumented.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. That's what you're leading me into. You saying that Trump is sexually abused a woman, right? Just like you ask a lot of
Yeah, if Trump were trying to come to the country, you would deport him.
How would you know that though? If they already come here
He's
undocumented,
held civilly liable of
Parker?
sexual abuse. He's a
How
violent
would you
sex
know that?
offender.
Hey, Parker, how would you know that if they are if they have sexually abused a woman, if they came into the country
Held
undocumented?
civilly liable.
How would you know them? How would you help them? If you don't
Through
even know who they
documentation.
are, you don't even know who they are. They
You can
walk into the
identify.
border.
You can identify through documentation.
You
When I'm
just said
walking on
undocumented.
when I'm walking on
Parker.
the street, it's not watchdogs. I don't have the ability to see everyone's personal information just by looking at them. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why you need documents. You need people's information, like police check, like background check. But you're advocating that they can walk into the country, they're undocumented, if they have not done anything wrong. How would you know if they have not done anything wrong if they're undocumented?
How would we know that they're? Well, actually, wait. Actually, watch this. Watch this.
Okay,
Watch this.
Parker.
Watch this. You're not letting me respond. Watch this. How would we know that they're undocumented? Okay, real question. Ask yourself. If you don't use due process, how do you know that they're undocumented?
Oh God. Okay, this kills me. Oh.
If you don't use due process, how do you know they're undocumented?
You
Wow! Oh my
You-
God! It's almost like you just cooked yourself, bro. I didn't even realize it.
You did. You did. If
No,
if
you just
if
cooked
they
yourself.
came here, if they come here undocumented, you don't even know what crime they have committed. Okay, at least I have a
You can
police check.
identify through documentation if it is the case that you detain them, right? But the thing is, you have to use due process to identify that. So the point that I'm making is that in terms of a due process, right? How do you specifically identify that they're undocumented if you do not utilize due process?
What is a due process anyway?
If you commit a crime, right, you're going to go in front of a judge.
How would you know if someone committed a crime if they don't tell you?
We have police to investigate that? Hello?
Hello? I'm talking about people coming into the country. Like walking into the country. How do you know their prior history? Because what you told me is you would deport someone who have committed a crime, like sexual abuse, right? If people came here undocumented, how would you know if they have committed a crime before crossing the border?
Due process. By identifying the documents that would say that. You contact the countries, right, that they specifically came from.
You think
get the
that would make
documentation.
that
through
would
due
make
process.
that would make the process much quicker, right? Isn't
Yes.
that what the embassy is already doing right now?
Yes, you just
asking
need-
people
Hey,
for their police
oh my
check?
gosh, it's almost like you realize it. Yes, this is what they're doing. We just need to do it to a larger scale.
They're already doing it at a very large scale, Parker.
So, a larger scale.
Oh God. Wow.
What's wrong? What's wrong? You're disagreeing with me saying to streamline the process? Like, come on.
Yeah, until there is a streamlined one, I would want everyone to go through the country legally. Okay.
And to identify that they're in the country undocumented, do you have to utilize due process?
Well, have you been looking at the comments? They all said you lost. Your mind is imploding, and yeah.
At what point did I lose on?
You lost it when you said you would deploy deployed someone who have committed a crime like sexual abuse. Okay, so how would you even know if they walk into the border? Okay, if you don't have their documents, how would you know if they have committed a crime, Parker? You're letting them.
Dude,
you
I
see,
told you, law enforcement identifies it the same way. Like, for example, right? Like when law enforcement is identifying someone who's a citizen who's committed a crime, they don't know what their name is. They don't know what their name is until they've identified that through investigation, right? Figuring out their name through different types of mechanisms, and then trying to utilize different types of documents that exist in this country and around the entire world in order to identify that. Fingerprints.
You're talking
There's
about
plenty of different things that you can
and I are talking
cross-reference
about
on an
different-
international basis in order to be able to identify specifically whether or not they've committed a crime in a different place around the world. Right. Again,
Yeah, you
this
and
isn't
I
a
are talking
critique
about
of my.
different-
This isn't a
different
critique of my
situations.
worldview. Essentially, the argument you'd be providing would also be a critique to any type of immigration process, whether it's through the process undocumented or through the legal process. Because I'm advocating
Yeah.
for giving them a legal process. Okay.
Yeah.
You're essentially arguing that you cannot give a legal process to undocumented immigrants, which would be ridiculous.
Yes, you and I are talking about different scenarios. You are talking about those people who are already in the country. Okay, if there's policemen on the street, there's due process and whatever. I'm talking about letting them in the country without knowing them who they are. Okay, we went through the process. They know they have our fingerprints. They have our police
Watch
checks.
this,
They
watch
have
this.
all the
Hey,
information
hey,
they need.
Hey, I would prefer that we specifically vet them prior. But the point of this is that if we want the most amount of people possible to be vetted, well, people who are already in the country undocumented, they're already in the country, right? So if we don't provide them a pathway to citizenship where they can stay, they're going to stay in the country undocumented. That's the reality. So
Yeah,
the best
I
way to
agree with
ensure
you.
that they are vetted to a greater extent is to
I'm not
provide
talking
said
about
pathway to
that.
citizenship.
I agree with you. If people are already here, they already established a family, they already pay their taxes. Good. They're contributing to the society, to the country. Okay, that's great.
So if they came undocumented, you'd still provide them a pathway to citizenship?
Why not? If they're here, if they're here, if they establish a life, if they already have a family, you don't understand my problem. You don't understand like the root problem is letting them walk into the country.
But the person you just talked about that you said should be able to stay came into the country undocumented.
That is the problem, Parker. You cannot guarantee everybody who walks into the country. You cannot guarantee that they would be a normal. They would pay taxes.
We're not saying everyone, right? If they've committed a violent crime or a bad crime, right, they should not be allowed to stay. Background check. If they don't pass the background check, then they shouldn't be allowed to stay.
Yeah. How would you to make sure they pass their background check if that stupid Biden and Harris have this catch and release? How would you even know that?
Dude, hey, I'm advocating for a process that gives people a pathway to citizenship for anyone in the country who's undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. If they have committed a violent crime or bad crime, they wouldn't go through the legal process, so we would still have law enforcement identify that. But it would be easier for law enforcement to identify that because they wouldn't be spending so much time, fucking deporting people who have no criminal history, have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, who are just working in their communities to better their lives in the community. Right? So seriously, it's ridiculous. Why is law enforcement spending their time doing that? It's making our country less safe. It's making our country less secure to have the law enforcement dealing with situations that are realistically nothing they should be dealing with. People who are in the country undocumented who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime would not have been limited by the legal process. And if the legal process were significantly quicker, then again, they would have gone through said legal process. We need to provide a legal process that is quick to actually incentivize people to go through that process, and people who are already in the country undocumented who would get through said legal process if it were quick in the first place, right, should not be kicked out of the country. It makes no sense to do that. It is using governmental resources unnecessarily and wastefully.
So you would agree that for this country, for this people, for this person to go into the country, you have to like document them. You have to like get their police check and everything, knowing them.
There needs to be a pathway to citizenship where they are vetted. That's something that needs to happen. Absolutely.
Okay, so you just kind of destroyed yourself because that's what I have been advocating for: a safer border, a secure border.
Because you're advocating for people who are in the country undocumented to be deported, which means that they're going to stay in the country.
Wow, you're putting words in my mouth right now, Parker. I have never.
I'm sorry. To clarify, I was assuming that you were holding the same position you were saying throughout the entirety of the stream that you've been on so far.
Yeah, my point, okay, my focal point is people needs to come here legally.
Yeah, but
okay,
in
they
the
cannot
situation
walk
in which
into the
they
country.
didn't, we want to provide a pathway to citizenship so they can go through the legal process and
go
through
and
a
then you
vetting
brought
process.
up like the issue, like if someone has committed a crime or like sexually abused a woman, like should be deported. And then my fight back is, how would you know? If they're already in the country undocumented, how would you know if they didn't commit a crime prior their enter?
Due process.
Okay, you don't know that.
Yeah,
okay, if I were here and if I committed a crime when I'm 30 years old, if I committed a crime, if I sexually abused a woman when I was 20, how would you know? I had done that. You didn't collect my police
Background check.
You didn't. I came here undocumented, Parker. I walked to the border.
Dude, that's why we want to provide a pathway to citizenship specifically for people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. So it'd be easier for it would be easier for law enforcement to identify anyone in the country undocumented who has committed a violent crime or bad crime.
That is what he's doing right now, shutting the border.
No, he's not. He's deporting people without a criminal history.
So you're saying that there is actually same amount of people crossing the border right now in comparison with was when Biden was president?
There were more people coming under Biden because it is a case that economic insecurity due to the pandemic and global inflation, right, specifically incentivized more people to come to the country, plus the backlog of people.
Okay, so you're actually saying because I do see the comparison. I do see the legal crossing has decreased by like at least 90%. Okay, if not more, and that is a good thing because people are getting documented. People are getting police checks and stuff ready to enter the country legally.
It's not to a greater extent, though. So, like, what you're not understanding is that, again, we need to incentivize people to go through the legal process, but by making the legal process quicker. And if we don't have any type of permanent bill in place, specifically like the bipartisan immigration bill that existed in 2023 that Trump called for people in Congress to undermine, then specifically we're not going to have conditions change for actually being able to streamline the process to go quicker. We can invest in that. It's possible. It's just Republicans have gone against that because of their commands from Daddy Trump.
Yes, and if there until there is one, until there is a more streamlined one, until there is a quicker one, everybody follows the law. Okay, just like you go to go to Disneyland, if the ride is 4
you could
hours,
say, hey,
until there is a quicker one,
you could say
legal quicker one.
Hold up. You could say people should follow the law so that they could have better treatment for themselves. But if they don't, in this context, because the law was not justified, it doesn't mean that they should be punished, right? And I'm saying that there's no way it's harming you. Or if they're in the country and documented, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, and they're given a pathway to citizenship. That benefits you. It does not harm you. It benefits you. So this
I would
idea
agree.
that we want to scapegoat undocumented immigrants for problems that they do not cause, and then to deport them for no reason, right, is ridiculous to me, because the current legal process needs to be streamlined to go quicker, right? And if we had a justified law, a justified rule, I would understand where you're coming from to a greater extent, but we do not currently have that.
I would agree with you to some point, Parker. You've said to deport them without any reason. There is a reason, actually, because they are undocumented. You don't know what crime they have committed. I do not support if they are already here.
So vet them. Give them a vetting process.
If they are already here, if they already established a foundation, if they pay their taxes, if they don't commit to crimes. But the problem, you know what I'm coming from, Parker? The problem is you don't know that before they're entered.
Vet them.
Yeah, and it takes time. It takes time.
Understand.
And the root problem, yes, and the root problem is not about this legal process. The root problem is because the border was before it was wide open. Everybody could walk in. I was in that group chat. It was wide open. I was in that group chat. That group chat has like
the one
2,000
with
people
Pete
in there.
Hegseth where they leaked classified information. Is that the group chat you were in?
Now you're talking funny stuff. Okay.
Oh wait, no, that was just a journalist they accidentally added.
I'm talking about serious stuff. I'm trying to make a point here where I could get you to agree with me, because the border was wide open and people could walk in and without any documentation. There is this.
How long did it take for people to go through Ellis Island?
What do you mean island?
Ellis Island was like a huge form of immigration for people specifically coming from like the eastern side of the United States in the early 1900s. Ellis Island, it's very known like historically here in the United States, and it took 3 to 7 hours. And a Parker TikTok live, you could get into the country legally.
I don't see what point you're trying to make, Parker.
The point I'm saying is that historically we've had quicker processes when we had like way worse technology. And like no one had an issue with that. And a huge portion of the people that are in our country right now, right, a lot of their parents specifically or a lot of their ancestors came through that process.
Oh, so you're saying that what we've been through, like the police check and health check and also all these documents, you're saying that a lot of them are unnecessary. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying right now is we can make the legal process go quicker, and we should do that. And this idea that we need so much specific documentation that we haven't had the ability to do that, and that we have to deport people because of this is just a ridiculous idea. You can vet people rather than deport them. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to identify that they're in the country undocumented in the very first place. Right, so you're going to have to go through a due process to identify that. We should obviously have the said due process to identify specifically any vetting process that would be relevant to the situation.
Yeah,
if they have not committed
it's actually interesting.
Don't deport them.
It's actually very interesting to me that you're comparing like right now to some incident that happened like you said like a long time ago, right? You think the approach or the method back then would actually be suitable right now, which is really ridiculous.
No, I'm just saying historically we've had significantly less, and people didn't have much of an issue with that. And
and the situation back then is very different.
Came through that process.
The situation back then is really, really, really different. So you would want that to be the same as right now. It's really ridiculous, in my opinion.
I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't know what, that's not much of like a response to what I've said. I'm just saying it's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know. I support you, to a lot of like aspects you're saying, but the border, I really want you to be,
agree with me
to
more
compromise a little bit.
Hey,
I don't want
this.
you to be on
Watch
the
this.
same page.
Do you agree with me on more issues than you agree with Trump on?
Yes.
Then why don't you agree with me that Donald Trump is a worse candidate than Kamala Harris?
Because this is very personal, and he did the right thing to this specific incident. You were giving
There's
out
no way. I'm sorry, you just don't do this. You're making the country worse by specifically only looking at one thing and not looking at any of the other things. You said overall you agree with Kamala Harris and me more than you agree with Donald Trump. If that's true, then you should overall realize that Kamala Harris, right, is a better candidate, right, than Donald Trump. You should be able to realize that from an overall perspective. You're so hyper fixated specifically on one particular issue that because you slightly agree with Trump a little bit more on that one particular issue, you're willing to overlook the fact that you agree with Kamala Harris to a greater extent on the overall of issues.
I don't just slightly agree. When did I say I slightly agree? That is the only reason that I would vote for him. I 100%, I like 110% agree. Okay, and it's really sad for me that you don't seem to see the problem. You were giving out like you were asking your debaters like if Jesus were undocumented, would you deport Jesus? Like why would you even ask that question? Why would you even assume that Jesus would come to
Are you Christian?
to America undocumented? Why?
Are you Christian?
Not really.
Then it wouldn't be a question I would ask you. I asked that question to Christians because they would think it's absurd to deport Jesus, even if he was undocumented.
Why would Jesus be undocumented in the first place? You know, if Jesus wrote the Bible and all these rules, if he is so crazy about all these...
did Jesus ask for documentation before he walked into areas? Right? Like, no, he walked all over, right? It didn't get documentation.
Was there immigration laws, Parker? If there was, I'm pretty sure.
Are you saying that Jesus never broke a law?
I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that
because
Jesus
human
wrote...
law is not the same as God's moral law, right? So he might not have broke one of the moral laws from himself, but
yeah, if Jesus is as great as
he did break human law. He did break human law. That's a reality.
Yeah, if Jesus is as great as he is, he wouldn't have even broke a single law. Okay, why would you even assume someone who is as holy as Jesus
doesn't go off
breaking the law?
He doesn't go off of human law. He goes off of his own law.
Oh yeah, so human laws doesn't apply to him is what you're saying.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so he writes all these laws like if a man lies with another man, then he should be like stoned to death.
Dude, I'm telling you Christian's perspective, not mine. I'm not a Christian. I'm telling you the perspectives of plenty of Christians.
Yeah, if he has all these, like rules and laws and he doesn't follow them, wow. Yeah, I don't know if your Christian audience.
Wait. I'm not saying
what's their reaction.
I'm not saying he doesn't follow his own laws. I said, for example, he does follow his own laws. He doesn't follow human laws. Do you know the fucking distinction between human laws and the laws inscribed in the context of the Bible that are God's laws?
So what do you think of what kind of person he is? He doesn't follow human law. Like, what do you think about Jesus then?
I'm not Christian.
You just made a statement about him.
So
what do you think about him? What do you think about the incident? Huh? Like he doesn't follow human law.
What do I think about some random person that existed thousands of years ago?
And if Jesus doesn't follow human law, then you're kind of encouraging or like indicating that people don't really need to follow them either because they believe in Jesus.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, what I'm saying is that again, in terms of the human law, it's different from your morals. Is what I'm saying. Laws are not all morally righteous and justified, right? And I'm also saying that, like, yes, with certain Christians, I'm going to ask them questions about this because it's going to relate to their own moral perspective based upon the religious texts that they believe in. What's your point?
Well, I don't know, Parker. I'm tired, and I just want you to know that it is a good thing that less people are going into the border, into the country. I just want you to agree with that.
No.
Okay.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody. Jesus did not care when he broke Roman law, literally. Patricia, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Linda with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Linda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate W's for Linda in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's actually crazy Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Darling, thank you for the $2. Christina, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christina. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you for the $5. Simon with the $5. Thank you. Andrew with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bree, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Coral with the $5. Thank you on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Let me catch up fully on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for the 3,400 people here. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Coral with the $5. Slot, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $10. Pow Pow, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. Scott, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Fanatic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Stephanie with the $2. G-Man, thank you so much for the $2. Sean with the $2. Pow Pow, thank you for the $7. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Fantic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Fanatic, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Maudie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4 or $5. Thank you. Marie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Joey, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Joey. Nina with the $5. Brian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Fruit with the $5. Fanatic, thank you for the $5. Libby, thank you for the $20 for 25th Amendment, please. Seriously, though. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Miriam, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Max Lee with the $20. Thank you so much. Saturday, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Scott, thank you for the $5. Cinda with the $10. Thank you. Elena, thank you for the $5. Joey with the $5. Donna with the $5. Ryan with the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up, everybody. Soul, thank you for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. So on the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
Most of his policies I support. I identify with most of his policies. Again, I don't think any one president in history, did people 100% agree with. I don't think 100% of people that were Republican agreed with Abraham Lincoln when he took away the Fourth Amendment and took away rid of habeas corpus.
Okay, we can talk about all that in a second. What do you agree with Trump more on?
I agree a lot with his economics.
Okay, what economic policy?
The fact that he wanted to raise the standard deduction, which significantly helps people like me with families.
Kamala Harris agreed with all the tax cuts applicable under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year. And Trump imposed extra taxes on you by imposing greater levels of tariffs. So under Trump's admin, everyone who made under $400,000 a year paid more in taxes comparative to Harris's plans.
Okay, how did he raise my taxes through tariffs? I don't have to buy a certain good. I can buy another one.
You do have to buy consumer goods, right? You
Right,
can't
but I
live
can
life
choose
without
which ones
buying
I
consumer
buy,
goods.
correct?
What?
I can choose which goods I buy, correct? Like if I don't want to buy the name brand, could I not buy Great Value?
But
at a store?
it forces goods coming from other countries around the world to be more expensive.
Right, but not all goods come from other countries, correct? Some things are homegrown.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Some things are homegrown, correct? I'm saying homegrown.
A
as
lot of
in
stuff is not.
made in the U.S. Right, well, a lot, but not everything, correct?
Wait, okay, so?
So if it's too expensive for me, I don't have to buy it. I can fix my truck instead of buying a
Hey,
brand new one.
Let me just let you know. Due to tariffs, all goods will be more expensive. Did you know that?
How can all goods be more expensive? You just give me the reasoning behind that statement.
Yeah, because it is the case that reduces the supply of goods in the country.
Okay, sure, we'll go with that.
Does that make sense?
Yes, but then I wonder, how did it work in the 20s?
What do you
We had tariffs before. Before we had income tax, we had tariffs.
Yeah, but we didn't
Income
have-
tax was made to fund wars.
What were the level of tariffs that we had at that time? And also the specific tax we had at that time through tariffs. That was not funding Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps, unemployment insurance. It wasn't funding the military we have right now. It wasn't funding jack shit, okay? We didn't have literally jack shit back then from a federal government perspective. We live in society. We don't want to live 100% solely 100% independent from each other. We live in a society. We live together. We live to benefit the community.
Okay. I mean, I can see your point on that. I don't have the numbers. I just know there is a fact that we've had tariffs in the past, and they seem to work.
Okay. I don't think they worked then. I think they were bad then. At what time? Now, give me the time period they worked.
Again, I don't know the exact dates on that. That I'll admit that is a subject I'm weaker in knowledge on. I just know we had them, and we didn't have income taxes. Now, I agree with you. I mean, it's a fact. We also didn't have all these. I'm looking for the right word. We didn't have Social Security. We didn't have all these programs that we have now. That didn't come till FDR. And I agree with you on that. But at the same time, as I said again, I voted for Trump because he wanted to lower my taxes, or he ran on that. You know, now I haven't experienced the
Do you make
tax
under
season under
$400,000
Trump
a year?
yet.
Do you make under $400K a year?
Yes.
Then your taxes have been raised because of Trump.
Well, we'll have to see in April of 26.
No, I'm not saying federal income tax. I'm saying tariffs. Increase your taxes more than what you would have had specifically through the Harris administration. The Harris administration would have kept all the tax cuts that you would receive through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and through Donald Trump's tax policy. Every single one of them you would have received.
Okay, at what level of government will this affect my taxes then? Does it affect me at the state
Tariffs,
level?
when you buy consumer products, they'll be more expensive. And when you buy more expensive consumer products, you'll have less disposable income. You're spending a greater proportion of your income on consumer goods.
That's granted that no new trade deals are made, correct? If new trade
None
deals
of the
are
trade
made,
deals
then
have
that
benefited the
changes.
conditions in terms of trade.
Okay. Now, can I name some other policies that I agree with him on? Because I would like to substantiate my argument. I agree with him on okay, a big topic that I've heard from Dean Withers, and I've heard it being kicked around a lot, and I've been wanting to debate it, is the whole sexual exploitation thing. I'll start by saying maybe he did, but I want to ask you a question. How do you feel about the NCAA rolling out this new policy saying that men, biological men, cannot compete in women's sports? Do you agree that before that was sexual exploitation?
There was
By letting a biological man compete in a women's sport.
So there are more sexual assault allegations from different women targeted towards Donald Trump than there were trans people competing in the NCAA.
Right, but I'm asking, is it sexual exploitation
And
in the act?
you said the WNBA, is that what you said?
No, I said women's sports, just across the board.
Okay, women's sports across the board did not say that.
In the NCAA policy, it does say that. Women,
Okay, if we're talking about,
biological men
we're
cannot
talking about
compete in women's
NCAA,
sports.
again, there are more people specifically who have came out and said that Donald Trump sexually engaged in sexual misconduct towards them or sexually assaulted them, comparative to specifically trans people in the NCAA.
Okay, I'm just trying to pin you down and get you to answer the question.
Yeah,
My
I
original
think
question
after
was-
multiple years of HRT, there's no specific advantage that would make it unfair. And the idea that trans people playing in sports, right, is an issue even to be addressed on this level is fucking nuts. I can't even believe that we're having this conversation. It's a non-issue.
How's it a non-issue?
It is a
And-
non-issue. Can name a single trans person dominating sports?
Yeah. I
Go
can't
ahead.
name them by name, but there was a boxing match in the Olympics where a woman had to actually box a biological man.
So,
And she had to forfeit.
in boxing, people specifically choose to box with them or not.
Okay.
It's consensual. They choose to do that, right?
Correct. Under the policy, it was legal.
So the person who fought them specifically, right, what consented to fighting them, knowing that they are trans.
Yes.
Okay, so then what's your issue?
My issue is that a biological man should not compete in women's sports.
Okay.
It's not
So-
an even playing field.
Yeah. So, I doubt you could specifically even provide an example, right? In terms of the scenario, like I know for people in the chat, like he's actually doesn't even referring to a scenario where there's someone who's trans, but in the context of any boxing scenario, it would be a specific consensual agreement specifically to engage in that, right? So then the person specifically that they're engaging in like the fight with, you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed legally to be able to engage in that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so again, did you hear the points though? Like again, one, that specifically the scenario that you're talking about in terms of fighting, they were biologically female, and then two, right? It is the case that like again, there'd be a consensual private agreement to engage in a fight. You're saying they illegally should not be able to. They should not be able to do so legally, is your argument, in a private company setting.
What do you mean by private company?
Yeah, like a private company specifically shouldn't be able to allow for two consenting adults to
If
engage in
it's
a boxing
private-
match.
If it's private, then fine. I mean, you can do what you want in your own house, correct?
Okay, that's the condition for what we're talking about. But so what's your point here? This is a non-issue. Again, non-issue.
Okay. Well, let's move to immigration then, because I would like to build on what the other guy said.
Okay, I
'Cause
have a
feel
question.
like
You
he
care
didn't-
about women, correct?
Yes.
You don't want men in women's spaces, correct?
Yes.
So would you ever vote for a man that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent?
I didn't know about that when I voted for him, but also, it's not black and white.
So would you vote for him in that context?
Yes. Knowing what I know now, I would still vote for him. People knew things about Biden. And
So
they
do
still
you, so
voted
do
for
you
him. That's
actually
not-
care
doesn't
about
make it wrong.
protecting women's spaces, or are you just saying that as a talking point against trans people?
I do care about protecting women's spaces.
Then why are you voting for Donald Trump even though he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent?
Again, I didn't know that at the time.
Well, you do know now, and you still said that you would support him knowing that now.
Yes, because I support more of his policies than I don't support. And
So
then
what policies did he pass specifically make up for the fact that he was literally bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent?
Oh, and also, was it labeled a changing room or was it backstage? 'Cause
It
I've
was a
heard
changing room, and
multiple-
Donald Trump acknowledged it. Donald Trump acknowledged that he knew that they had no clothes on their changing, and he's saying that he would get away with it.
I've
Do you
listened
want me
to the
play
clip. Though. He didn't. Yeah, you can play the clip, but I don't hear.
You don't hear what?
I don't hear him say changing room, and I don't hear him say they were naked. I hear him say he walked backstage, and he inspected.
It's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
He said no clothes.
Okay, well, let me ask you this about that. I just want to draw a parallel, go back to what you were saying earlier. If a biological man is in the locker room of a women's sports team, does that make it any different that he sees them naked? Do we know for a fact that he's not attracted to women and men, but he identifies as a woman? Which is fine, by the way.
Don't do this. So trans people, specifically trans women, are not a harm to cis women in the context of these spaces, right? The harm is cis men like Donald Trump, right? So if you want to talk about the actual harm and the threat specifically, it is not.
But how can you
It is
say
not trans
100%?
women. Also, secondly, do you think that women in general who are lesbian should not be allowed into the changing rooms because they find other women sexually attractive?
Again, that's not the argument. If this was a
That
woman,
sounds like
that
your
went on
argument because you
Howard
brought up the
Stern-
sexual attraction.
No, let me ask you. If it was a woman on Howard Stern, say it was Kamala Harris, and she was bragging because
Kamala.
just say she was a
And
lesbian.
also,
for the sake
do you
of
want to
argument.
answer this? You're the one that still will vote for Donald Trump, even though he bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, so Donald Trump would barge in.
Let me ask you this: why has it never seen the light of day in court? If all these people came forward, why has it not seen the light of day in court? Why have there not been hearings? Why
Yeah,
has this not been brought in front of a court?
Yeah, so specifically, just because it hasn't been brought in front of a court doesn't mean it's not a bad thing, right? There would specifically have to be legal precedence for it, right?
Right,
in order
but
to
we
be able
live
to
in
do
a
so.
country where
We can
we live in a
Donald Trump
coun-
literally bragged about it. You understand
We
that,
live
right?
in a
And
country
you're
where
literally going to say that it
innocent
didn't
until
happen
proven
when Donald
guilty.
Trump bragged about it? He
I'm not
admitted
saying
it
it didn't
on a
happen, but I'm
public
also not saying
platform.
it did.
He admitted it on a public platform, and you still don't believe.
He admitted on Howard Stern, a syndicated radio show, where it's all about shock and awe.
I'm sorry. Does that take away the fact that he said something that is so fucking disgusting?
Well, I mean, if we went through everything you've said in your life, would we not find anything disgusting? Were
I'm
you
sorry.
never drunk?
You wouldn't find me specifically saying that. That's fucking nuts. No, never at any point in my life would I fucking say that, or did I fucking say that? That's fucking vile. That's absolutely
I
vile.
wouldn't judge you upon one statement. I don't even know
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm also literally a 23-year-old. Donald Trump was literally like 50 years old when he talked about this. Okay.
So age equals wisdom. Age equals everything.
Yes, age absolutely allows for someone to understand things to a greater extent, right, and to have experiences with how things operate and what you should do
So
as
I
a person.
understand things better than you because I'm older than you. I'm 31. You're 23.
You should, but you don't.
On the basis of that,
You should, but you don't.
then your logic is flawed. And
No,
age does not
I'm just
impact
saying you
people's
should,
logic.
but you don't.
Okay, but I'm just going off of what you're saying on the strength of your word. Off of what's coming out your mouth, you're saying that age equals knowledge, which is in
No,
fact
that's not what I
false.
said. That's not what I said.
Then why does it even
I
matter?
said
that
I
he was
said I
50
said the old,
and
like,
you're
for example,
23?
for example, we're not talking about some 13-year-old on Call of Duty saying something. We're talking about the guy who's 50 years old, who's an adult, right? Going on a public radio and saying this in front of people, thousands of people, and if actually millions of people, technically, since the millions of people have seen the video. I have a question. If your daughter or your sister, right, was in the changing room when Donald Trump barged in, would you still vote for him?
I don't know, man. I don't know on that one. But then I would have been an eyewitness.
What do
to
you
it. I would
mean
have
you
seen it
don't
with my
know?
own eyes.
What
Because
do you
I don't
mean you
believe
don't know?
everything I hear on media. I don't believe
You
everything I
don't
hear on
you,
the
don't,
media.
you wouldn't believe your daughter or your significant other or your sister?
You know what I would believe? If a jury of his peers found him guilty, I would believe it.
A jury of his peers indicated that he
Because
sexually
you're
abused.
innocent,
Wait,
so
wait. A jury
proven
of his
guilty
peers. A jury
through
of
due
his
process.
A jury of his peers indicated that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Do you believe that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
A jury of his peers indicated that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. Do you believe that?
Was he convicted?
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating Eugene Carroll's vagina against her will. You said with a jury of his peers. That's a jury of his peers.
So what's the definition of civilly liable? Obviously, that doesn't mean
Liable in a civil court.
So this is a civil matter.
Do you know what a civil court is?
Yeah, that's for small claims. That's for small things. Like for
It's
instance,
not necessarily small things.
when
right?
O.J.
There are
Simpson-
large claims that can be addressed by civil courts. Right? It's just specifically a case where it's about suing, right? And it's about money, monetarily speaking, rather than specifically criminal and like you go to prison type stuff. Now, if you want to reference, again, the reason why it was in a civil case and not a criminal case, it's because of statute of limitations in New York that says after 5 years, you cannot try your abuser, regardless of the amount of evidence that you have, which is ridiculous and should not exist. No statute of limitation should exist for SA. Victims take decades to come out in many circumstances, and they should not be restricted
but-
from being able to hold their abusers accountable.
it sounds like you hold a lot of utopian views.
How is that
You have
utopian
that-
for me to say that we shouldn't have statute of limitations for sexual abuse? How the fuck is that utopian? What?
Because how about all the victims that got accused of rape, but they were found innocent? Statutory limits.
So specifically, if you want to reference people who are innocent, right, and it is the case that they were falsely accused, around 2 to 10% of cases, and that's prior to them being held liable or convicted.
But they're out there. They are out there. Do you think an innocent man should do a day in prison? Do you think an innocent
I don't
person-
think innocent people should be held accountable for things that they didn't do, right? But the point I'm making is that Donald Trump is most likely guilty. Not
Most
only was he held
likely.
liable, but he lied about the set of the circumstances of the case. He said they never met. There's a picture of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then the deposition mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're both his type or both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her either way. That's how much of a sick fuck he is.
Okay. That's your
And
view
do
on
you
that?
still support him?
Yes.
Dude, you're
can't-
such a
you
cult
can't
member,
tell
bro.
me definitively.
You're such
You
a
have
cult
not
member, bro.
I'm such a cult member.
Yes, you'll support him literally, even though he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of his peers, right, for sexual abuse. You said if a jury of his peers indicated that he was guilty of something, you would believe it. Now you don't. You're such a fucking cult member.
I'm not a cult member, but if you want to throw that out there, that's fine. Let's continue.
Sorry, a big cult. You're a big cult member because technically, people can. I've had one person in the past dispute that he was in a cult because he said a lot of people support Trump. Not because it's like cult-like in terms of its, how they form their beliefs and stuff like that, but simply because it was a large group of people.
Hey, that's fine. You want to label me? That's fine. Let's continue. Come on. This is good stuff. This is good stuff we're putting out here. You want to ask me about immigration? Do you want me to say the stuff about
honestly,
Jesus,
is
God
there
did
anything
one?
that would change your mind? Like genuinely, I'm thinking this is a waste of time at this point.
Is there anything that would change your mind?
Yes.
It's
If Kamala Harris were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, right, I wouldn't support her.
So that's the only thing.
Yeah, if
that
Kamala
matters
Harris
to you
incited a violent
supporting?
insurrection at the Capitol, I would not support her. If Kamala Harris pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th after inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol, I would not support her. If Kamala Harris called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, while violating people's First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, and 14th Amendment rights simultaneously, I would not support her.
Didn't Biden pardon some questionable characters right before he left office? I think one of them was a former sexual predator.
Who?
Let me look it up.
Go ahead. Alrighty. Let me thank some people in the meantime. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I think we currently have 1,890 likes right now. Let's try to get to 2,000, 3,000 if we possibly can. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Feisty, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Ray, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Marin with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Pow, thank you so much for the $14. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. Morgan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Nice Baby, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. STH, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Sarah with the $2. Thank you. Technically, we do. I'm not sure, though. If you're on YouTube, though, hit that thumbs up. Keep hitting that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everybody. I would seriously really appreciate it. We have 1,950 in terms of likes right now. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I think we have another hour and 20 minutes or so left on the stream, everybody. Tiffany, thank you for the $2. Literally, though. Absolutely crazy. Marin, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, as always. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Najia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I will. Woo! Shannon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Shannon. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, give it a second for him to find this information, everybody. Give him a second.
I found it.
You found it? What'd you find?
I found that he pardoned two Chinese spies whose relative had over 10,000 images of child pornography on their computer.
Whose relative? Oh, I'm sorry. Relative? Did you say relative?
Yes.
Are people responsible for their relatives' crimes?
I mean,
You
I
said
don't
someone
know.
who did this themselves. They had a relative? What type of reaching is that? They had a relative that did this?
I am reaching a little bit on that one. I'll give you that. We pardoned over 15,000 people, though. I'm sure that one of them.
I can't even believe you just said that without a straight face, super confident. He's like, they had a relative that did this. The president of the United States says he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He calls his daughter voluptuous, said she's always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. Said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. And again, someone whose relative had CP is comparable to Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters. Interesting.
I'll give it to you. All those statements, they're very weird. I wouldn't say that about my daughters, but it's not illegal to say that. It's very weird, but also we've had other presidents that said very weird things, did very weird things. Lyndon Baines Johnson was a known womanizer, known to have had affairs.
Wait. Just because other presidents, like in the past, did bad things, doesn't justify Donald Trump doing bad things.
No.
And also,
but
did
it
Kamala
doesn't-
Harris do this? Can you name one time Kamala Harris did that?
I can't.
That's the candidate you're comparing to. So you have a choice for someone who did not do that.
I mean, if that's the case, we can compare Joe Biden too.
Okay. I'm confused. Your point is Joe Biden was not the last candidate. Kamala Harris was.
They both were candidates in the same election. Were they not? Were they not?
He was not nominated the candidate. She was.
In fact, he was.
No.
He stepped down.
You get nominated at the DNC.
Okay. So is that your whole thing for Trump? Is it all hinges on that?
Well, I mean, on what?
That's your
'Cause
hill
I
that
named
you're
a
gonna
lot
die
of. I
on.
named a lot of things. Just on hinges on what?
It hinges on that whole beauty pageant. Because that's all I've heard you guys bring up. That's your whole basis of argument.
That's not the only thing. I brought up so many things. Held civilly liable of sexual abuse. Bragged about walking in the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Right? He is
Okay,
a
how is
serial
that illegal
adulterer.
to say that he would
Right?
date a
He
10-year-old
incited a
girl?
violent
It's
insurrection to the
gross.
Capitol. What?
It's gross, but it's not legal to say things like that. It's not.
Wait, I'm
You
sorry.
can't
Just
be
saying
held-
it's not illegal doesn't mean it's okay.
Okay, so how do you know everything Kamala's ever said?
Kamala. We can see that she
Kamala,
hasn't
I'm
said
sorry.
anything specifically that is bad in that
On the
context.
record. On the record.
Well, you have no evidence. First the corgi. That's for them. Jeez.
Okay, then we're spinning wheels saying that.
What's up?
You're spinning wheels saying that, then you're not giving me a valid basis for an argument because she's not on record saying it. At least not yet. She's still alive.
Yeah.
Still a
So
long
if you
time to
can't
live,
if
so
you
it
can't
still
see
can
that
come
she
out.
said anything bad, and you can see that Trump said things that are bad, you can't say as a response to Trump saying things bad is Kamala Harris probably or possibly said maybe something in her life that was bad. That's not a response to Donald Trump doing things that are bad, saying that possibly she did something that's bad. That's ridiculous. That's absurd. That's like you calling out your partner for cheating on you, and they're being like, "Well, you could have possibly cheated on me." What? No, I didn't, and I'm providing you evidence right now that you did. Stop deflecting from that, right? You possibly could have. You possibly could have cheated on me. What? What reason do you have to believe that? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Now ask me about the immigration. Ask me about the immigration. Come on. One more. 3 strikes, I'm out. There was 2 questions that we debated on.
Okay.
Ask me. One more about immigration.
Name one way that undocumented immigrants being provided a pathway to citizenship if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime would harm our society.
Don't they have a pathway coming in the legal way?
No, where they don't have to leave the
Under the
country.
law?
A pathway where they do not have to leave the country. Name one way that would harm our society.
Well, it wouldn't, but how would you plan to implement it? How would you plan to implement it? Why has nobody done it already? Yeah, I can agree with you on certain things, but let's get to the meat and potatoes of it all.
Okay, how would we get that done? Well, we support candidates. We support candidates that agree with that policy, right?
Okay. I'm saying I am for it if there is a way. How would you implement it? Say you were a senator and you were going to write this bill, you were going to author this bill. What would be your means of doing it? How would you get these third world countries to speed up their release of information? Because they're third world countries, some of them. Not every country is like the United States. Some of these countries barely have any infrastructure. So how can you expect them to get faster with how they release documents?
The reason why it takes long for people to go through the context of the country legally and through the legal immigration process is not because of other countries not cooperating with the United States. There's no evidence for that. Secondly, if we want to talk about this, we're talking about people who are already in the country. So we're just providing them a pathway to citizenship. How will we pay for it? It costs less than to deport people. How are you paying for deportations? Especially because you lose out on tax revenue in the long run.
That sounds like a Southern Confederate argument from the 1800s.
What?
Why get rid of the slaves? That's our labor. It's free labor. We're losing out on revenue.
I'm sorry.
That's the same argument that Southern Democrats made in the 1800s.
I'm advocating for immigrants to be provided legal status, meaning that they can't be given anything
But
under
you
minimum
said
wage.
because we will lose revenue.
I'm sorry.
if we go back
Are you really
to the
comparing that to
country of
slavery? Are you really comparing that to slavery?
No, I'm comparing you to a Southern Democrat.
How?
I'm comparing your ideals to a Southern Democrat.
What Southern Democrat?
The Southern Democrats of the 1800s and the early 1900s.
That's obviously
Actually,
ridiculous
it's
for you to say
never
that. And by the
changed.
way, they were conservatives. So you say
They were
Democrats, they were
conservative?
conservatives, yes. Conservatives were the
Wow.
ones that specifically advocated, right, for slavery. Conservatives were the ones that advocated against women's right to vote. Conservatives were the ones that advocated against the civil rights movement and advocated against the integration of
My
school
God, the
systems.
Republicans
Conservatives were the
sponsored-
ones on the wrong side of history in all of these circumstances. So if you want to
You're
talk about
wrong.
specifically what
You're
side there
wrong.
was, you have to acknowledge the party switch. Ideologically speaking, you have to acknowledge that
There
you were
was
on the
no
wrong
party
side of
switch.
history in every single one of these situations.
There was no party switch. The Republicans sponsored every
There was.
civil
That's
rights
ridiculous.
bill that
Wait,
ever
so
hit
I'm sorry.
the
I'm
floor.
sorry. Do you think those Democrats were liberals?
Oh,
You think
what
you think
Democrats?
that
What-
Abraham Lincoln was a conservative?
Yes, he was a conservative Republican. He was the founder of the Republican Party. He
So what-
authored the Emancipation
So
Proclamation.
by the way,
His party was what passed the 13th Amendment.
according to that time, Lincoln was
Republican
considered
Party.
a quote unquote liberal. Okay. So if you want to talk about specifically the context of what we consider liberal, you have to understand the connotation of the time period you're in, right? In terms of what we mean by liberal in this context. Because it is the case
Okay,
that
let's
he
go
was
to the
designated
60s.
as liberal, right? Ideology has switched over time. That is a fact, right? For example, we can point to people like the Roosevelt, specifically Teddy Roosevelt, right? Was considered progressive, but was literally like a Republican, right? And then also switch parties after that. But we can point to just again throughout history, again, you have not had the same connotation of ideology throughout the context of each party. There's been a shift and a change. So look at it not in terms of Democrat, Republican back then. Look at it in terms of liberal, conservative. And if you want to look at it from that context, again, you're on the wrong side of history if you side with the conservatives. But the point that I would make
Okay,
there is
let's go
that
into
you
the
agree,
60s.
you would not coincide with the conservatives. You would side with the liberals.
No. I'm a card-carrying Republican. And we can go to the 60s and I can give you an example.
I'm sorry.
of a
Hold
Republican
up.
sponsored bill.
Would you so if you existed at that time period during the Civil War, you would say that you would agree with maintaining and keeping slavery as legal in the country?
No, I would have been a member of the Republican
So
Party.
you would have been against it. So
I
you would have
would've
been
backed
liberal.
Lincoln.
You would have been liberal for the time.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a liberal position at the time. Okay.
Okay, but I also would have voted with the fellow Republicans for a civil rights bill in the 60s, which without the
Liberal.
Republicans would not have passed. The Republicans were conservative in the 60s.
Okay, so
The party switch happened way before that.
okay, so
If
you have
you
to
wanna call it
you
a
have to
party
acknowledge
switch.
the connotation of wait. So did you just agree that there was a party switch?
They say there was, but I don't see it personally.
Wait, so there wasn't a party switch. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, I just think it was rebranded.
What? What do you mean rebranded?
The Southern Democrats rebranded their policies, their ideologies. The Republicans rebranded theirs. Republicans have always been
so party
conservative.
switch. So party switch.
So you're saying Southern Democrats became Republicans and then helped pass
I'm
through
saying
the
okay.
Civil
So
Rights Act
again, the
in the
point that I'm
60s?
making is that liberals were the ones advocating against all these. So you look at it in terms of ideology. Don't look at it in terms of party, because when you look at it in terms of party, you're going to get a lot very confused. So look at it in terms of ideology.
Not only that, he just said like a ton of stuff that was incorrect, and including the
How so?
Emancipation Proclamation being what freed the slaves. That's not true. Not even close to being true.
How did not free them? They recognized them
What did
as
the
people,
what did the
not
Emancipation
property.
Proclamation do?
What's that?
What did the Emancipation Proclamation do?
It proclaimed the freedom of the slaves.
Okay, and so were there still slaves in slavery while the Emancipation Proclamation was signed?
Yes.
Okay, so it didn't free the slaves.
Okay, so there's
what's Juneteenth? How long after the Emancipation Proclamation?
Juneteenth is
did it
when
take?
people found out in Texas that they were in fact free.
Yes,
Because
so
news didn't travel.
Juneteenth is when the actual slaves in Texas were begrudgingly finally freed. The last slaves in the U.S. How long after the Emancipation Proclamation was it until Juneteenth?
It was a few years. It was still the 18. I want to say it was
Exactly.
1889.
Exactly. Yeah. So again, the Emancipation Proclamation did not free the slaves. It took not only fighting the Civil War, but it took literally black people going to those other Confederate states in order to actually free those slaves that were still in slavery. And you
So in
sat there and
fact,
denied
some
the
were
party
free.
switch as well. I'm sorry.
So in fact, some were free. Correct? You just said
Yeah,
that.
but it no,
But
it
then
didn't
then
end
slavery
slavery.
did
There
end
was
with the
still
Emancipation
slavery.
Proclamation.
It-
Okay.
There were already certain black people that
Okay,
were free
people
during
break
that
the
time
law.
period.
People break the law every day.
It
but
wasn't
it's still a
wasn't
fact it
about
was a
breaking the
law.
law. It's about the fact that slavery was still intact. And technically slavery's still intact today. But
How so?
again,
How
the
so?
prison system.
Technically.
There's still slavery in the prison system, and it's still literally written into the Constitution that slavery is allowed in the prison system.
Can you tell me where in the Constitution? What amendment?
13th Amendment.
The 13th Amendment allows for slavery? Because that was
Yeah,
the
do you
abolishment
want me
of
to
slavery.
read the 13th Amendment?
Please do. Please do.
No, you read it, bud.
Hey, he's the host. He offered to read it. I'm not going to tell him, no, don't give me information.
You're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. in that aspect.
While Parker's pulling that up, you also denied the Southern
Nah,
strategy.
I don't care to read it.
The
to him.
party
He can-
switch.
He can look it up.
I mean, you offered. I'm not going to tell you no. That
I'm
would be
lazy.
ignorant.
I
Do your
think
own.
like if you were intellectually curious and you really wanted to know these things, like we just gave you the information, you should actually go find that out for yourself. But also,
Okay.
I mean, like I don't want to like completely
Can you read it
derail
to me?
everything. I want to move it along because
Okay, let's move it along.
you
I
also
agree.
denied the Southern
Let's not
strategy,
stagnate.
right?
What do you mean by the Southern strategy?
That's what the party switch was called, the Southern strategy, where the actual conservatives that were the quote unquote Democrats switched parties and took the actual the Republican Party. Like you can look at their platform. And so the Republicans never passed the Civil Rights Act. It was the progressives. There's a difference, like Parker said, between conservatives
Are you
and
referring to the
progressives.
60s or are you referring to 1800s? Please give some context.
The 60s. We're talking about when I just said the Civil Rights
So we're talking about
Act.
okay, but there were many civil rights acts. The 13th Amendment was a civil rights act.
When was
The Civil Rights Act-
When was the Civil Rights Act that actually gave black people equal
What, the
rights
right
and
to
the ability?
vote?
Yes.
Okay, the right to vote was in the 60s.
Exactly.
That was under
You-
Lyndon
that
Baines
you
Johnson.
already right. You already talked about
Right.
it.
They
So you
put the
know
bill
these
out
things
there.
now. So
They
wait,
put
so
the bill out there, but without Republican support, it would not have passed.
yeah, without
Okay?
LBJ, without
Hardly
LBJ
any
literally
Democrats
wait,
voted for it.
without LBJ literally threatening people. He literally threatened people. LBJ was a president that was hated by the Republicans because he physically threatened them. He literally threatened to do harm. He had to drag them to vote this and support.
But they
So
did vote.
it wasn't like,
But they
oh,
did vote.
the conservatives actually wanted to support this.
They backed the bill. The bill would have never passed without Republican support.
The
It
point
would not
that
have
I'm
passed
making
with
is
Democrat
wait,
support
but the
alone.
point that I'm making is you know these things, and so you were just saying all of those other things to be intellectually dishonest because I don't know if you didn't think Parker didn't know or like you thought you weren't going to get any type of
What was
pushback,
that
but you were
being?
literally
What was I being intellectually dishonest about?
Parker, didn't he just pretend that he didn't know what the Southern strategy was when you brought it up? He said there was no party switch, right?
No, you gave me some context, and I said, fine. If you want to say there was a party switch, that's your
But then
opinion.
you just said
That's
you
not a
you
fact.
also just said the Republicans passed the Civil Rights Act.
Yes, without Republican support, the Civil Rights
But
Act of
that's
the 60s.
no, that's
Please.
about how just about every bill in our history has worked. That you need
Not
support from
correct.
both parties. I said just
Not
about,
correct.
not all, just about.
Not even half. Not even half. Maybe half. Maybe half, but not
More
even
than
close to
half.
75%.
More than half.
That's a
You're being
false statement.
intellectually dishonest.
No, I'm not. That's a false statement.
Most bills take more than
Okay, when you
being
take a
passed by
test
party
and the true
lines.
false question says most or always, isn't it usually false? Is it not? Usually false. So, based upon what you're saying, I know that's false. You're just throwing
what?
shit. You're just throwing things out there to see where it sticks.
No. If you need to pass a bill into law, if you need 60 votes from the Senate, like it's
If you have
more
60
often than
Democrats, 60
more often
Democrats
than
can
not,
pass
you're
the
not
bill.
gonna have more often than not, not gonna have 60 Democrats or 60 Republicans in the Senate. The Senate is always way closer. Again, you're being intellectually dishonest. Think about how many times the Senate has been controlled with a majority of 60 or more.
I'd have to research it, but I guarantee you it's been there. I would say
Yes,
probably
it has been.
during
It
Reagan.
has been there. It has not been there often. That's the point.
What about the
And
House?
can you pass a bill into law without the Senate?
Yes, if it goes through the Senate and then comes back to the
The
House,
House,
you can
and then
pass
it
it through
goes
the
through
House.
again, and they
It does,
process.
no, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
it
It
takes
can go either
multiple.
way.
It
The
takes
Senate
multiple.
can.
It takes multiple attempts.
There
It
is
takes
no
the
order.
House
It just
and the
has to
Senate.
get through
The
both,
Senate has to send it back to the House with some
or vice
additional
versa,
provisions.
or vice versa.
Where does the bill start?
The bill starts in the House,
And you're being
but the bill
intellectually
can always
dishonest.
come back to the House.
Yes. The bill goes back to the House if the Senate makes changes because the House has to vote on it again.
Correct. But I mean, if the House has majority, it can pass, correct?
So are they passing the bill without receiving the provisions from the Senate? They have to actually approve the provisions of the Senate. It's not
So
like
let,
the Senate
so
just
right
rejects
after,
it and then the
right
House can just
now,
take the bill and pass it.
right now, there is a bill on the floor of the Senate. If it passes, it's the clean resolution to bring our government back up, put the lights back on. If it passes the Senate, it goes to the desk of the president, not back to the House.
CRs are completely different than passing a bill.
How? They have to vote on it, same
Yeah,
as a
it's
bill.
still different than a bill that you
It still
sign
goes
into
through
law.
committee.
That's an extension. There's a difference between an extension and signing something new into law.
Right, but we're talking about the practice, correct? The practice of
You're being
how
intellectually
Congress works?
dishonest. You're literally trying to nitpick, and you're literally trying to actually obfuscate because you know for a fact that you got put into a corner. You know that you're being intellectually dishonest because at first I was going to say you didn't know, but you know, and now that you know that me and Parker both know, now you're trying to dance around the fact. You've been saying some
I'm not
wild
dancing.
stuff, and now you're completely checked. And so now
I'm
you're
not-
going all the way to how does a bill work? Like that's where
I'm
we are
not
now.
dancing around anything. I'm simply stating facts.
You are dancing around everything. And what facts did you state? Go ahead.
I state the fact that the Civil Rights Act in the 60s was backed by Republicans. He's saying that Lyndon Baines Johnson threatened them, which is not
You
on the
said it was
record anywhere.
passed. You said it was passed by Republicans, not back.
It was. Look at the majority of the
MAGA's
votes
not
on
known
that
for
bill.
knowing history very well. So
Look at the majority of votes on that bill that voted yay. They would be Republican, not Democrat.
can I ask you a few questions, man? Connor?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sure.
Yeah.
And let me just say,
Can you name one? Can you name one fundamental value of America that Donald Trump upholds to a greater extent than Kamala Harris?
America first.
How so? In what way?
Keeping the money in America. More American-made goods.
He doesn't do
Let's
that.
see, what
Wait,
else?
how is Kamala Harris taking money out of America to a greater extent?
She didn't run on that. I can't tell you how she was not going to keep everything in America. I can just tell you about the man I voted for. Said he was going to put America first.
In what way?
And honestly,
In what way?
I don't think we're responsible for the upkeep of the world.
Wait, in what way is
All-
he making America? Is he putting America first?
Well, he cut a lot of useless funding.
Like what?
PBS.
That's not useless funding. You need that. You actually need
Let me
PBS.
ask you this.
You need PBS.
When you're in debt, let me ask you something. In your household, if you were in debt, massive
The big
debt,
beautiful bill
massive
or
debt.
added $3.4 trillion to the debt. Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first term comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. If you cared about debt at all, you would not support Donald Trump's bills. Massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires? Yes. PBS funding? No. What? PBS is a very small portion of that budget, man. You're giving more tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires by far.
How?
The
You
big
just
beautiful
asked
bill.
me if I made $400,000 or more.
Yeah, and
If
you
I
don't.
made that,
So you're
I
giving
wouldn't
tax
get
breaks to
those
other
tax
people, and
breaks
you're
that were
increasing
passed.
your own taxes.
Okay, you're saying that's through tariffs, but that's also indirect. That's not directly. I don't
Tariffs
have to
directly
buy
make
goods that are
tariffs directly
expensive.
cause you to pay more because it increases the cost of consumer products that you buy. And if you spend your money on consumer products, which everyone does, you're going to pay more because of the tariffs.
Okay, companies like Arizona Tea, why has their price never went up? Why has it not went up since tariffs were
Because
implemented?
the owner has made a decision not to raise the price on their actual product. The owner has been on record saying that it does not take additional costs to raise the for him to actually be able to make a profit off of Arizona Tea, and so he does not feel like he needs to increase prices in order to actually make a profit because he does not want to price gouge his consumer base.
So you admit the root of that
that's
problem is
no.
greed,
That's
not
a
the
deliberate
tariffs.
decision by a one-off owner. That is not a commonplace practice for any type of corporation.
Well, it should be. It should be.
Yeah.
'Cause
How about you
that's
tell
what's
them
called
that?
greed.
How about you tell them that, man? Okay. How about we put
I
laws in
would,
place
by
to
not
do
buying
that?
their stuff.
Okay.
By
So,
not buying
so now
their
you're
stuff,
saying
I
it's
would tell them
so now you
that.
just said that inflation is caused by price gouging, right?
Yeah.
And give companies even more money to price gouge us, right?
Mm-hmm.
How am I saying it gives them more money to price gouge them? We're just talking about
you
tariffs.
want to give them more money because you want this big tax break for them.
Also, Parker, the thing that he's missing is, let's say, even if he doesn't partake in certain products that are affected by tariffs, we live in a society. Like, just because you're not paying more does not mean that there's some type of trade-off that the people around you are affected by. So let's say that you are a business owner or you're someone that actually relies on other people for other products, And so just because you're not buying something directly that costs like more, there could still be American-made consumers that actually sell items that have to pay higher prices because of tariffs, and they're still going to pass those higher prices off to you. So just because you directly avoid any type of foreign products does not mean that you directly avoid tariffs.
You don't have to avoid all foreign products. Not all foreign products have tariffs on them right now. Not every country in the world we trade with has a tariff right now.
Basically, most. You understand that Donald Trump imposed tariffs
Oh my
on
God,
countries
here we
all
go with
around the
most,
world,
my guy.
right?
My
All
guy, you're going with most? Come on now, man. My argument to this is buy the products that are not tariff or are not having a crazy increase in price. You're saying most countries have tariffs. So in fact, it is possible to buy goods that do not have a price hike.
It's a very small portion of the goods, though, right? So it's going to cause overall inflation amongst the entire market, and especially for domestic manufacturers that rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world, right? So you understand that?
Okay, so why is the housing market projected to drop its interest rates in the first quarter of next year?
Yeah, so because they're specifically, we saw such bad jobs reports numbers that they're willing to risk higher inflation in order to like ensure that we have growth within our economy, because it was really, really bad.
It's literally
Okay, so historically, when you drop interest rates, does inflation go up or it goes
Yes,
down?
it goes up.
It goes up?
Yeah.
Okay, so why in the 80s were interest rates through the roof and inflation was an all-time high, and then in the 90s it came
Because
down?
they increased interest rates to be able to mitigate that level of inflation. It was a response to stagflation in the 70s.
Which,
Okay.
fun fact, that's actually what we're heading towards right now, stagflation, literally.
Okay, we're already at the peak. So
Peak what?
it's not going to go any higher. Interest rates cannot go higher. They
No,
literally can't afford them to
interest
go
rates
higher.
can go higher. They absolutely can, especially if we see runaway inflation.
Okay.
If
And
you
that's
think
if
this
the
is the
tariffs
peak of
don't
inflation,
work,
then
right?
you're completely lost. What's up?
So you think that this is all hinged on tariffs not working?
No, tariffs don't work and they're bad, especially universalized tariffs like this.
Then why
And
do
we
other
know
countries
this.
have tariffs on us and have had tariffs on us
They
for
typically do,
decades?
they typically do so on specialized industries to build up domestic manufacturing, not universalized.
Exactly. And it's already been shown that Donald Trump's tariff policy is not working, whether it's the lack of the ability to make deals or the overall impact of the United States citizens in multiple ways. This actual procedure, literally the stock market today had its biggest loss since April because of Donald Trump threatening more rounds of tariffs across the board and also increasing tariffs to China to 100%. Like the idea of blanket tariffs do not work.
So you would say tariffs do work, just not blanket tariffs.
Yes. Some specialized tariffs are okay.
Okay. So are all countries, do they all have a blanket tariff? And I already know the answer to this. It's no.
Okay, just because it is the case that all countries don't doesn't change anything. There are a lot of countries that
But
do.
you deal most of the time with most, words like most of the time. I'm saying the same
You
thing
just
as you.
used the word most. You literally just used the word most. You said most of the time you use most.
I'm saying that's what you deal with. You deal in
you just
statements
did it.
that usually have the word most in them.
Again, you're being intellectually dishonest again. You're
I'm just saying
trying
what
to
he
jump
said
through.
out-
You're trying to jump through loops because again, Parker has you beat. Whenever someone pins you down on a point, you try to find a way to wiggle out of it by using like words, and you try to say, "Oh, most does not mean all or 100%." No one's sitting here talking in definitive points. Like we understand that the actual policy of international governance through domestic or international policy, nothing is 100% sure. Like that's you being intellectually dishonest again.
Okay, so would it be intellectually dishonest for you to say that tariffs won't work?
No, because we have evidence that indicates that they don't work.
Okay, but you just said specialized
And also
tariffs work.
wait. We
Specialized
never
tariffs.
said no. We never said exactly. We never
You
said
did say
tariffs
that,
don't work.
though.
We
Okay,
said
but he
blanketed
just said
tariffs
that.
don't work.
Yes, but he didn't specify.
He
Yeah,
literally
we're talking
did.
about Trump's tariffs. That's the conversation.
Okay, but they're not all blanket tariffs, correct?
They're mostly blanket tariffs. So if we're talking about his overall tariff policy, it mostly includes blanket tariffs. But so
Yeah. Well, I would like to end if you're ready for me to get off. I don't know. I know you would probably like to get other views in here. I would like to say it was a pleasure talking to you.
For sure. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah. What were you going to say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was going to ask if you're Antifa.
No.
No? So are you pro-fascism or neutral?
I'm a
on fascism?
Republican.
No, I'm asking, are you Antifa?
And I told you, no, I'm a Republican.
Okay, so are you saying Republicans are fascists, or what are you saying?
No, I'm saying Republicans are Republicans.
Yeah, so do you know what Antifa means?
Anti-fascism.
Yeah, so are you anti-fascism?
Of course he knows.
Again, I'm a Republican. As I assume you are a Democrat. Are you Antifa?
Yes, I'm Antifa.
You're a member?
Antifa is not an organization. It just means anti-fascist.
Oh, so you're saying it's a movement. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
it's
I'm a
no, it's an
Republican, my guy.
ideological belief.
He knows that.
And ideologically, I am a Republican.
Are you ideologically Antifa?
No, I'm ideologically.
No. So are
a
you
Republican.
are you neutral on fascism or are you pro-fascism? Which one?
Again, I'm a Republican. You're trying to pin me down. I'm telling you what I am. I'm telling
So
you.
are
what
are,
I'm
are Republicans pro-fascism or neutral on fascism?
I can't answer that. I can't answer for every Republican. I'm sure there are.
So how about
some
you?
out
How about
there.
you? Can you answer for yourself?
I'm against fascism.
So you're Antifa.
No.
What?
No.
You just said you're anti-fascist.
Right. You have to be Antifa if you're anti-fascist.
So are you
You know-
you're a domestic terrorist according to Trump's administration?
I have
I
a
don't
better
think
question.
I am. I don't think I am. I own my own house.
Hey,
Well, no,
I
because
have
you're
freedom of
Antifa. You're
speech.
Antifa, dude. You're Antifa.
Hey, Connor,
My rights
who-
have never been threatened.
Connor, who would actually make Antifa, people that are anti-fascists, who would make them terrorists?
Who would make them terrorists?
Yeah, who would say they're terrorists? Who would be in opposition of people that are anti-fascist?
In my guess, it would be the people on the other side of the punches that these.
So who would
protests-
be the other side of? Yeah, exactly. He knows.
So
that.
fascist,
How
right?
can you say they're all fascists?
So wait. So
Who would consider Antifa people who are anti-fascist terrorists? Obviously fascists, okay? So doesn't that indicate that Trump is likely a fascist?
Yes.
Wasn't Joe Biden against Antifa too?
But what about Biden? No, he wasn't.
When was Biden against Antifa?
He was against the riots.
Wait, that doesn't mean he was like not anti-fascist. He is anti-fascist.
Against what rights?
But he was against Antifa riots.
He was against
What
the January
Antifa
6th
Was he not?
riots. Well, because he
Yes,
thinks that
he's
he
been
thinks
on-
Antifa FBI agents under Trump's administration were
I didn't
involved
say
in
that. I
January
didn't say
6th.
that. There were Antifa riots long before January 6th.
Okay, what
What
There were
Antifa
riots?
Antifa
riots?
riots going
What
all the way
Antifa riots?
back to Obama.
What Antifa riots?
You know what he's trying to say, Parker. What Antifa riots? What were the Antifa riots?
I'm just saying that movement's been around longer
What was
than
the
Trump.
Antifa riots? Say it, Connor.
What are you trying to get me to say?
What
what
you
you
know
think?
you were about to say before you realized we knew what you were trying to say, because you've been again intellectually dishonest this entire time.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What riots are you referencing?
I'm referencing the riots during Obama, during Biden, during Trump's first
So
term.
Antifa riots under Biden and Obama? What?
Okay,
Which
what about
one?
the Portland, Oregon? What about Minnesota?
Minnesota when? What year?
So that was that 19 or 20?
So under Trump's
It was
admin?
one of- Yeah, it was under Trump.
Oh, what do they call that?
Yeah. What was that?
I don't know. What do they
What
call
riots?
that?
What riots are you? I'm
I think they
unfamiliar.
call it the Minnesota
Con-
riot.
Connor, I'm unfamiliar with those riots. Can you enlighten me? What happened in 2020 that people rioted about?
Civil rights, I'm pretty sure.
Huh? Who's civil rights? What do you mean? I'm unknowledgeable about this topic, Connor.
Oh, you are? Because it sounds like you're asking open-ended questions.
Oh, does it sound like I'm being disingenuous like you?
Yeah, it does.
Admits to
At
being
least admit it.
disingenuous is crazy. The concession is nuts.
It does, though. So just go ahead and say it.
You were trying to lead the BLM. That's what you were trying to do.
Hmm.
You're trying to equate BLM to Antifa.
Do you?
So wait, so then
No.
are you a part of? So then did you?
So you would say BLM's not Antifa?
Yeah, those are
BLM's
separate.
not
Those are separate
anti-fascist?
ideologies, but oftentimes
Yes.
they might be in alignment because a lot of the people who are
Exactly.
advocating for Black Lives Matter are absolutely going to be against fascism. I
Okay,
would
so
argue
could you
practically
say
everyone.
it was an Antifa riot? Would you
Well,
say
no.
it was an Antifa
No.
riot?
No.
No, I
No,
would
it's
But you
not.
just said they can be linked.
No,
They
because
can be
Antifa
linked.
is
It's
not an
ideology.
organization or even a specific movement necessarily.
Right,
It's
but
just an ideology.
BLM is
Exactly. Where
BLM is
BLM
an
or
organization.
exactly.
So they
that's
can have an Antifa ideology, correct?
BLM
or members.
Wait,
can.
wait. So did they have an Antifa ideology? Sure, yeah. But
Okay, so
wait,
could you
wait,
have
wait.
an
So
Antifa
wait, I have
riot?
a question. Does Trump have an Antifa ideology?
Let's see. When he runs in 28, you'll know.
Dude, wait. Oh, when he runs in 28. Okay, so you agree that he's a fascist and you support him?
Yes.
Because that's
I'm
a
saying
violation
if
of the
and when he runs
Constitution.
in
So you're
28.
saying he's going to
If
violate
and
the
when he
Constitution and
runs
run
in
again in
28.
2028? That's not possible
I'm telling you right
constitutionally.
now. He's not Antifa if he runs in 28. But I'd be willing to
If
bet
he-
he
Wait,
doesn't run in
if
28.
he's
Okay,
if he's
so
not
then-
Antifa, then why would if he's not? I'm sorry, if he's not Antifa, which we know he's not, and he said that Antifa is the problem, and he makes Antifa terrorists, so he's on the opposite of Antifa. He's a fascist. He's openly admitting that he's a fascist.
Literally.
He's
Okay,
saying
so
that
now
he's
you're
standing in
saying
opposition
everything's
of
black
these
and
these
white?
people that are anti-fascists.
You're saying that's black and white. That's a black and white issue. Either you are or you aren't.
I'm
I think
saying
that's
that
pretty
Donald Trump
clear.
meets
You don't
all
think there's
14
any shade
tenets.
I
of
think
gray?
they're like prepping the U.S. for just like them saying that they're fascists. Like honestly, like why do they say that? It makes them look stupid. It really does. When they're like, "Oh, Antifa's doing this today,"
You
they
give
look
me the
so
definition of
stupid. I'm
fascism?
sorry. It looks crazy.
Yeah,
Can you give
I
me the
can.
definition of
Yes,
fascism?
I got you. So I go through the.
Not
I
in
go
your
through
own
the-
words.
Yeah, I go through the 14 points of fascism. The 14 points of fascism include a powerful and continuing nationalism.
I'm sorry,
dis-
I asked for the definition.
I am.
of the
I am-
dictionary.
I have it up right now
I'm
because-
currently providing it for you. Number one being powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, identification of enemies/scapegoats as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion, government intertwined, corporate powers protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. That sounds a lot like Donald Trump, right?
Yeah, he meets
Okay,
all
so-
14 tenets.
So can we at least agree? You said there was 8 points, right? 8 points of fascism.
14,
Oh, I'm sorry.
14
14.
characteristics.
There's
So
14
in order-
tenets. There's
in
9
order for us-
currently acceptable, but 14
So
expands
let's
on the
set
9.
the terms. Let's set the terms of this argument. If you were going to say somebody was a fascist, would you agree that it would have to at least meet more than one of those terms? Like at least more than half.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if it's
You would have to. It
14
would have to be most of these. It's not just one. Yeah. If you just hit one of them, that does not make you
Okay.
a fascist.
So can you give me
Also,
8
just-
ways that he's a fascist?
Wait, hold on. Just to set this clear.
Can you give me 8?
Wait, Connor, just so we're clear, there's 14 tenets of fascism, but there's 9 actual points that are recognizably acceptable in order to be deemed a fascist. And like Donald Trump hits all 14, not just the 9.
Okay, then give me 8. Just give me
That-
8.
I already gave you all 14.
No, you want to know
No,
how
give
he
me 8 ways Trump is actually meets that criteria.
Okay, let's go with it. Number 14 says fraudulent elections. So they claim that the elections are a complete sham, right? They're not free and fair without evidence, right? That's number 14. That's obviously true there. Do you agree?
Number 2.
Go ahead.
Oh, number two, the disdain and recognition of human rights. Literally, Donald Trump is violating human rights, violating the Constitution with his mass immigration process and the detainment of people in the concentration camps across America, like Alligator, Alcatraz, sending the people to CCOT and also trying to send them to other countries that have horrible prison systems and known for unaliving people.
Number 13, rampant cronyism and corruption. Trump literally dropped a meme coin, right, and then rug pulled it, right? He literally was going up to fossil fuel companies saying, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. He took a gifts like $400 million jet from Qatar, right? We can point to plenty of the things specifically that Donald Trump does in terms of rampant cronyism and corruption.
Supremacy of the military. Donald Trump has not only tried to consolidate multiple forms of power under the executive branch, but they are going through a process of completely rebranding the military, including targeting transgender people by getting them out of the military, completely shifting the standards as far as the different levels of testing and also multiple requirements. He's also using the military in ways that shouldn't be used, violating multiple standing acts and the Constitution by deploying them in the United States, and also trying to activate the National Guard of other states to send them to other states against the wills of the governors.
That has been done many times.
Hold up. Okay, you could say
Go
ahead.
He knows.
Okay.
Go ahead and pivot while we wait. You don't want to hear all 8 points, but you wanted 8, and Parker and I are going band for band with points, and now you know that you're fucked,
Okay.
and so now you're trying to get off.
I don't appreciate using that language. I haven't used that language on this cast. Anyhow,
I apologize for saying the F word.
I appreciate it. And I also apologize for cutting y'all off. I am in the wrong to cut you off. I'm going to make my argument when you're done. I'm sorry.
Okay. Number 5, rampant sexism. He was held civilly liable for sexual abuse of Eugene Carroll, forceful penetration of her vagina against her will. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said his daughter has always been voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. He said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls and misty mistakes. He quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. So, I mean, we can point to that as well. That's obviously rampant sexism.
Religion and government intertwine. He literally keeps trying to place the Christian religion at the forefront of the United States government. He created not only his own quote-unquote Trump Bibles, but they are working to sell said Bibles in different states like Oklahoma. He created a department within the government that's specifically meant to protect Christians, and he has continued to actually ostracize anyone that's not Christian, specifically Muslims, while, you know, in his first term having the Muslim ban, and his second term trying to reinstitute the Muslim ban and saying that at every point we should be a quote-unquote Christian nation.
Yeah. Number 11, there's disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. Trump has not only defunded the World Health Organization, but NASA, the CDC. He's defunded specifically the EPA. He's actively defunded cancer research and development, specifically relating to, plenty of different scientists, right, and the jobs that they get. You can literally ask anyone who's like currently working in the field. They actually, like, a lot of the jobs got cut. Like I've talked to people who work in the field, and a lot of the jobs are like not present, and they were significantly more present literally a year ago.
Number 12, obsession with crime and punishment. He literally is advocating for bringing back the DP, while also saying that people need to be actually put down in the streets. There's certain legislation on the dockets where they're trying to bring back public executions. And he has also been advocates for unaliving certain migrants as well. He has created his own police force with ICE by increasing their budget and militarizing them, and then also going through the process of deploying the National Guard as a police force to police Washington, D.C., and he's trying to do that in other states. That's 8 points. We literally went band for band without skipping a beat, and you told us to give you 8, and we gave you 8 with real examples.
Okay, now let me have my rebuttal. I would like to start with the National Guard deal. That is nothing new. many presidents, Democrat and Republican, have activated the National Guard against the will of the governor of said state. It happened in Alabama when they integrated the colleges. If you remember, Kennedy activated the National Guard. And they went to Alabama, and that girl got to go to school. So that's nothing new. That's been happening forever. During the Watney Ring, during the I'm saying it wrong. The riots in Los Angeles in the late 70s.
Watts.
The Watts
Rodney
riots.
King. Rodney King. Is that what you're referring to?
That's one of them. National Guard was activated. The Watts riots too. Again,
but
I'm butchering
all of
the
those
name.
had
I would
specific
admit that.
reasons, right?
Okay, every one of them has a specific reason. Kennedy activated the National Guard because Wallace was not going to let that girl go to school. And it was already a law. The law was on the books. They had to integrate. And he went against it. Kennedy had to make a stand. And Kennedy, by the way, was a
absolutely
Democrat.
Right. You're absolutely
Okay,
right.
that's
The governor did not allow integration. And so the
Kent
National
State.
Guard was activated.
Kent State riots.
Yeah.
Kent
yeah.
State.
Right.
National Guard was activated.
Wait, hold
against
on,
people.
hold on. Just, I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt because you didn't interrupt us. So I would love
I
to
appreciate it.
speak to
It's
that,
fine.
but it's your call.
Okay, Kent State riots. That was also another one where a Democrat president deployed the National Guard. And I want to say that was Lyndon Baines Johnson. I want to say that was under his term that the Kent State riots happened. It was towards the end of Vietnam. Okay, so I'm done with that point. Let's move on to another one.
The things you just said does not negate the point that we made. You haven't actually disputed the actual point of, like, you naming other situations where the National Guard has been activated does not negate the point that Parker and I made about the multiple points of fascism that Donald Trump exhibited.
Okay,
If you
I'm just
wanted to
focusing
actually-
on that
if you-
one point right now.
Right, but
I'm
if you
not
wanted to
focusing on
actually,
everyone.
right, but if you actually want to dispute one of the points of fascism, you would take one of the points that we made, take the example that we made, and then prove how the example is not a fascistic example. You don't want to give a
Okay.
general example.
The crime rate went down in D.C. after the National Guard got deployed, correct? Didn't it go down?
The crime rate
Or
was
is it
already
still
going
the
down
same
prior
rate?
to the National
But
Guard
did
being
it
deployed.
keep going down? But did it keep going down?
Yeah, if you over police an
Yeah.
area that's already had a drop in crime, then yes, you're going to see even more of a drop in crime.
Correct. So it worked, right?
Yeah, if you're running water in the bathtub and you have the water open,
Just say, did
at
it
like
work?
at like
Did it work?
40%, and then you open it up to 100%, is more water going to fill up faster?
As long as the drain's plugged.
And you're being intellectually dishonest.
No,
Anyway,
the drain
you got
has
it.
to be plugged for the
No, I mean, but
bathtub to fill up.
you know what you're saying isn't like, it's not like he did something to cause. It's not like the crime rate was going up in DC and then he did this and then it went down. It was already going down, and then he sent them in, and it just continued to decrease at a faster clip. That's
Is that
all
a bad
happened.
thing? Would you say that's a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it was a worthless action.
Okay, but it's not fascistic. It still did a good thing. We
Okay,
equate
so when you
fascism
talk
with
about
negative outcomes.
deploying the National Guard in DC, are you talking about the which point are you talking about specifically? Are you
Deploying
talking
the
about
National
point? Are you talking about the point as far as number 4, supremacy of the military?
No, I'm talking about what point was it that you started throwing out the National Guard?
Number 4, the supremacy of the military.
Yes.
Okay, so tell me how deploying the National Guard in DC and other areas where governors are specifically not requesting the National Guard to be deployed, when courts are stopping him from deploying the National Guard. And so instead of actually deploying the National Guard for that state, he's pulling the National Guard. He's literally sending the National Guard from Texas to other states now because he knows that the Texas governor won't fight back. And he's sending the National Guard from Texas to Illinois, where Texas has a higher crime rate than Illinois. Why wouldn't he just deploy the National Guard in Texas?
I believe he deployed them to Chicago, not to Illinois as a whole state. I'm just saying, you know,
Being
you gotta
intellectually dishonest again, because
no, you have
Chicago
to
is
be
in Illinois.
specific. You're just painting a wide brush stroke.
I was
That's all
talking
you're
about
doing.
I was talking about the two different states, but yes, specifically, he sent them from Texas to Chicago. It's same thing, bud. Stop it. And
Okay.
Illinois. I'm sorry, Chad. I know I have a bad habit of saying Illinois, but Illinois.
Okay, but say Chicago, because that's where they're getting sent. Just say the city.
You still haven't actually disproven the point that was made.
I'm saying that's not out of the norm to send the National Guard to a state without the governor's approval. That's all I'm saying.
You still
It's not
haven't
out of
disproved
norm.
the
So,
specific
by
example that was given about Donald Trump.
How is that supremacy of the military? When in fact in California, the courts actually sided with him in the end. The court said, yes, you can keep ICE and the National Guard here. The court actually sided with him. Did they not?
The point that I'm making is
Why are
that
you not
Donald
answering
Trump,
that? Just
Be-
answer
because
that. I've
you're
answered every question
no,
you've
because
thrown at me.
you're dancing around and you're
I'm
trying
not
to
dancing.
actually.
You want to answer that question.
When
You're
when did
dancing
I
around
say
that.
anything? When did I say anything about California?
Okay, I'm just saying there's an instance where the court did agree with him. The court
When
did
did I
back
say anything about California? Did I not? I named specific examples of why I said that he is instituting supremacy of the military, yet you haven't addressed any of those things and you keep giving general examples.
All right. How about the rebranding? Do you know right now the military is under a
Connor,
recruiting
Connor,
crisis?
Connor.
Yeah.
So, which points did you disagree with of the characteristics we brought up? Was it every single one of
Supremacy
them?
of military?
That's just.
No, I
mean,
didn't disagree with every
he
single
literally
one.
he
I'm
wants.
sure.
I mean, dude, the fact that you're disputing that one, that one's like literally like no one disputes that. No one disputes
The
it because
supremacy of
that's applicable
military?
for both sides. Both sides are advocating for them to have the disproportionate amount of government funding. Just being applicable to one of these doesn't mean that you're a fascist, right? But again, that is one of the elements.
Right.
This is like
But I said-
this is the most ridiculous one to dispute.
But you said it would have to be more than half of all 14 for you to.
So which ones do you dispute? Don't
Nail
dispute the
down.
one that's most obvious. That's like actually probably the most obvious one. Like, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you admit that one doesn't stick.
What? No,
that
we
one
admit-
doesn't stick.
What? How the fuck did you get that out of what I just said? How the fuck did you just get that out of what I just said? What? What are you talking?
Because-
I said it's one of the most obvious ones that's applicable to Donald Trump.
How is it most applicable to Donald Trump when he is not doing anything no other president has done?
Because he's
Joe Biden
openly-
He
changed
wants
the
a
name.
$1 trillion
trying
a
to-
year military budget. We're about to have a $1 trillion. He says it himself. He says he wants the #1 military in the world. The fact that you dispute this one is boggling my mind, bro. Genuinely. What the fuck, dude? Out of all of the ones to dispute,
When
you
has any
pick
president cut
supremacy of the
funding
fucking
to the
military
military?
to dispute. Again, that's like the most
When
fucking
has any
obvious
president
one.
cut funding to the military? Which president, just say in the last 40 years, has cut funding to the military? When's the
But
last time?
Both
funding was
sides are
cut?
advocating to increase funding. That's why I'm saying it's applicable to both sides. Why
So
do you
are
not-
both sides fascist?
No! Dude, I just told you. Just having one of them applicable to you does not mean you're a fascist.
Okay, so that one's not applicable to Trump. He's not.
It
doing
is
anything
applicable
any
to
other
Trump.
president. We've always had the #1 military in the world.
Yes, so it's applicable to everyone. But if
So would
only
you say
one out of the
everybody
fucking
needs at
14,
least one
if only
fascist?
one of the 14 are applicable to you, you're not a fascist.
Okay.
Okay. So which ones do you dispute? Because it's clearly not that one. It seems like you agree that one applies to Trump. So which ones do you dispute out of the ones that we brought up?
I would dispute the healthcare too. Sure, he cut some funding,
Healthcare?
but he didn't cut the program.
Which one was
altogether.
healthcare?
The sciences. The disdain for sciences.
Yes, that means that they literally have. I gave you examples. They cut the CDC. They cut the World Health Organization. They cut USAID. They specifically cut the EPA. They cut cancer research and development.
Yes, but did he cut any of those altogether? Did he sharpen his pencil, or did he cut any of those programs altogether? I'm just saying. Were there any of those, the EPA, the USAID, any of that, did he cut it all together?
Am I going crazy, chat, or is he fucking
No, he's
dumb?
gaslighting.
Or
He's
is he
How am I
actually
gaslighting?
dumb? Like, what is going on right now? What, dude? What was that? Am I just
Can you
elevated
just
right
answer
now?
the
Am I just
question?
elevated right now? I don't even know what the fuck your question was. Like, I actually have no clue.
I'm asking you, did he stop any of those programs completely, or did he sharpen his pencil?
He cut
Do you
the
know what I
funding.
mean when I say
If
sharpen
you
the
wait,
pencil?
if you
He
cut
cut-
the
he cut
funding,
them.
if you cut the funding for a program and you cut their budget, how does the program continue to actually function without funding?
Yeah, it reduces. But I'm not saying they cut 100%.
Did he reduce it or cut it out
I'm saying
completely?
they reduced it. They cut a portion.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
That's
He
bad.
reduced those programs. Okay, you can say
40%
it's bad,
of the
but you can't
EPA,
say necessarily it's
30
a
to 40%
disdain.
of the EPA.
You can't say that it's actual disdain for sciences by
Yes, I
saying,
can.
"Hey, we gotta sharpen our pencil."
The
That's not
attack on
sharpening the
the attack
That is
on
sharpening the pencil when you
no
reduce funding.
the
When you
the
do
literal
more with
attack
less.
that they've gone on as far as trying to get rid of certain vaccinations. They have completely revamped the CDC, firing multiple people that directly believe in the institutional science. The one of the major cuts during the government shutdown has specifically been people that are directly related to any type of health field, like the not DHS, but whatever HHS has specifically put out information saying that yes, they're targeting those actual institutions that directly affect medical knowledge and regulations. Like they're literally going after any type of standard when it comes to the medical institution within the United States. That's why we have measles outbreaks. I'm from South Carolina, and South Carolina literally has a measles outbreak right now because RFK Jr. is put in charge of HHS, and he does not believe in the science that is upheld and kept us safe and healthy throughout
Okay.
history of the United States.
Okay, can I speak? I don't want to cut you off. That's why I'm asking.
Connor, after you're
I-
done though, I want to say thank you to a few people. I got to catch up. I'm
Oh yeah, I
really far
understand,
behind
man.
actually.
That's no problem. Would you like to do it now? I know.
Yeah, I could do it now.
You know, that's important.
And then
Well, go ahead.
we can go back from that basis because I'm like 15 minutes behind. Can we get some W's for Jen in the comment section right now for the $80 on Venmo? Can fucking W's for Jen in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jen. That is so amazing. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that I could. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jen in the comment section right now? I'm so happy. I'm so happy that we were able to. Can we get some W's for Jen in the comment section right now? I hope you're still here to see me say thank you. Thank you so much, Jen. Cheyenne, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Alex with the $3. Thank you. Barbara, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jessica, thank you for the $1. I will get to everyone's messages. Thank you so much, everybody. Natalie, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. Can we get some W's for Anna in the comment section right now? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then I also do need to catch up on YouTube. I'm really far behind on YouTube. I've got to fully catch up. Holy fuck. I gotta catch up. Phantom, thank you
Oh,
so
that's
much for
fine.
the
I'll-
$100 on YouTube Super Chat. Holy shit, Phantom, thank you so much. Who's some W's for Phantom in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Who's some W's for Phantom in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Ray, thank you. Or Zay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Hannah with the $10. Thank you so much. Pow Pow, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. Harbor with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absurd, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Sarah, thank you for the $1. Really appreciate it. Coral, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Get some W's for Coral in the comment section, as always. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Harbor, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Phantom, thank you for the $2. Carolina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. To Rudy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Droid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Reagan with the $5. Thank you. Droid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Sean with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Johnny, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to involve myself with anything in general. I mean, I'm not going to involve myself with everything a streamer does that I could consider wrong or not. I'm debating people. So yeah, Connor.
Man, you had a lot of gifts. That's good, man.
Yeah,
you do a good job.
I appreciate it. Appreciate it. So
well, ain't no problem.
What were we just talking about?
One thing. We were talking about the disdain for the sciences point, but I would just like to finish because we can have a debate and it don't all have to be. I can give you a compliment. You do a good job on your streams, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
They're very interesting. Hey, no problem. Okay, so back to what I was saying. The disdain for sciences what's the word again? I don't want to use the wrong word. To reduce funding doesn't designate that you have actual disdain, correct? You could say, you could be mad about it. Sure. I mean, I'm the product right now. The company I work for is they're sharpening their pencil. They're laying people off. They're reducing, and I'm not happy about it. But I wouldn't say that they have
the point is that they're just like reducing the funding for it, and that's actually like it's within the explanation for the disdain for the intellectuals and the arts about like refusing to fund them. So, like,
he's not
to be
refusing to fund
totally
them.
honest with you, like out of all of the ones that you could have disputed, I think you did actually pick the two that are like the most obvious. And I don't mean
it's
to
weird
like
that he picked those.
Yeah, like out of all of them, like if I were you, I would have picked like
I picked them because I don't
maybe
see
have more
it the
plausible
way you do.
deniability for number 6.
What's number 6? Just for the
Control
sake
of
of-
mass media, because he hasn't necessarily completely done it yet, but I mean he has advocated for it.
Okay, many presidents have came out and you could say advocated for control.
You know,
of
I
media.
honestly I think all of these are pretty solid, like in place. Like
They are.
Trump hits all.
I
of
was
them.
wondering
Like-
where you were gonna go with that.
Yeah, like the only one I
Many
would really try to
presidents have
dispute
gotten
would
mad
maybe
at
be
the
number
media.
6.
No
Like you have
president would go
somewhat of
after
an
a freedom of
argument in that
speech.
context, maybe. But like, dude, all of them are just like literally Trump, dude. Like, I'm sorry, like it's so obvious at this point.
But how did he go after freedom of speech? Like,
Yeah, he
how
he
could
passed
he?
an executive order. He passed an executive order to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment, according to the Supreme Court. He's also called for the complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, which is a violation of the First Amendment, according to the Supreme Court.
It's also a law not to burn the flag. It's also a law.
No, it's not. Actually, a lot of people burn the flag specifically to retire it.
Yes, in that aspect, to retire the flag. There's a whole procedure for retiring a flag. You don't just go out in the yard and burn the flag.
Yeah, but it should be legal
You
to
don't
do
go
that,
out in
right?
the
It's
street and burn
symbolic speech. It should be legal.
It's
to do
legal
that.
under that procedure to burn a flag. Yes.
Okay, so you think it's illegal to burn a flag? So if I burned a flag on stream right now, you think I should go to prison?
I think it probably would result in a misdemeanor, but it does mean you broke a law. You don't go to prison for speeding, but you did in fact break
No.
a
Do
law.
you think I should go to prison for a year?
No, because it
Well,
would
Trump
be a
was
misdemeanor.
advocating. Trump was advocating for that. Prison for a year for burning the American flag.
But I'm not going to sit here and say that Trump never does anything that is slightly assholish. Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't use that word.
I was just about to say
apologize.
language.
I know. I slipped up, my man. I can admit it. I slipped up. He is not always very palatable. Let me say that. He's not always the most palatable person, I would imagine, to speak with, or what I've heard him say. I can admit that.
Also, just want to call out that, like, literally, there's no law against flag burning. There's been 2 Supreme Court rulings that have deemed that flag burning is protected and is not under the specific procedures of retiring a flag. Shout out to
Okay.
Erica for that quick feedback.
I mean, what Supreme Court case was it? Because I can say, I'm only asking that because I can say, oh, yeah, that was tried in the Supreme Court. But chances are I'm talking out the side of my neck because I can't give the actual case number.
All right.
Or just give the title of the case. Just give the title of the case. I don't expect you to
Of course, Texas v. Johnson is the biggest one and most famous one in '89. But there's also the United States versus Eachman in 1990, and both of them reaffirmed that it's protected under the First Amendment, and it's an expression. It's an expression of the First Amendment.
Okay. I mean, you produced the evidence. Look, Trump is not the most agreeable person in the world. I mean, it's obvious. I'm not even going to try to debate that. I'm saying that I still support him, even though there are a lot of things I don't like about him. And hey, the good thing is we have this thing called the Congress. And if the Congress does what it's supposed to, it's going to keep him in check.
So, but are you agreeing now that Donald Trump is a fascist?
No, I'm still not agreeing it's a fascist. I think that's a point of opinion. And you could be right, but time will have to tell that. As of right now, he's not a true blue fascist or a true red fascist.
He literally is.
It's
Did you know
still an
there's
opinion.
Did you know there's other countries, historians from other countries that are currently documenting different fascistic measures that Donald Trump is taking, so they can have a record of it because they don't think that the record would be properly kept in the United States?
I mean, history is opinionated as well. History is written by the victor.
It absolutely is, but that's why it's critical for other people to actually track history as well and keep an accurate record of history, because Donald Trump is actively rewriting history.
How can you say he's a fascist, though, until he actually makes a move that's a fascist? Nobody said Hitler was a fascist until he invaded the Sudetenland.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can actually take a look at who Hitler he modeled himself after, which was Mussolini. And
Hitler
if you
came
take
before Mussolini.
Wait, hold on. No.
Hitler started the Nazi movement in 1932. He didn't invade the Sudetenland until 1938. Mussolini, I'm pretty sure he wasn't in power in 1932. Or he had just came into power. But he wasn't around long enough for
ideologically.
And also,
like fascism
no,
was intertwined.
Mussolini came in power in 1922.
Yeah.
You're not going to gaslight me. I'm literally I'm working on this. The reason why I'm so confident about this
What's
is
your
because
source on that?
hold on. I'll tell you in just a second. I'm getting to it. The reason why I'm so confident on this is because I've literally been working on a long form content video for my YouTube, which is explaining the 14 tenets of fascism and how Donald Trump meets all 14 tenets. And I have the outline of Mussolini, Hitler, Franco, and also Antonio D. Aliverde. I got to learn how to say that name before I say it. But literally the actual most recognizable fascists within history. And I have the dates of all of them. I have the dates, I have their records, I have all the information. I'm literally doing a breakdown video of all of this. So yes, Hitler came after Mussolini.
Okay, would you say, let's just say, was there like, again, I'm rough on these numbers, aren't there over 700 million people in the U.S.? 700 million people. Okay, 70 million? It's one of those, it's a 7.
No, it's like around 340 million.
340 million. Okay. So in this last election, we could say definitively the majority voted for Trump, correct?
No.
No, because only like
No?
only
He
a
won
certain,
the
we have to
popular
we have to
vote
look at what percent specifically voted, right? So 77 million people voted for Donald Trump.
Or would you say 77 million people are fascists?
More people voted against Donald Trump than voted for Donald Trump.
They supported.
That's not true, my
they supported
friend. How would
someone
he have
who was a
won
fascist.
the
A lot of
popular
people didn't even know that they were a fascist. They were uninformed, misinformed, and clearly just happened to vote for and support a fascist.
Yeah, the fascist
then
thing
why
is new
his
for
approval
Trump.
rating still so high?
They're not. It's in the toilet. They're in the 30. The fascist thing is new, and then also just back to my original point. More people voted for either Kamala Harris or a third-party candidate combined than they voted for Donald Trump. That's how it's true. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Parker.
Who else ran besides Kamala on the ticket that got any resemblance of any votes?
what's her name from the Green Party, the cicada, Jill Stein.
How many
Jill
votes
Stein.
did she pull?
Jill Stein got a percentage of the votes. Also,
Yeah, so
RFK
that's
Jr.
what got
was
him
still
below
on the
50.
ballot. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, RFK was only on the ballot.
RFK. I can't believe
Not
people
even
voted
10.
for RFK. That's the most crazy thing ever. Is that people still voted for RFK when he wasn't even a candidate.
Yep.
You know what's even crazier? I don't even think he was on the ballot in more than maybe say 10 states.
They wrote him in. They wrote him in, dude.
But what I'm getting at,
RFK
is-
Jr. got the second most amount of votes for any third party candidate.
Okay,
That's
can you give me the
crazy.
percentages from third-party candidates? I'm just trying to do a little math here to back up you saying
Donald Trump
that
got
more people
49
voted
point
against
something
Trump.
percent of the total vote. He didn't get 50%. He got 49 point something. Like
Okay.
again, you can go look this up yourself, but Donald Trump did not get over 50% of the votes.
Then why do they say he won the popular vote? I mean, it's not just right-wing news media said he won the popular vote.
Because
It was
he got
all.
he got the most of any vote getter.
So he got the popular vote. Correct? I'm just saying, man.
Technically,
I mean, you
technically,
earlier.
sure, but I've never disputed that he got the popular vote. You said that the majority of the people.
Okay,
voted
that
for
was
him.
my point. Would you say?
But no,
that-
you said the majority of the people voted for him, and I'm saying that point's not true.
Would you? Okay. Would you say half
Here, can I
of the
say thank you to
popular
a few people
vote
real
is
quick?
still fascist?
Hold up.
Would you say half the popular vote?
And
I'm
Angela,
sorry.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Chase, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you as always. Valentine, thank you so much as well. You already know it. Thank you so much. Brianna, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Pow Pow, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. Santana24 speaks. Absurd, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I am fully caught up. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure I'm caught up because I have to
Take
like
my old
restart
username.
my
What's no
phone.
problem, Parker?
Holy smokes!
I have to
Wait,
restart my
Parker,
phone
did that
because my
say
messages
Santana
aren't working.
24 speaks?
Yes, that's your YouTube, right?
That's my old one. Someone actually must have repurposed it. Wow.
Really?
Yeah. I had to end up changing it because a whole thing. So yeah, that's why I have a new user for like all my pay links. And
Oh, what is
also
it? What is it
Tiffany,
now?
thank you for the 2. It's Santana for you. Santana speaks for you. So Santana speaks for you.
I like it.
Yeah.
I already subscribed to you. I was just trying to, because it still says Santana speaks for me.
Oh. Wait, are you talking about YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you. Oh yeah. It's Santana Speaks on YouTube. Just at Santana
Oh.
Speaks.
Yeah, just Santana speaks. All right.
I'm
for
sorry.
sure.
I thought you were talking about like a pay link. Never mind. That was on me.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Look, I just ask.
Go
Are
ahead,
y'all
Connor.
enjoying the debate? Are y'all enjoying the debate? I'm not trying to get off topic. I'm
I am
having
going
a
to be
good time.
getting off of the debates here in a few minutes.
Yeah, it is getting late.
I'm
huh,
about to
bud?
5 hours.
You in Central Time?
I was literally just
I'm
about to go
Pacific.
live before I heard you talking about like the whole Southern strategy and everything. Connor. The one thing that I'll say is that like you're definitely a smart person. You're just you're intellectually dishonest. Like you don't want to quote unquote lose the debate, and so you won't actually admit to the things.
Well, I mean, can you fault me though? Nobody sets out to lose, right? Nobody sets out to lose. And I can see your point, but I'm also going to admit to you, no, I don't want to lose. But I also enjoy hearing other opinions. And that's why I will say it's been very respectful. And I've seen some of these lives where it really gets out of hand, and I applaud you, Parker, for being respectful, But, I mean, nobody sets out to a debate to lose. You wouldn't do it if you didn't want to win. I mean, that's in our nature as humans. We want to be competitive, right? We want to win.
Yeah,
We
but
wanna-
I
we wanna
think
be
you have
right.
to say like what's the cost, right? Because like the Republican Party keep talking about like winning and how they quote unquote win or they won, but it's at the expense of everyday Americans, right? And
Oh,
people
yeah.
tend
Hey,
to
listen.
they're bragging on that, but people are like literally losing their health care and their livelihood and like people are starving because they won.
We have common ground on that, Santana. a big question I've been asking lately with this whole CR, is why have we not passed a budget for a fiscal year since 1997? Since Bill Clinton, we have not passed a budget. And we've had Democrat control, we've had Republican control. So honestly, I am starting to lose faith in our politicians altogether. I am.
Just now? You just now started to lose faith in them?
I mean, I'm 31 years old. I haven't exactly lived that long a time. I've lived over a little bit over a quarter century. I would like to hope that our government could work, but I'm telling you, and the reason I'm a Republican, the real true reason I'm a Republican is because I want small government. I don't think any time the government gets involved, I'm not going to say any time. I'm going to use your word, Parker. Most times
Hold
the
up here.
government gets
I do want to give you some
involved, it
pushback
doesn't work
here.
out.
Do you think Trump is providing smaller government?
I think by cutting a lot of the IRS and a lot of these other government programs, it is shrinking the government.
Cutting the IRS reduces revenue and would increase our national debt.
How? It's just saying that we don't need this many
cutting
agents.
cutting the IRS reduces the level of enforcement of IRS's laws and rules and regulations.
Specifically, the portion of the IRS, the additional agents that were hired under the Biden administration were able to recoup billions of dollars from the top 1% that had found different loopholes to skirt taxes. And they were able to reclaim that, and Donald Trump has laid those people off, and now those reclaims have not only slowed, but they've started to focus on people who are not as wealthy and like the middle and lower class, as far as trying to find ways to get additional taxes from them.
Would you say, though, that Congress could handle that problem by closing the loopholes? Because the loopholes are only there because of the lawmakers either missing it or ignoring it or making that loophole intentionally for themselves.
Like Trump and Republicans making the loophole intentionally, yeah.
Or like Democrats, too. I mean, let's look
I'm
at all the
not disputing
Democrats
some
that came out.
Democrats were involved, of course, but that's not going to be the Democrats that we like.
Let's say most politicians.
Caleb,
most
thank you for the description.
politicians.
No, I wouldn't say that, especially for Democrats.
You wouldn't say that most politicians came
I wouldn't say
in and
most Democratic politicians support tax loopholes for the top 1%. I think that would
We
be an
do?
absurd statement to make.
Okay, then why not close them? Wouldn't that be something that if we had good politicians, that could be a bipartisan bill to close those loopholes? If they don't like them, they
I
can
mean, I would
expose
love to close them. I'd love for it to be bipartisan as well. I just don't think that in Congress it's going to be bipartisan. Like, that might be bipartisanly supported amongst people like in the live and like people in the general public, but there hasn't been enough pressure on politicians in terms of who you voted for on the Republican side
Well, there
to
should
put enough
be.
pressure to Republicans to do that. There should be, of
Well,
course. I agree
also-
with you, but like I mean, I'd love for that to be bipartisan. I'd love that we could find some agreement on that. But a lot of Republicans in Congress don't find agreement there, probably because of
But
their
why
older
didn't it
donors.
happen under Obama or under Biden? I'm just naming recent times where
Republicans
we
as well
had
didn't vote for policies.
a
There
Democrat
were
majority.
there were certain Democrats that wouldn't vote for the policies, right? Like because they want to like play the middle and they don't want to vote for things.
Like Joe Manchin.
Joe Manchin. Oh my gosh, horrible.
Or like Nancy Pelosi. She's a big one.
Well, good thing in the context of
And Chuck Schumer?
In the context of San Francisco, you can vote out Nancy Pelosi in the primaries.
Yet they
by voting for
I can't
Shoycott.
understand that. I can't understand why Nancy Pelosi has been in Congress as long as she has, or Chuck Schumer.
Or
And
Mitch
again, I'm
McConnell.
picking on the Democrats, but I also
Yeah.
can't understand how John Thune stays in Congress.
Yeah,
I can
Mitch
also
McConnell.
tell you,
I can
I'm
tell you
from
because you have
Louisiana.
people.
I'm
sorry,
from
go ahead.
Louisiana. I'm not particularly crazy about the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. I don't think that he's got the House in order. I just don't. It's not what I'm looking for as a Republican.
I can tell you how I'm from. Again, I mentioned I'm from South Carolina, and Strom Thurmond was in Congress for I don't know how long, and was an open, avid racist. Like, he was a horrible person, and the people of South Carolina continue to vote him in because one, most people don't know enough about politics. Two, most people are tribalistic, and so they pick a person and they stick with the person no matter whether they're doing something good for them or not. Three, certain areas are gerrymandered all to hell. So even if
Oh
people want to
yeah.
vote other people out, they
hmm
don't get to do that. And four, money in politics.
And I'm glad you mentioned gerrymander. I just want to play out a scenario. If we were all senators, y'all were Democrat, I was Republican, and we were working on that bill to make immigration, to make a way, to make a means for undocumented immigrants to get documentation, I would say, okay, Parker, okay, Santana, that's fine. But also, I want gerrymandering off the table. No more redrawing districts. Because that evens the playing field. Because you cannot sit here and say some of these politicians don't want an influx of immigrants that would potentially vote for them, and then they could just gerrymander the district to gain the votes. I mean, it's all about winning in Congress. It's all about winning in politics. Most of these politicians will do anything. Half of them don't even care. They just go with what they think is going to keep them in power.
Well, speaking of which, in California, if you can vote yes on 50, you should.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, we
What's-
should definitely
what's
redistrict
50?
here in California, fight back against the Republicans. Right? I mean, they've done it. We're advocating for a precedent specifically to at least change the precedents behind it in terms of asking for the population to do it beforehand, and it at least highlights the absurdities of gerrymandering. Right? So if you want to reduce gerrymandering, well, then you've got to start with the fact that Republicans have been gerrymandering for such a long time. And we're not going to just allow for the Republicans to gerrymander their way towards winning in 2026 and 2028. That would be absurd. We're going to make sure that that doesn't happen by voting yes on 50. I'm going to be voting yes on 50.
Parker called it out like directly. That's how you do it. Like actually seeking to get approval through, putting it on a ballot, and like
Yep.
that's how you make it happen. Anyway, Parker, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm getting ready to go live. I was literally going live right before I heard that, and I was like, I have to come up because this guy's insane. But I appreciate you having
You're
me up.
good. I appreciate you coming up.
See ya.
Peace out. Peace out. Seems like the guy just left as well. Caleb, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Not right now specifically, but I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Caleb, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to get off for tonight, everyone. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think right now we have like, 2,200 likes. If we can get to 2,500 for the night, I would really, really, really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to me if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, follow me. I do these lives every single day. We do like around 4 hours every single day. Absolutely, everyone. I love y'all so much. I'm going to be getting off here. I was thinking about doing a Q&A, but I should go downstairs and eat. So I think I'm just going to do that. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love y'all so much. Good night, everybody. Good night.